The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season. Question is, what exactly will G2 strategy be? If you are just tuning in, I'd like to remind everyone that Fnatic did tweet yesterday, the team is still struggling with illness, is affecting the squad on the ground here in Berlin, so meaning they are playing from their team facility for the time being. While we do have the Teddy Bears on stage, it is a little heartbreaking for our match of the week. And if you did miss the analyst desk, for G2, if they win this game, they lock top 4. For Fnatic, if they win this game, they lock top 8. And straight out the gate, Gulborg, Nautilus, Jace, Draven, Annie removed from the pool.
Yeah, and now it's going to be curious to see because Reckless, I mean, he's just been so much more comfortable on the Sire. Sire left open, Vi left open. All these champions that Fnatic is usually so happy to have actually been left open. On the side of G2, it's hard to say what they're going to prioritize in terms of players being stable in terms of what they're picking. It's actually Yike right now who's the most stable. You usually see him on the facilitators. We see him on the Vi, we see him on the Maoka as well recently. He's been playing a lot more of a facilitating role, which is a stark contrast to how they played in Winter.
Well, what will his strategy be this time? Looks to be that case for now. That fight, the Xayah, in fact, was banned away by Fnatic. Caitlyn Respect as well. So bottom lane, pretty heavily hit. The Zeri is still open and available. Something that we've seen a whole hell of a lot. And the question is, does Reckless lock that in now? And if he doesn't, what will his answer be? Because the expectation is likely that Hans Sama will take it.
Yeah, I can look for an AD carry already. Sivir is an old champion that used to be good into the Vi as well. If you're going to get rid of that lockdown, Sejuani is still available for Razork. We know he loves that facilitating playstyle as well, so that's something you can go for. Rakan, we've seen him in a lot today. On the band, not so much in the game as well, and here it actually goes through. No Sire this time around though, and a blind pick as well. Feels better when you see that Nautilus has been banned.
Yeah, very true, and of course for Advien, one of his most played. I think I will hover on that Sivir point you said for a second, because Reckless has been going back to older champions that he's played more often and finding more success with it. This is his 500th game. Instead, they're going to lock in that jungler for now. Wukong for Razork. That'll be answered into the Vi from Yike. So no real surprises as of yet. We'll start to feel this out. Do you anticipate G2 locking in the likes of Zeri Lulu here? That has been the flavor of 13-4, the celebration here in Europe.
Nah,
there we go, that's one at least.
Just didn't want it. I mean, yeah, sure, it can still happen. Even then, you're not too unhappy about going Lulu into the likes of Rakan. You can stop his W with a well-timed wild growth. Renata, though, really good into the engage that you might anticipate when the Wukong comes towards you. When the Rakan comes forward there, Lara already in this studio there with the Zeri outplay. And there we actually have it. The Sivir comes 3 on 3.
Okay. So two things here. That couldn't be further apart. After 500 games in the LEC, Reckless has played 78 of them on Sivir. This is his 79th, and he's got a 63% win ratio. Conversely, this is Mickey's 3rd ever Renata, and both of his 2 previous games were wins. But what I do like is how both of those respective champions have answers into the other. Renata's hostile takeover into Wukong Rakan. The spell shield into the Vi engage is phenomenally powerful.
Yeah, and right now Fnatic is just trying to take away some of the mid laners. This pairs so well with the Vi. You can see the Talia has been taking off the board. They could look for the Ahri as well if that's something they're scared of. And then they could look for Anasia on 4 as is one of Humanoid specials. We have seen him pop off on the control mages, and you can already see it. Fnatic are building a good front-to-back teamfight composition if they continue down this path.
This will be the case for now. So that phase ban, LeBlanc, the Talia removed from the pool. Top laner is going to be a question mark for me. And I think top laner as well is going to be an interesting one. Oscar in week 1 and week 2. If you turned the nameplates off for watching games, you'd think it was a different player. You would think it's a different person in the seat. He's finding influence. He's finding success. I wouldn't necessarily say he is carrying the games that they have won last week and stepping up this week, but I will say he's being more valuable. He's not as much as a hindrance. And interestingly, Broken Blade has had one of the weaker laning phases, has found more value in the later stages of the game. So that'll be an interesting matchup and an interesting trading pattern to watch just based on both teams' journeys this spring.
I completely agree. So who do you value the most here in terms of getting that counter pick? It is actually just going to be Oscar, and it is that Sia on 4 as well. It just feels like Fnatic are getting a lot of the champions that they actually want. And a lot of the times when we've seen Fnatic lose, it wasn't necessarily because they had a bad draft, but more so how they played it out. Once again, they've ended up in a position where they are back on comfort. And G2 Esports rounding out their solo laners. This is usually where it's a bit difficult to predict what's going to happen.
A bit difficult? What have they been cooking is the
that's
question.
normal.
Okay, so Caps locking in the Silas. I think a lot of Ultimates to steal and Broken Blade going to the Cassante. So I want to see an improvement in the laning phase immediately. And what is Oscarinen's answer to this Cassante? We'll find out in a moment. Once we do get that locked in, Goodbook, tell me about these two compositions and how you think they want to win as the Jax is now secured.
Yeah, well, from the side of G2, you get a bit more skirmish potential when you reach that level 6 between the Vi and the Silas. Even before that, you can look for plays, whereas on the side of Fnatic, you're looking for 6 specifically, especially with the Wukong, looking for that Divine Sundra. In terms of the story with their AD carries, they're both looking to scale. One has playmaking potential in the Rakan, the other has the ability to stop the playmaking in that Rakan with the Renata instead. And the top laners, they're top laners, they're going to do top lane things.
Top lane things, but I do think the potential for explosiveness is higher there. When you do see Cassante and the Jax, when you consider both Razork and Yike could move to those respective lanes, I think I want to keep my eyes on Caps as well. Has been a very active mid laner. He has his whole career, but definitely has found significant impact in playing to those side lanes for G2 Esports. Reminder, top 4 if G2 win, top 8 if Fnatic win. This is our match of the week. I missed that.
Oh, they kissed, and I'm a Dane, but I'm no Deficio, so you're gonna have to let that one linger and wait for it.
Do you remember at least the line from Madrid, 2015?
Is it the one?
So this one, it was "Kiss me, Gulborg." That was what Deficio said, set the tone. We're about to hit the riff for G2 vs Fnatic.
He just slapped my ass.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, as we've got a defensive start to fan out. The Fnatic fans here cheering on their squad on its game winning streak for now. Definitely looking stronger. Cap stepped into the river, a little bit surrounded by a couple members. So for the early game and early pathing, we can already see that both Yike and Razork starting towards the top half. A small invade as Broken Blade and Yike will step in and drop that ward.
So the early game has been set up here. The tracking of Razork in the early game on the side of Fnatic. Not any aggressive vision just yet. So they're going to have to just wait around. Oscarinen could look to walk in towards the blue buff whenever it spawns. See if that is indeed where Yike is starting. But that's going to be the intel they're working with in the early game.
Okay, Goodborg, bear with me for a second as I do need to celebrate 2 quick things. Number 1, 500 games for Reckless in the LEC. I will say that this comes with a gigantic caveat. Reckless himself, saying in the Match of the Week video that the current king is Hans Summer, defending Winter Split champion. And it's up to Reckless to live up to his former glory, because over the years he has fallen off. But what I will say is he's on a champion that has found phenomenal impact. Our stats team shows 50 wins, 29 losses, a 7 KDA, and over 1.4 million damage on the champion. I love my stats, and Reckless will be called to add to that figure today if he wants to get Fnatic locked into group stages and those BO3s.
Yeah, that damage has to be the most useless stats going into this game, I'll be honest with you. But looking at how the bot lane panned out, you can see that Fnatic actually wanted to bounce the wave immediately and try and get some control of it, specifically because that Razork is actually pathing up towards that top side, so could be looking to help out Broken Blade against, or Oscarinen against Broken Blade up there. That means that control will go over in favor of the G2 bot lane, and they could look for roams and skirmishes with Mickey once they finally get out of lane.
I mean, Mickey's looking for an opportunity to handshake, fires out those missiles. Hans Sama already getting a little bit of an advantage here in the early laning phase. Shove that wave forward. I mean, +7 in the first 2 waves already. Couple lost under the tower. While that's going on, as is expected in the early levels,
Yeah.
Zia is pressing forward into Caps and top lane. Just pretty even trading for now, but I will keep my eyes on those mini-maps. Red buff is about to be picked up there by Razork as well as Yike.
Yeah, but I think you're going to be looking at a very stale early game for the most part. Some of these champions just really wants to have that level 6 before they start influencing anywhere on the map. Razork specifically, we've talked about the Wukong in last game, we'll talk about it again. The Divine Sundera's power spike is just so huge. From the side of Yike, you do have gang potential, you do still have CC before that level 6, but you need the setup for it as well. And right now, bot lane at least, it's not presenting itself. You could look for mid, but Humanoid, you know, he has to ability to get away if it's needed.
He does, and I think I want to just credit the fact that as you start talking about sort of the laning phase playing out a little bit expected, just trading farm back and forth, the observers have been able to flex this triple lane view. Fnatic pushed in on the bottom wave, the far right. It's even in the middle lane, and Oscarinin on that Jax for now shoving forward.
Oh,
the one thing we don't see, though, is where the junglers are, and here comes Razork. Oscarin's low, flashes away from Broken Blade, and Razork's not in range to do so. However, both top laners using their sums, and there may be a dive. How feisty is Razork feeling?
Yeah, that's the question here. Razork could tank. He still has the flash. No Ghost on Broken Blade, but they're not looking for it. They're going to let him get away with it.
Made this one just a little bit risky, and all of a sudden it's Advien. He gets the grand entrance, lands a knock up onto Mickey. Mickey's got that flash ignite. It is mirrored by his opposite number. And there's still a 10 CS advantage for Hans Sama and Mickey in the bottom lane. Reckless and Advien under a lot of pressure. They've at least got a couple levels under their belt to bite back, but they are playing this one fairly defensively.
Yeah, and just for the early game, let's see where they actually want to put their vision. On the side of Fnatic, you can clearly see where they're prioritizing. They're actually looking up towards the top side to keep the tracking going of Yike. For G2, well, where it's happening, it's down towards the bottom side. They're going to spot Razork in just a bit as well, and they're going to get the intel that, you know what, we have to be worried about bot side, but we don't have to be worried about top side.
Very quickly, before this next engage plays out, just cast your mind back to the last time these two teams faced in the regular season. Mickey is now going to get jumped on. Advien dances his way back. Razork is looking and fishing for an opportunity, but by this point in the game, in winter, in the regular season, it was over. At 14 minutes, Fnatic were down a significant amount of gold, down gigantic KDA, and more importantly, it was that Draven game. G2 just tower dove over and over and over. The comps aren't going to allow for it, but I do want to call back to the last time they met, because this time already, not only are the stakes significantly higher, Fnatic have got themselves into a position where they've got advantages at least a little bit and staying dead even here.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic, they're quite happy with the way the drafting turned out as well, because they don't actually have to fight a lot of G2 early game that they have been so, you know, feared for. There's not a lot of playmaking potential for G2 in the early game. There's not a lot of tools for them to accelerate it the way that we would usually see when they're playing towards bot side, for example, because there's not the same setup that we usually see with Mickey. He's actually on an Enchanter. It's not going to stop them from trying to start up this Drake here. Reckless was on a reset, Advien is still around. Razork coming around too.
Level 5 there, will step forward into Caps, who's got the hijack available. 1700 inside the pit. Caps stepping forward, waiting to see where the hijack goes. Razork jumps forward, the quickness has been stolen. Dragon down to 600, secured by G2, but Caps is the target. He's quickness, sidestepping, running, and poked down by Bo. Kill secured for Fnatic, Dragon secured by G2.
Yeah, you can see Caps wanted to look for it there. He had the bail off on Renata so he could try and die in game and then afterwards just get a reset to kindly come back alive with it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Drake goes over to G2, but they're forfeiting first blood for it.
Of course, this is how this one started out. You can see Yike kind of committing to the objective while Caps is buying as much time as possible.
Yeah, so Caps opts in for the Rakan ultimate, kind of needs to pop it and see if he can get Razork. I think he's not expecting him to stick around in the bush. Had he known that, he probably would have looked for it with the flash itself. But there, the bonk from Razork comes out.
Well, that means that Razork secures that first blood. He builds a small gold advantage for himself and Humanoid. And the one thing I wanted to mention, and as you talked about the compositions, Fnatic's comp can do very well in counter-engage. Under some threat here, Yike goes in for the blue buff steal, forced to flash over the wall.
Yeah.
A little bit over ego, didn't necessarily have the backup from the rest of his squad, and Fnatic were the first to move.
Yeah, I'm very interested in some of the aggression that we're actually seeing from G2 here, because Fnatic has the tools to respond, and they do so. Mid-priority from Humanoid, playing that range into melee matchup. Caps in response now with Humanoid out of lane, gets to push it back, but Humanoid is back there to pick it up. And again, we just go back to an even state. G2 now being the team with the turret down towards the bot side, having the wave being pushed into it.
And I think when you do consider how these comps are going to play out, while the hostile takeover will do well into the likes of Wukong or Jax, Rakan if they jump onto him, keep in mind that if Cassante, Silas, Vi go forward, Emperor's Divide, Cyclone, the quickness as well as like Sivir just on the defense, but on the hunt, there are a lot of tools for teams to kind of dance backwards as they're fighting. I do think it's maybe a little bit easier for G2 to engage in terms of the tools they do have available to them. So I squish your side on that Rakan. But at least for now, dead even in 8 minutes, Advien are reckless. They've bounced back. They're still 20 CS down. Do keep that in mind as Berserker's Greaves have been picked up. And where does Yike go now? Because he's played pretty aggro the last few minutes. He's going to start off this Rift Herald.
Yeah, so not much is going to happen here. You can see that G2 decided to use a lot of their vision on the top side once again. And seeing that Razork is not being spotted by any of these wards, and particularly not on his red buff, this is just a free objective for you to take. Reckless on the reset down towards the bottom side, so we're not looking to cross-map anything here. It's just going to be a win for G2 getting this Rift Herald for themselves.
Do you have a preference on where you'd like to use that Herald, or is it just going to be depending on whatever happens in the respective lanes?
Yeah, I think this is something that you can keep in mind for the next Drake that you heal up in 2 minutes. You can usually use it around the mid lane to just get that priority. It's hard for you to just straight up use it in bot lane and try and get the play out of it, or at least utilize it to the maximum potential. I think the ideal scenario for them is they get a pick where Yike and Caps link up. One of the members of a lane is dead. They can try getting some plating out of it.
Okay, keep our eyes then on where those junglers are moving. Neither with flash available, both with ults available. Top laners, despite that little bit of shenanigans in level 3, level 4, whatever it was, Oscar and Broken Blade still dead even. Just doing top lane things. No real advantage to speak of, but...
Well, you say that, he's suddenly doing bot lane things instead. We're having a lane swap come in here, so now the G2 took control of the top side of the map. They can try and push in here on the top side, look for... Well, I was going to say plating, but Yike is actually on the other side of the map, so it's not like they're getting a huge amount out of this. They're just feeding Hansama extra waves because Oscar had a stacked up minion wave that was initially going to push into Broken Blade, but Hansama is now the one being picked it up.
And of course, Broken Blade's teleport has just become available. Significant cooldown still for Oscar. Humanoid's 2/3 of his way through, so TPs will be available for G2. There's one now, the other sooner. And we've got ourselves a swap. All right, Reckless catching waves in the middle lane with Humanoid. Caps forced to dash his way to safety. Top lane, Advienne and Razork going to be trading, and look at this, Broken Blade just left completely alone, uncontested. No teleports from Fnatic to catch it, so the wave secured by Hansama, the plate secured by Broken Blade, and this is going to give them some small advantages as Razork will at least get a minor win in the Scuttle Crab, but I think that was a very smart play from G2.
Yeah, at the same time though, like they're also getting the plating in mid lane. Caps is still very low. He's going to need a reset soon.
Riz Divide comes out, Flash was used and beautifully set up by Humanoid.
Yeah, Caps was greedy for an extra wave. You can see it on his summoner spells right now. TP coming up now, and he wanted to clear this wave back and TP, have it ready for the Drake. That was not the case, so they get to have the kill, they get to have the push in mid, and they get a kill before the Drake.
Really, really nicely done. 2-0 on Razork's Wukong. 0-0-2 for Humanoid. He's got the Liandry secured already with 30 seconds to Drake. We'll be able to have that power advantage. Emperor's Divide needs a little bit of time, but I don't think they're going to rush it down. All right, where is Yike going? The Rift Herald is more than 50% of the cooldown used, and those top laners are now trading in this bottom lane, set up for the Dragon. Recalls coming in for Hansama as well as Mickey. If they move towards the river, you could assume they want to set up for that fight.
Yeah, Reckless is not going for it just yet, so he could be... Even G2 are pinging a question mark ping on him. They're not too sure if he's going for another wave here. If he does that, well, they're just going to move down towards the Baron. Or Drake, sorry.
Cease, desist, chains connect, hijacked Emperor's Divide, and underneath the tower, the Ike and Caps pick it up. That got a little close, but it was still well executed.
Yeah, that's well played there. So no longer a mid laner. You can move down towards the Drake if you want to. Yike, though, awfully low. Razork, not so much. TP from Broken Blade was just expended on the top side, so Oscar can make his move up there. If he does not get stopped, there is a Seri around him, but he's not.
And remember, Fnatic not in time to start that Dragon off, despite the fact that they forced Yike low. They got, they may have had numbers advantage. Instead, Hansama's recalled, picked up a couple items. The Herald has been dropped in this bottom lane. Teleport's now being channeled from Humanoid mid, and Oscar is catching top. It feels to me like G2 are getting some more of these resources, but it also looks like Fnatic will not concede this Dragon uncontested. In fact, Razork has started it. He's got backup from Advienne. Reckless and Humanoid on the way. And Cap says no teleport available to him. So Oscar's going to start the fight. Counter-strike out. One's available to him. Yike can use this blast code over the wall. Smite fight, smite fight, smite fight! It is stolen! Oh no! Boom! Sorry. Yikes! G2 steal it.
And it just shouldn't happen. Caps just reset. He wanted to get Avroa as soon as possible, so he wasn't part of that Drake fight. Once again, it's a situation where a team gets full control over Drake, and then just a jungler coming in and smiting it away. Yike just getting away with daylight robbery there.
The swagger to pop himself in, get that out, and Denton blows out. So 2 dragons now for G2 Esports. About 1,000 gold, roughly the lead. It's mostly accrued between Broken Blade and Hansama, because very, very small advantages here for Razork and Humanoid, but we're pretty even. No towers secured just yet. A number of plates have been picked up. Razork's looking for an opportunity as BB's now stepping away. He held onto that all out, so managed to fend off Oscar and I think just Earth Ghost.
Yeah, Oscar can stick around here, get the push in on the top side as soon as you see Broken Blade back. especially because there's no TP on any solo laners whatsoever. So somebody's going to have to cover for this top lane. Either Yike will go up there, they'll just forfeit some way, and BB will get less. On the other side of the map, not much is really happening just yet. They can try and set up for some plating on the bot side if they want to feed Reckless some of it, but with only 1 minute left, it would be difficult with the amount of vision control that they currently have.
Okay, with the fact that both of these teams are relatively equivalent, I think, in terms of power, Mythics pretty much mirrored across the board. We're moving into this phase where towers will fall in a minute or two. Both teams are dead even. Do you think it is easier for one of these squads to play now as they try to set up and move around the map? G2's been more proactive, but both of these teams have their nuances in how they want to play either the map or the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite even. They've been proactive in some of their trades, but I also think Razork and Humanoid have actually been really good at looking for proactive plays in that regard. And at Zomb as well, Yike potentially, at least when the first split happened, almost too proactive as well. Yeah. So I think it's actually been super even between these two teams, Trevor, and to me that's the big surprise as well, because whereas this G2 early game you usually see, Fnatic is responding to it, and it's also because they've drafted scaling. So has Fnatic. They get to be even when we get into the mid game.
Now we get to see who's going to execute those team fights better. Keep your eyes on the minimap. 3 members of G2 somewhat being threatened. Humanoid's no teleport available. He's pressing through the Dragon's Pit. Caps is around 70% HP. We have a 4v4 on the cards. Teleporter will be up for Oscar in a few minutes, but it will fizzle. And I will say, at least coming out of the laning phase here, Fnatic are in a mostly comfortable position. They are starting to bleed golden objectives. The Dragon being snuck away under the nose. Near 2,000 gold the lead, thanks to that tower being secured and the advantages top and bottom. Oscar's doing the best that he can to keep this fight even. And I will just take this brief moment just to highlight Oscar. He has been one of the most talked about players here in LEC. 60% kill participation, damage per minute, 563. I think gold difference at 14, 360. Considering now the first 6 games went, that's actually pleasantly surprising to me. He's dead even this game in Jax, looking up against Broken Blade as far as the CS and items are concerned. But I think because of the plates, because of the tower, obviously that small gold advantage giving Broken Blade a minor lead for now.
This is interesting again. Broken Blade just back, but the lane stops came through, so Hansama is up towards the top side. So G2 trying to get control of the Rift Herald.
All right, Caps is going to hijack the quickness once more. Rift Herald's been started. Hansama jumping in, and Oscar's going to turn this one around. He's already used the flash. Hansama escapes with his life. Remember, Hans started that one. Herald was secured though by Yike. He's got the eye in his hand. Counter-strike has been used. Cyclone to boot. Oscar gets the kill onto Yike, hops over the wall, and Mickey will do naught with the bailout. Just as we talk about Oscar, he helps set up the kills, and Fnatic may want to look for the tower as well.
Yeah, have you ever heard about a caster blessing? Oscar forcing Broken Blade out of the lane, then getting Caps down, or Hansama so down that he can barely fight, then setting it up on Yike afterwards, Reckless.
Spell Shield was used there, and on the Only Hunt as well. Caps held the trigger, didn't engage.
Well, was looking for it. He thought about it. Reckless not face checking the bush. Dropping the ward instead here, and wow, what a sequence of events from Fnatic. Oscar just 2 levels above Hansama, just see the moment for it and just goes for it. Hansama feeling himself a bit too much, and Oscar, as soon as he takes 1 step too far forward, he's flashing forward, which means Hansama has to flash backwards. And then once again, Yike is feeling confident, and he's like, yeah, there might be a Jax up here, but immediately the Q is cancelled out, and Razork is there for the follow-up.
I mean, Yike in this game, the entirety of this game, has been playing emboldened, I would say.
Right.
Moving forward, remember the blue buff got punished, lost his flash. He was able to step into the dragon pit, steal the dragon. This time once or twice, a couple of proactive plays from Fnatic punishing him. We are 20 seconds from the next dragon. G2 already have 2 at 17 minutes. And all of Fnatic's vision is on that western quadrant, top half of the map, but it does look like Fnatic moving in. Keep in mind, Herald is with G2 as well.
Yeah, Fnatic will get control of this because they have decided on G2 that they want to keep their solo laners in lane, so BB is still on the top side. He will have to TP in. Because he has to TP, that means Fnatic gets to be first on the objective, but it also means when this fight starts breaking out, they get to look for flank possibilities, but there's no good TP walls just now. It's just going to be straight into the Drake pit instead.
BB's going to be arriving, and the moment. Caps is waiting in the flank, looking for something to steal away. Dragon down to 5,000, we're playing for the Might and Soul. Broken Blade steps forward, will not find the knockup. Oscar is keeping Caps at bay. Into the pit, Razork goes. Cyclone available to him. Advian pull backwards, the quickness has become available. Advian can look for the engage. Dragon down to 2,500. Caps and Oscar still trading. Yike inside the pit, but it's Hansama that picks it up. The knockup, the quickness, the hostile takeover. Advian's down, but here comes Razork. He flashes forward for the decoys forward. With that Cyclone, they get themselves one back. It's a support for AD, but Mickey will be the next target. Caps was completely contained by Oscar. The Dragon goes to G2.
Oh, hold
and
on.
Oscar may not be done just yet. Grandmaster Mike comes out. Counter-strike. The Empower.
No!
He does it. Oscar gets the kill.
Oscar just killed Paps! And he gets the turret afterwards as well. What is happening in this game? It's suddenly shaping up to be an actual match of the week.
The thing is, with 3 dragons under G2's belt, the Soul is literally 4 minutes away. Fnatic cannot mess that up. But they are marginally ahead on gold. They've got a 3-kill Jax, 2-kill Wukong, and 2-kill Azir. So they have the tools for Fnatic win, and you are into groups. Out of their 10, 11 years here in Europe, they have never failed to make it out of the group stage, barring once, last winter. They do not want to make it twice.
So initially, this fight is super beautiful from G2. They get the immediate lock up. The Renato ultimate is buying so much time for them, but then they need to get out. And Brasok just in the enemy here. Broken Bleed pushing his forward a little bit, and then Mickey with no summon spells active, well, he's just going to go down here afterwards, isn't he? I think the big one is just Caps actually looking for the fight, misreading the fact if he can actually kill Oscar in it, because he is looking for it. It's just Oscar coming up clutch in it.
Bro, that E is just OP. The Counter-Strike did so much to buy time. Has the Hourglass, has the Divine Sundra, and we're now setting up for a potential shenanigans in the middle lane. Look, Advien, just north of the river. He's got himself level 8. Flash will be available in a few moments. Second tower secured. That's huge as well, with the mid tower falling. And the fact that Humanoid's mid is still up. And he's in Azir, so the Sunder's passive. Will also do a lot to buy some time. I will take this moment just to look at the standings before the fight comes out. Crucially, look at the bottom. 3-4 for Fnatic, 3-5 for Mad, 2-6 for Exile and Heretics. If Fnatic or Mad Lions win either of their remaining games, and tomorrow Fnatic play Astralis, they will lock in the top 8. That is because they will hit 4 wins, and neither XL nor Team Heretics can catch them at 4 wins. So Mad Lions and Fnatic, 1 win, and you are in. And Fnatic up 1,500 gold, 2.5 minutes to the next dragon, and they're now sitting their sights in this top tower, Goldborg.
Most certainly are, and it just frees so much up here that you can get the mid control, because you never have to worry about a turret being there. You can get deeper vision control. You still need to get it set up. A lot of it is still in the river. G2 still has quite a bit of defensive vision too, but the fact is for G2, it's really difficult for them actually to get wave control. If you're pushing into the mid lane, you're either pushing into the Asir or the Sivir, who will have no problem clearing it up, and by keeping the Sivir up towards the top side and forcing the 1v1 down towards the bottom side, which Oscar Inning is ahead, Fnatic is actually creating a much favorable map state for themselves.
Yeah, both of the goals, bot laners you just talked about, 1,200 gold there for Reckless, 800 for Hansama, making their way towards the second items. I did want to mention that Reckless is now 103. He now actually has a minor gold lead. In comparison to how the laning phase started out, that is a turnaround.
TP.
Teleport's being channeled. Emperor's Divide comes back. Broken Blade decides to go all out. The Sun Disc is dropped. That's 1 already. Humanoid buying some time. Caps hijacks the Emperor's Divide underneath the tower with the backup. It's a 2 for 1. And they get the teleport as well. That is a win for Fnatic.
And that play was just never going to work out for G2. Fnatic already had the members moving down up towards the top side into the mid lane, and they were going to have the first move no matter what. So Fnatic, once again, they're just actually making good plays, and they're out macroing G2 here. G2 reactionary, desperate, and you're feeling it against Fnatic now. 310 the kill score.
I ask every Redditor who complained and bitched and moaned about this being match of the week to eat your words. Fnatic have stepped up to the plate, and they are punishing the decisions from G2. They are in an advantage, but I do not want to discount the fact that their Dragon plays and their Riftail plays have left a bit to be desired, and we're about a minute away from that soul point.
Yeah, look at the minimap, because you know what's going to happen here. You can already see Razok moving, Reckless moving down as well. No matter what, they're going to be first to this play. So the fact that Caps actually decides to go in on this one with the TP to take the 2v2, even if he kills both of them there, he'll still not get out of it alive. He's, well, happy to get the one, but either way, still not ideal.
30 seconds to Dragon. Goldborg, rate my statement. Fnatic's Dragons and Herald setups have been questionable, fearful, doubtful. How do you set it up? Also look at the vision here, because bear in mind Baron is also a possibility.
Yep, I'll give you the one. Fnatic is coming through with groundbreaking strategies, which is objectives don't matter if you kill the entire enemy team. And that's kind of been the story of it after they've gotten the objective, but you are right. They need to be wary of not giving over a free Baron or giving over the soul for sure. You can just have Oscar start soloing up here. If you get Vision of Yike as well, you got tools to play around with where you don't have to make it that much difficult for yourself. You are doing it here. He needs to be careful. He is on a ward, but Doesn't really seem like anyone's around.
Also, bear in mind, for G2, they can concede this. There's actually no like major risk to give over one Dragon. They can also set up Vision to play around Baron. If they give up Dragon number 2 for a Baron, that will allow them the tools they need. And right now, G2 are grouping up top.
Caps.
Conquering shifting stance from Humanoid. He's got the flash. At the end, doesn't get over the wall. That might be impactful. He's dropped the quickness. He's knocked up Hans Summer. But he's forced to spark away, and Mickey will be the sacrificial support. Fnatic get themselves the kill. While that's happening, Caps is now shoving in the mid lane, and he may be the subject of a target. TP coming out here. I think it's Oscar in and TPing in. Baron? Baron? Baron?
Yep, Baron has been started up. I wasn't sure if they were just going to try and bait out Broken Blaze for Baron TP instead, but Yike's still around the vicinity. He needs to get access to the pit, but Advian's keeping him out, and I don't think there's any way they're actually getting this. Fnatic, they've just picked up the Baron.
They've got the kill onto Mickey. They defended the inner turret top, and they have stolen away the Baron. Fnatic are in command and control at the 23-minute mark.
And it all comes of this. They're fighting Ding. G2 on a push up towards the top side. They're trying to get the tier 2, but Advian just instantly flashing there, splitting them apart. Mickey left behind, no mobility in his kit, and that's all it needed. Broken Blade stuck on the bottom side. He did have that teleport, but with Oscar TPing in the mid lane to get control there, Caps was forced out of the play as well.
Oh, and that means that Fnatic now, with that 4,000 gold lead, and the fact that Oscar's Jax is still 5-0, he's working towards his 3rd item. Going into a potential fight, Reckless had the quick blades under his belt already. So now they have the tools to press that advantage further.
He's on vision, he's on vision.
Captain Yike got there! That's at least a knock-up onto Yike. He's forced to flash over the wall. Charges up that Q, holds onto it for now. Fnatic will take the tower. That ward was beautiful.
Yeah, never Fnatic push against Fnatic. That's not going to work out for you. Caps looking for it again, but Reckless already ready with the Boomerang Blade. And now Fnatic, they're just pushing in on 2 lanes. They got the Baron up on top side. Humanoid in the mid lane as well. They're just going to try and get control here, trying to push forward to take care of the turrets.
Oscar has got a 2-level advantage over Broken Blade. Broken Blade's in the mid lane. TP available to Humanoid, as you just mentioned. The Baron Empowered Cannon is now sieging away. Almost took that tower down, and Fnatic start to back out. Keep in mind, if Fnatic go all the way forward, the tools from Broken Blade's Cassante as well as the hostile takeover can be huge. The hostile takeover is buying so much time, but I don't think G2's done enough. Oscar has already got himself the kill to Yannick, and now G2 are routed. They're wrecked. They're running for their lives, and Fnatic find 3 kills.
Can you believe it? Fnatic is actually doing it. Oscar still going strong here. Anyone here to defend him? Yes, he's got the Sonias. Broken Blade in the fray of Fnatic, and he's going down as well.
He does it again! Oscar and it gets himself another kill. 8-0-1 against the defending Winter Split champions. The death timers are 40 seconds, 16-10. They've got Baron empowered minions, and they're taking multiple inhibs.
Yeah, I wonder how much are you actually going to look for here. The top inhibitor for sure going down. Humanoid still going strong in the mid lane. Turret down as well, looking for the inhibitor. Afterwards, I think they are just going for a reset. But Fnatic, what the absolute... I'm not going to say it can happen.
You would have been justified to drop that F-bomb. 9,000 gold in the lead. 500th game in the LEC for Reckless. The match that qualifies Fnatic to groups, and they have punished Yike at every opportunity. And crucially for me, they played
Look at the engage. Look at the spell shield as well here. So spell shields come down, he tries to smite it, and in that, actually does not get it. So the smite is not the one that procs the spell shield. He still gets out of it scot-free. Reckless, there is a moment where he's trying to kill his teammates here instead. It's not just going to work out. Time's out finally. And as soon as they go down, well, Hans Summer, he's already caught in between Vrasok. Oscar just going forward. Teamfight's just done.
Unbelievable. And I do think you have to be very specific. I think Fnatic have had questionable Dragons and Heralds for the first 20 minutes, but they played Baron flawlessly. I think Yike has been very bold in how his movement was around the map, but Oscar has played flawlessly this game. 8-0-1. To be fair, almost every single player from Fnatic has, and that's why you're in this position. 2 waves of supers to deal with, a minute until the next Dragon. Fnatic don't even need that objective. They can just go for that. What was it? Screw the objectives, get the kills. That's the strategy that's worked for them.
Yeah, but for now, the turrets are for sure more important than the kills initially here. Fnatic now, 3-game win streak, looking to make it 4 here. What a revitalized roster that we're seeing. Super minions pushing down in the mid lane and on the top side. Don't have to get the turret now on this wave. You can afford to be patient. You can be affording to wait. There's also 40 seconds on the Drake. It doesn't have to be now. 2 minutes on the Baron as well for G2. They should look in to get as many resources as they can. Pick up the minions, get the gold, see if you can get back into the game. But they are under the pressure of Fnatic.
They really, really are. Flash is not available for Reckless and Resort. Cyclone is. He's about to level 16. Mickey sidesteps away from that boomerang blade. All right, super minions, they're inside the base on the top. That's the engage. Humanoid dodges away from the cease and desist. Hostile takeover, frankly, does nothing. And Avian now looking for the re-engage with the quickness. Everybody's at the front line, but nobody's done just yet. Finally, it's Yank that goes down. Reckless is on a killing spree. Every member of G2 is low. They get themselves one back into Oscar, but here comes Mickey. Avian, supportal combat. Smack him with the feathers. That's not fair, Broken Blade. He actually backs away because he's going to defend the Nexus turrets from the super minions. Fnatic get a little bit thwarted, a little bit held back, but there's a lot of supers to deal with, and the first Nexus turret will fall down.
Yeah, Reckless still bouncing down on the bottom side as well, so they're looking for the third one too. There's still 20 seconds. A majority of the members of G2, they could look for more if they're feeling themselves.
Well, even if they don't, double supers in multiple lanes.
Just hit.
For several minutes.
Just hit.
Razork's going forward. Mickey with the bailout. Razork takes himself another turret shot. Here comes Broken Blade. He's forced to run for his life. Drops the Q. Finds Rakan. Avian's dead. Reckless is taking the next Nexus turret. All of a sudden, cease and desist comes up from Yank. He needs time. He needs to find the kills. And G2 live to fight a few minutes longer.
Fnatic could have for sure ended that. They're just indecisive. They just needed to hit. Reckless being stuck in the inhibitor turret was needed. TPs are coming through. This could be it.
Double teleports from Fnatic. They want to make it to groups. Emperor's Defy comes out, but I don't think they've done it. Oscar goes forward. Counter strikes by time. Getting for the empower. It doesn't work. It does not work.
Oh, that's going to be sold now for Fnatic. Oh no, Fnatic G2, they can be able to move over to the Draken. Every single structure except the Nexus of G2 has now fallen. And I'm not even sure how to describe this play. They see the opening, they see the potential for it, but I think it's a quick hijack from Cavs to steal away the Emperor's Divide, putting them away from the Nexus. Lives and die by Oscar afterwards, and sadly he's not able to make it.
G2 Esports get the soul out of this one, and this is way too early to tell, and frankly, it is not a 100% fair comparison because Fnatic this year have mostly sucked, but that moment just reminded me of match of the century. That moment reminded me, was it 2019 for G2? Going all the way to a near exact same situation on the back door. No teleports up. G2 have got soul. G2 are likely to get the Baron, and G2 might just be back in this game.
Well, we don't know. There's still Old Summoners and Razork. They get the vision here now with the Redemption. Ward still active as well. Minions in the base. Razork, can you come over and steal this one?
Does he do it? He does! Razork steals the Baron for Fnatic. Caps is trying to fend off the supers, but G2 may have just won this fight. Razork is running for his life as Reckless is taken down once more. 50-second death timer. Razork's down as well. 5 versus 3, but there are so many supers to deal with. How does he do that?
Yeah, he just does it. Razork, he's been waiting it up. He's been storing energy throughout the entire year, and he's all unleashing it now instead. But minions are still pushing through. We still have 30 seconds on Reckless, 30 seconds on Razork. Baron alive on 3 members, and G2 still under much pressure with no structures going for them.
In my opinion, that has kind of reset the game with the exception of the supers. G2 cannot afford a even minor deficit in these team fights with no structures available. And when the teleports come back up for Fnatic, a slightly better setup on the double TP Nexus rundown could be more favorable. However, with the soul, with the goal difference being closed, with the Baron buying a little bit of time and really just kind of neutralizing the game, the next fights are going to be determining who wins this game. Who locks top 4, who locks top 8.
Yeah, it's almost at a point where you just say, forget the macro. It's going to come down to the team fight execution now, albeit Fnatic ahead in gold, should be ahead in items for the most part as well. G2 though, with the soul going for them, Baron still active. They're pushing it now. Super minions for Fnatic are pushing in on the bottom side. Oscar on the top side, leading in a bigger minion wave. Now Humanoid setting up camp with the Asir turret. Yikes, look for a moment.
That's the engage, cease and desist. Emperor's Defy split them up, but it's damage being dealt first onto G2. Oscar fighting Caps. He's going for the Nexus. He's going for the Nexus. A couple hits have landed. Reckless has got the kill onto Yank. Now Oscar is being pushed away. Hans Summer, Mickey Caps buying time. Broken Blade to target Fnatic. I think they've done it. I think they've done it. Fnatic have got a few kills left to secure. The inhibitors are respawning at the top of the middle lane. They cannot get to the Nexus yet. Baron empowered minions for another minute. And they're stepping forward. They need a few more hits. Reckless goes in. The damage is being landed. The knockup too. Bailout won't matter. Fnatic need a few more on top.
It's not that yet. It's not that
just about do it. At the end of the fight. Fnatic take down G2. Fnatic advance to groups. Thank you for watching Match History. every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay with, work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. I'm walking down this, 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 walking down this. Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Nikes on. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Watching people get it on. Playing games like prednisone. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone. Playing games like prednisone. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Check it out, y'all.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome everybody to the final day of the LEC 2023 Spring regular season live from Berlin, Germany. It is do or die for Excel in our opening game of the day, as a loss versus Team BDS would eliminate them from the Spring split. The same goes for Team Heretics, who are facing off against SK Gaming later today. Only one spot is left in the group stage. These teams have everything to play for, and it will all be decided today. Every game counts. Hello, everybody. I nailed that. The timing was perfect.
Yeah.
I'm Shox, joined here by Jamada and Yamato. How fun is that?
This is fantastic.
It's a perfect. It's a
meant to
name
be.
match in heaven. Yeah,
It's meant to be.
It's great. I love it. And I know your analysis is just going to mirror how awesome you both look today, especially you, Yamato, although apparently there's a case of lost pants somewhere. But this was obviously the first choice.
I just came from the streets, straight into the LEC,
Yeah.
repping it.
And I just got my boba. Thank you, SK Gaming, by the way. They were handing them out. You can buy our love. That's just the way it works. But you can't buy a spot in the group stage. So let's take a look at the standings before the final 5 games. And we see that not only Excel is in a do-or-die situation. The same goes for Team Heretics. They absolutely need to win. And since I have 2 analysts here with me, Jamada, why don't you kick us off and tell me how Team Heretics is going to stay in the race? They have to beat SK later in Game 3.
Yeah, so it's not going to be easy. SK 4-4, so they've also been quite turbulent. But I think for them, the key for Heretics is about putting Jankos and Mirza on engaged champions together and actually having them be on the same page. I feel like when you actually take a step back, look at all of their games throughout the year, they've looked the strongest, they've looked the most consistent, honestly, when you've got Jankos on someone like Wukong or Vi, and then you've got Mirza on something to back it up, like the Rakan or Nautilus or the Leona, just so there's follow-up on the engage, and that will set the foundation for the rest of Team Heretics in a lot of mid-game team fights.
I think the key thing is just what you said in terms of just having active buttons that really support this idea of them grouping together. Anything that they can throw at the same target that really rallies this team is the most important thing, because they seem so disjointed as the game continues. As long as they are on the same screen, they have the buttons to support it, they seem to do so much better.
You say this all the time when you're on the SK motto. You have to be on the same screen at the very least, but actually it's a crucial ingredient to success. Jamada, here we see a couple of team compositions. Do those signify kind of what you want to see from Heretics in order to win?
Yes, it's simple, very much. Like I just feel like Jankos has been performing so well generally anyway, and I feel like when you break down and you look at some of the team fights, a lot of the time he's the one that's going in first, and either he's kind of a bit 1v5 until someone backs him up, or we have the positive looking games like we have in these drafts where you would have Mirza immediately follow him up with the Rakan engages, or have Leona, throw a solar flare over the top with the Vi. So I think to me, that's just the first step, right? That's how I feel like Team Heretics look the strongest, and I think at the very least some of it can be band-aided from drafts like these.
A question, if Jankos is playing so well, and he is, it's actually incredible how he's doing in a team that's not doing well, why not the other way around? Why don't you all make sure he is in the best position that he can be?
Yeah, I think it's just that the meta is rather stale. I think there's cases where teams would want to pick Maokai, would want to pick Sejuani based on the bans that come your way. I think that in the cases where he has the Vi and the Wukong, these are champions that make everything a lot more streamlined, and he's the one, in control. He's the one that can fire off the first, charge, and he can find the right engages. And I think when that is the case, when Jankos in the communication can dominate, then it just seems so much better listening into Team Heretics voice comms in the videos that they post.
I'm sure it will. For the side of Excel, Yamato, I'm going to put you... It's too bad, because I'm going to put you on the hype train or on the comeback train or whatever you want. They are up versus BDS, though, in the first game, but, how did they make it?
So I'm trying to think of what is unique. What makes Excel stand out? Well, they have an LCS champion. Abedage, the LCS champion. He was in 100 Thieves, and he has this unique thing about him that he is the LCS champion representing, of course, here in the LEC. He is the only one besides Perksiniski that has won the LCS. That makes him so damn unique. I think he played quite well in the 2 games. I think it was a tough task to come in so late. They are suffering from illness too, but I think he's done decent. Another thing that stands out to me...
That sounds great. He's just done decent.
He's done decent, Another thing that stands out to me, maybe Xerxes has been holding back on us for so long. When he came into the league, he had this long hair. He was on Unicorns of Love. He was playing Ivern. He was playing Zac. He was playing Warwick. Maybe he's been keeping his secrets up until this final point.
This would be the day,
Final day curveball. It would be the day, but I just feel like, and Yamato can probably attest for this, when it comes to junglers and the meta being so stale as a whole right now, pushing new ideas specifically in the jungle is always kind of tough, because it's not just about getting the pick to work, but you also have to have all 4 other members be used to playing with an Ivern or playing with a Zac, so it's not always easy.
Yeah, okay, considerate of the rest of the team, but something is going to have to happen for Excel, and their opponent today is Team BDS, who would lock first place with a win tonight, as we got to talk to Adam in a special behind-the-scenes interview.
My mindset is I just need to play video games. As long as I can play, to be honest, I will be happy no matter what, no matter in which condition you put me. I just need to make sure personally that my mindset is at the right time, at the right place.
I think Adam is a player that works a lot on confidence. So if he's confident, I think he will smash everyone. And for example, when he just say in draft, just pick me Olaf here blind, and I know that he's really confident and he will make it.
Oh, the blast code! The assist, Under's coming in, the blast code helped him out as well as the Empress Divine is used, but Reckless has already fallen. Adam on the backline is just absolutely murdering people, mutilating, shredding them!
May be able to actually set him a kill with the help of Shio. He's inside the shot, flashes over the wall, flashes more, knocks in guillotine! Adam!
Just the arrow dodges everything, but not! You can't dodge these! Adam chases them down! Humanoid, up next, no escape from the undertow. Adam with a double. Now in a 1v4, he's looking to make it a triple. Adam brings down the X, takes the solo kill in the top lane.
I always had, this kind of dream of being a doctor. I kept pursuing it until I got to med school. But back in the days, I was already challenger. I had to make a choice between both of them. I chose video games over my dream. People, speak about professional player, but only actually professional player know what it is to be like a professional player, like the kind of routine. I come to office at 11, I need to leave at 10 in the evening, so I'm staying like 11 hours in the office every day. I'm not complaining, some people may think that it's not light enough, but of course, like when you say that when you go back home, you still need to do solo queue. So basically, as a pro player, you need to talk 13, 14 hours per day, League of Legends, and the rest of the time you just sleep. To be honest, it suits me. As I said, like as long as I can play League of Legends, I will always be happy no matter what. Every pro player aspires to be like at the highest level. So in LEC, And if you fail your entry, it can be the end for LEC for the rest of your career. This is a shot that you really don't want to miss. You need to be more mentally prepared than physically prepared to enter the LEC. Especially from my perspective, I just spent my first professional split in the LFL. I won it and I won EU Masters as well. I left my hot team, which was K-Corp, to join this prestigious organization that was Fnatic, and I happened to go to Worlds to finish second in the LEC. So just a living dream, to be honest. But when I left Fnatic and I joined BDS, I ended 9th, and then I got demoted into the academy. It was mentally really challenging moment for me, but I knew that as a player I deserved better, and I knew that I could do better no matter what. As I said, my mental will always be ready no matter in which conditions, and I just had to stay strong in this moment. I'm like a big, I would say, motor for how the team work, especially in the communication. A lot of what we do depends kind of on how good I am in the game. No matter what, I need to make sure that I'm in a good spot to be able to help my teammates, especially with such a young team with not that much experience. And they have camaraderie. Everyone appreciates each other so much in this team. Everyone is happy, to go to the office every day to scrim. So this is already something that we need to be really proud of as a team. Everyone enjoys each other's company, but I think it depends more on ourselves. But now, as a team BDS, we're like battling against ourselves, against the fear of not achieving something, and this is something that we need to work on, because if we win against ourselves, then we'll go really far.
What a beautiful content piece featuring Adam and BDS. And what he said there really hit home with me, because in covering the league for so many years, you do often see players that have a start that isn't ideal, even though it should be on a good roster or on a good team. And not everyone bounces back from that.
No, the work is very brutal. In the end, there's only 50 spots, and there's 10 in each position, and all eyes are on you when you join into the big league. For Adam in his career, everything was going his way, and he joined the LFL, won EU Masters right away, and he had this thundering start, joined Fnatic, worked with us, and in the beginning he had this ego about him because everything kind of went right. And I think always when you go through that process of falling down and rebuilding, you get that chance to really reevaluate yourself. And I get this impression from Adam, from just working from him, I get this impression that he's a lot more mature. He's a lot more aware of the things that are important, but he has kept that flair about him, that he manages to still pick those unique picks and find dominance through the top lane, but he has found ways to connect more with his teammates. And as his former coach, I'm very happy to see that.
It's awesome to see indeed. And with that, BDS could in fact be first place at the end of the day. Astralis could be right behind them. And I wanted to take some time to talk about these two teams, Yamada, because both of them are huge surprises in terms of ending possibly that high in the standings and in the, I want to say, promise and development they have shown in Spring.
Yeah, I said earlier that in the rehearsal that they held hands at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah.
Now they're holding hands at the top, and I think it's definitely been an excellent rise. I think for Astralis, right, changing out Dayo for leader has really sort of brought a certain level of stability that I feel like the roster definitely needed.
It's weird because stability, even though it's a player like leader, right?
And that's the thing that everyone's still kind of getting used to, because I think along the same vein as Adam, honestly, we've had leader come back into the LEC, and we can kind of see that he's matured a lot in his time away, and he's become a bit of an IGL for everyone here at Astralis. And even though they have experienced players like Finn, like Kobe, it seems like he was the kind of player required to sort of also enable 1-on-3, because when you're a jungler, normally you're either working the most with a support or you're working the most in the mid lane, and it seems like those two particular as well have really teamed up and almost enabled each other.
100%. I just feel like 1-1-3 already in the previous split was playing so invade heavy. He always wanted to press the advantage and express himself mechanically with the Viego pick. And I think from watching Leader play over the years and also in Champion Q most recently, he always is attracted to volatility wherever it happens, whether it's in the top side or in the jungle or in the bot side. And I feel like Astralis in the jungle and in the bot lane were very good at creating this, and Leader is kind of connecting and kind of completing this identity of Astralis.
It's working working out really well. 113, of course, also played in the LFL. And when we look across to BDS, the other team at the top of the standings, a whole core coming from the LFL in general. And it just shows that sometimes if you have some prior communication, or if you have been worked together or even played in the same league in general, and you put the right focus on it and get the right coaching, that you can really evolve to a new level. And I feel like BDS rather is a good example of that.
Yeah, and you know, BDS, the core that's come up from the LFL, they were effectively the best players in the entire of the ERL system, forget just France. And it's working out well for them. I feel like the fact that Adam is also being enabled in this way where he can still pick his very flary picks like you mentioned, but also he's now being very normal in the playing tanks and actually enabling the rest of his team too.
And they are playing from their team facility today, but they have sent replacements for the team arrival shots.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay.
I'm kind of scared.
Me too. Because it's already always wacky, so.
Nice.
Awesome.
Damn.
I like it.
I just wanted to play Lee Sin, Trash, all of the mechanical stuff.
Exactly. It's going to be great. Thank you for that, Team BDS. In general, though, you have the LFL core, and in rehearsal, you guys were also talking about kind of the influence that Crowny can have on those young players.
I think Crowny is also one of those guys that has had a very similar story to Adam. You know, he's been slotted into teams like almost at random, and he's always, you know, from talking to him, always fighting. He always told me that he deserves more, and I feel like this year has been this really, really redeeming chance for him, especially together with Labrov, because they played together, in fact, in Vitality, together with Leader. And I remember back then, they were just kind of passengers on this self-made Leader train, and they weren't talked about at all. But now they've pretty much cemented that they are a core part of the identity of BDS.
It's so interesting to me. BDS with newer players, younger generation as well, that they're at the cusp of locking first versus an Excel that has such a wealth of experience, but just can't seem to put the puzzle together. Is this the day that it happens? It'll have to for Excel. Let's get into the game.
Let's go! Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to the final day of the Spring Split regular season. My nickname is Quickshot, and I'm joined by the one and only Big G Corn Dog King Goldborg himself. GB, you excited to take a look at this game? If BDS wins, they lock first. If XL wins, they set themselves up for a chance at group stage. But they need Mad Lions to lose in order for that tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, there's so many stakes between these two teams. Now straight off the bench here, Draven, no surprise. We've seen a lot of people go against that for Patrick. I'm looking at specifically potentially Sai as well, and the likes of either Grackers and Jace if we're over in that road. Now from the side of XL, Annie, quite normal. We could see a Caitlyn ban come out as well. Yep, there we have it. And for the last one, I think I'm just expecting a Shio ban here. Either the likes of Sejuani or any facilitating jungler that they've prioritized.
Instead, it's going to be that Xayah champion that's risen in priority. So, ladies and gentlemen, Seri is available. So is Lulu. Yay! Very quickly, before we get to first picks, just a reminder that XL did tweet earlier today they are playing from home due to players testing positive for COVID-19. Team BDS will be playing from their team facility because of that fact as well. I love the Lulu ban that might remove the Zeri. Please.
Yeah, so there's two things here. Either BDS just straight up goes for Sejuani here for the likes of Shio, or they're looking for specific AD carry for Crowny. We've seen loads of time they either prioritize the Seri, or we've seen them try and prioritize the what's the champion name again? It's not the Varus. They're probably going to lock that one in instead. I was looking at the Jinx, but it is actually going to be the Varus. So with Sejuani going over, not only is that champion that Shio would have normally liked, it's a champion you can also make a takeaway now from the likes of Cersei. Usually we see XL do quite a bit of Rakan bans as well, but wouldn't surprise me if that's something that Limit has been looking towards lately himself for that engage factor. He didn't look too comfortable on the Heimerdinger yesterday, and I think from this side of XL, I would really love to see them actually have that solid engage option.
Now, of course, that Sejuani, which is still available, has only been played once this spring. It's been played 3 times all year from Xerxes, but I think the value denying it from Shio is definitely preferred. Limit is going to be locking in the Rakan for now. And while we wait for that second phase lock-in, I do think it is important to address and call out the fact that XL team that has struggled has also dealt with a lot of illness. I don't want to make that excuse, but it is one of the unique scenarios. Players with COVID are currently playing, but we like the Sejuani combo that with you've got a lot of engaged tools, you've got safe engaged tools, and then the follow-up from the quickness.
So what are we looking for from the side of BDS here? Is a divide takeaway to still have that facilitating role for Shio, potentially in Nautilus as well, could come out from Laprov. It's a good matchup into the Rakan as well, but we'll see.
I was just going to mention Wukong is the other option. I think Vi, Wukong, Sejuani of the junglers we've seen significantly the most here in week 3. We are still playing on patch 13.4, and we're waiting for either the support to get locked in or the jungle. And the assumption that I will have is whichever role is not locked in could be target banned in the following phase.
Well, this is already very interesting. We see an early prioritization of this Azir. Usually with Nuke, we only see the mid laner and the top laner for BDS be played in the second ban phase. This is the first time in the entirety of Spring that they've picked a solo laner before the second ban phase.
That is a great call out. You mentioned this yesterday as well, that pick ban trend from BDS. The other thing, there are very few top lane bans. And what that means to me is Darius is open, Olaf is open, you know, a number of the Adam-specific champions are there. I love the Darius Hover, it will be the Zeri lock-in, but I think signaling that intent probably could expect some top lane bans in the second phase.
Oh yeah, potentially. I also think that you need to go for an AD here. The AD pool is just going to get too thinned out if you don't take it before you go into the second ban phase. And now with the solo laner as least picked, you know, you can go for the support bans. We might see some Nautilus, the likes of that, something that Laprov loves to prioritize. It's good into the Seri as well. And then we can maybe see the fact that they want to trim some of the champion pool up towards the top side.
Well, with that Ash band, the way you mentioned it, I want to highlight just for Nukes Azir, also building on the BDS change of strategy prioritization on the solo lanes. This is Nuke's most played champion. He has 32 games, a 60% win ratio, meaning 20 wins and 12 losses. The next ban here from Team BDS is going to be the Olaf. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another top lane ban targeted away. And the question I'll have now for XL is, do they obviously lock in the mid laner here? As you know, the Azir, leave that top lane counter pick because you could deal with whatever shenanigans that Adam and BDS are going to throw your way, because I anticipate shenanigans.
Yes, I think from the side of BDS here, you're acknowledging the fact that you most likely have to blind pick your top laner, where on the side for XL, they can just counter pick their mid lane on 4 and leave counter pick open for Odoamne. So we still have the likes of Jax, Cassandra, open and available champions that we've seen Odo on before.
I mean, let's take a look at the rest of the pool. Yasuo, Darius, Sion, Wukong, Aatrox, Renekton, and Malphite. Those are the champions Adam has run. Coming into yesterday's games, he and Niski were the only 2 players to have a unique champion in every game, and then Adam let me down. Played Malphite for a second time. Real disappointing, bro. I want to see something new this time around. Right now, the hover on a couple of other champion picks is not Jax, Darius removed from the pool. And if this Olaf is locked in, that is a denial from one of the champions Adam has run. And no ways. Is this actually going to get locked in here for Odo? I don't think this is a champion Odo's played very often. That is okay, give me a second. I will look at the numbers for this one. What do you think of this, and what does Adam run into?
Yeah, I really expected that they would save the top laner for last pick, just because they already knew where Azir was going. And if anyone is going to know that Olaf, it's going to be Adam. Yes. So if he knows any counter to it, well, he's going to bring it out. He sees the set as an option here.
Punch him in the face or hit him with the X. Okay, this is only Odoamne's second ever Olaf game. Do you want to know the last time he played it? Give me a year as a quick stat guess.
Oh, 2017.
2015
oh, God.
was the last time Odoamne played Olaf, and this is a do-or-die game for XL. If they lose this game, they are eliminated from the group stage for the second split in a row. And Abadaga will now lock in that Gragas to round it out. So very different compositions from what I was expecting. If we zoom out, how did the teams win?
Yeah, this is a way better composition for XL than we saw yesterday, at least. It's way easier to execute. You got team fight tools, and the fact that you have the follow-up engage after Sejuani with Rakan, with Gragas. You got that disengage as well. You can just run straight into them. Having Olaf play into Renata is such a nice one to have. And from the side of BDS, well, they're going to have to be a bit careful with it, because if they disrespect the fact and Lavrov missed positions on that Renata, he's going to be toast. On the side of BDS, a lot of it is playing around with their range that they have in a Varus, in an Azir, and then afterwards when they begin poke down a little bit, that's where you're looking for the initiator. With Shio, he's got that Divine Sundra, he's got that extra damage on the Wukong, and hopefully a follow-up from Adam.
I mean, I think when you do look at the BDS composition, when they want to start fights, they have to commit heavily. They're going to throw everything at that. They don't have that Glacial Prison or the Explosive Cask. What they do have is the Body Slam Elder Drop from Set to at least return one of the champions. Risky engages if it doesn't go well, if they're not set up for, with the right vision and things like that. So high risk, high reward in my mind.
Yeah, most certainly.
All right, we're going to find out as we hit the rift in just a moment's time. For Team BDS, a win here will lock them into that first seed, which is something I was not expecting to say. For XL, they are fighting for their lives. Look at that, we're peering into the multiple dimensions of Summoner's Rift. As soon as we hit this early stages, Shio and Xerxes, I want to keep my eyes on them. Xerxes in particular, a player that has been fairly heavily and I think very fairly criticized at the course of the year, has had not the greatest influence and impact, but he needs to help steer his team in the right direction.
Yeah, so a bit of reasoning why they're up here as well. Well, one thing is if you can catch one off guard on the top side with Olaf, well, they're going to die. Another thing is that you get bush control in the early game from the top side, which is really important for the likes of Olaf. You want to make sure that when you go into this laning phase, you have control against it. Also, when you're playing into another melee. BDS, they were anticipating an invade, but it seems like they were anticipating it down on the bot side instead, so they were just stacked up here, but no one came around.
Not this time, and of course, if you look at the respective junglers, Xerxes starting on his red buff, mirrored, I should say, bottom half there for Shio, so potentially splitting the map. Honestly, whether or not there's going to be any sort of invades. Crowny and Labrov making their way towards that bottom lane. Patrick a little bit late, as you can already see Limit stepping forward, a number of pings. So they'll spot one another out. But I get trying to get that red buff ward done. That's something we have seen a number of times, that early 1.5 minute step forward, get the Brambleback spotted, but Nuke played block, didn't let the mid lane drag us into the jungle.
Yeah, and I think we might be in for a bit of a slow early game here, just due to the fact that there's not so much action that can come through. You have some setup in both lanes. Of course, there's knock-up down towards the bot side. You have the handshake from Labrov as well. But the follow-up engage from specifically Wukong will need that ultimate Divine Sunder and the power spike we always talk about. I think in terms of early action, if there was to come anything out of it, it might be up towards this top side. You can already see now Shio, the jungler that's pathing up towards that top side. Xerxes still clearing on his red side jungle, could make his way down towards the bottom side if he's not escorting Odo Amne with his minion wave in towards the top side, but it looks like he's just going to be pathing down.
I think those two top lane champions as well have the ability to complete takeover game. If a Cetra and Olaf are able to generate an early lead, early advantage, the kits, the mobility, the damage, they can get to those back lines, they can put a lot of threat on them. So we'll see, will be very important to track. I think you and I have had a little bit of a sub-thread in our games this weekend. Top lane doesn't matter, is a statement we've said a couple times. I have a feeling it might be a little bit more impactful today with how these comps play, and also specifically with the players in question.
Oh,
here comes Xerxes. There's the body slam, flash, and conquering shifting sands easily gets Nuke away, but they trade mid lane flashes.
Yeah, it was good engaged there. They saw they used the Sand Soldier into the queue, so Arbus saw the moment for it, flash for flash, as you say there as well. Yeah, I'll be honest as well. I don't really know the set into Olaf matchup, not one that I'm too knowledgeable about, but I'm more about the bot lane guy, so I say making his way down there as well. Shio probably just going to stand in towards this mid lane here to make sure that his mid laner can crash the wave now that he does not have that summoner spell.
Well, he has a learning opportunity for both of us. Odo and Adam trading. As Vicious Strike's coming out, Odo forced to flash and ghost away. Adam dropped that ignite and immediately using sets, kit and shielding to his advantage.
Yeah, and who's going to know that champion better than Adam himself? He was the one who made Olaf meta in Europe.
Good look, even more than that, who's going to know how to play into an Olaf, the champion that he popularized here in Europe? And Odo, old man, old hands, been around a long time. The last time he played this champion competitively, 2015. I don't know if he's been spamming it on scrims or
I have a good guess that he probably have played this champion since 2015, just in general. But now
he's
with
still
no
got old hands. Good boy.
Okay, that's you would know about that, wouldn't you? But now Shio making his way up towards the top side. No flash on Odo. They could potentially look for a dive here with the Haymaker. It could be good setup for it. No one's around. Even Nuke is making his way up here.
Here comes Nuke. Odo Amne, what can he do? No support from the rest of the squad. Teleport is available for Abadage. Does he pull the trigger quickly or not? That's the question. Pull back, lands onto Odo. TP coming forward, down to 100, down to 20. Odo escapes with his life. Abadage not being able to get more. Adam committed his flash for that one. Shio steps forward, so teleport's secured. Now Xerxes roaming his way up top, and Odo still under some threat, but he's managed to stay alive.
Yeah, how long do we want to make this stalemate happen? I don't know the wave state of mid lane right now, who's losing what. It looks like it's a minion wave that's going to push into the favor of Nuke, so if they just abandon the play right now, then Abadaga is actually going to be losing CS, and you can see it here. Cannon minion still alive, so Abe had to TP up there, Nuke already got a crash in, so this was beneficial for BDS in terms of the minions.
Really nicely done. I mean, that full combo. Adam and Shio stuck around. Gonna go forward, crushing blow, pulled backwards and punch him in the face. Shio and Adam, BDS get first blood.
Odo really wanted to crash in on the wave on the top side so he could get a favorable back. That's why he stuck around. But the call should have been there to have Cersei maybe help him out there. And because Shio stuck around, helped Adam, that made it so they could get that first blood. This is only 3 minions and they're quite low, so it wouldn't freeze. But crucially, Odo does not have teleport. So he'll have to walk all the way up to this top side.
That's
gives
actually
Adam some good time.
That's a really good call out though, Goldborg, because no TP into the later stages of the game. No TP for Adam either. So depending on how even or what the state is, once we do get to the 20-25 minute mark, we might end up seeing a lot of sort of 4-1s and grouping up for those objectives because they can't play side lanes with only single TPs.
Yeah, so for XL here, good aggressive vision. You can see the entrance to the river has been warded up. Even deep into the jungle, there's a ping board that spotted Shio. The problem is, they can't really use this information too much. They can say, hey guys, they're doing Drake, can we do anything about it? Well, let's see if they actually feel like it.
Dragon's gonna go low, 900. Limits towards the pit. Lebrov is the target of Abadagia. Dragon secured by Shio and BDS, forcing a flash out of Lebrov. Crownie gets over the wall. And Shio will make his little escape thanks to the Trickster. Dragon goes the way of BDS, costs them a couple sums, but they are 1,000 gold up, a Dragon in the advantage, and their first ganks have been positive.
Yeah, but this is also Crowning with no cleanse playing into Cersei on the Sejuani, so as soon as he hits 6 on maybe his next clear, he's going to be straight down towards that bottom lane, so that's something to pay attention to. Is there going to be a little bit of butterfly effect here in terms of getting that Drake? How is that going to have value going into the next one?
Well, we'll find out in a moment or two. As we don't have a little bit of action yet, I do just want to explain to everybody what is at stake here for XL. I know you have heard it a few times, but just to visualize it. In order for XL to get to the group stage, first, they need to win versus BDS. If they lose, they are eliminated. Next, they need Mad Lions to lose to G2. If Mad Lions win, XL are eliminated. And of course, that they need to do is, if Mad Lions lose and XL win, they then need to win the tiebreaker. Really great job from producers bringing up the standings to show it as well.
Now, Labrov, or rather Limit here on the Rakan, is actually going to be able to have the move here first. Good vision control from Adam to at least have some even knowledge of where it might come. Adam, no flash, remember?
XL Esports.
Oh, Adam!
La, la, la. The body slam down! Limit takes a shield punch to the face, and Adam escapes thanks to the showstopper.
And you can't do that to a set. You need to be behind him, else he's just going to do that. I was afraid he might do it on Olaf as well, because while Olaf is unstoppable, you can still use that as a getaway against him to just yoink yourself out of there.
And unfortunately for XL, it ends up costing them. Not only do they not get the kill, a plate in the bottom lane goes the way of Crownie and Lebrov. Abadage, explosive cast available, handshake catches onto Patrick, and Limit's now making his way down. So it's an 8-9 CS advantage for Crownie. The kill and the assist to Adam and Shio, and small green gold graphs for all of the members of BDS outside of the support.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's all the small things. We have a 1k gold lead currently for BDS, but it's not just one member, right? It's all of them collectively. And then I guess the supports don't matter here, but you know what I'm saying.
Of course. I mean, look, a Limit tried to get involved and make a play, hasn't had a time to shine. The one thing I will mention, though, is that obviously there's a lot of damage on the side of BDS, so as long as they're in advantageous position, I think they do have the ability to burn through everything on XL. But if they are even toe, there is threats. Sejuani, Graga, Seri, Olaf, they can get past whatever tools of, Set and Wukong running forwards. But I think for XL, it's also going to be very challenging. How do you deal with all 4 damage threats on the side of BDS who also have an advantage? One of the answers will be, can they get Herald, use this to claw back this deficit?
Yeah, so right now I think that Herald is just going to go over to the XL. The pressure that XL spot lane had has now shifted into the mid lane. You can see they're hovering around. In terms of ultimate, Adam just used his earlier. The Sejuani ultimate might have more value as well in a turn scenario while they are first on Herald. So BDS is just going to make the call. We're going to cross map it. We're going to try and get something down on the bot side, maybe get a few plates. With this in mind, XL bot lane, move back down, and they get an objective.
Oh, Crownie's been jumped on, engaged on. Patrick's put so much damage out. Chin encryption on the handshake, rather starting to spread out. Crownie, one more auto is all that's needed. The bailout comes forward, and Crownie's dropped. XL get the 2v2.
The small AoE there, I believe, gets him. If Laprov walked a bit further up, maybe he couldn't get away, but Patrick still did have that flash available to him. So just a great pickup there. Laprov went up to get vision in River, and as soon as he did that, Patrick and Limit, they struck.
I mean, really nice. The spark over the wall, just really not giving any time to Crownie. He had no flash or ghost available to him with sums down, easily run.
Yeah, but initially, really good chains of corruption from Crownie. Stopped the knock-up from Limit. as you can do in his track. And yes, it is the AoE, unfortunately. Now, Patrick did have flash, so maybe there's a scenario here where you just burn the flash and then he gets the kill, no matter what, Crowny dies.
Damn it, I blame Lebrov. He shouldn't have allowed that AoE to bounce. No, that is not fair at all, actually.
Min-maxing.
It's so brutal. But that's actually really important, because I think on the side of XL, Patrick is going to be one of the primary damage dealers. Yes, you want Odo and Abe eventually to have some impact, but that Zeri needs to be mobile, wants to be in a better position. Now 200 gold lead. Limit is being flanked here by Xerxes, so it is a 3v1. Remember, no flash available yet. Crowny's going to be the targets.
And that's the thing in that communication. They realized earlier, no flash.
He's dead. Stunned up, locked down, flown into the air. Second kill secured by Patrick. Emperor's Divide goes out, and the handshake will not connect. But it's a 3v1 in the middle lane, so kill for XL bot. And it should be a kill for BDS, but no ways. No ways! The fat man's wobbling to safety. Limit throws down the quickness, and he's bought some time. Abedagi's going to look to teleport out as well, and he will escape with his life.
Oh, beautiful. That's a great escape there from XL. It looked dire for a minute there, didn't it? He gets out of it, and now with Crowny coming back from base, no one's around to defend the turret. That's going to be plating back for the XL bot lane. But look at this. Is anyone going to come back to support him? But they're still waiting, lurking around. Adam on top side.
That is huge. Face breaker, haymaker. Pick ups the kill with the ignite. Too easy. Teleport's not coming to the bottom lane. And this has just exploded. Xerxes the target of the sifting, conquering sands, and Crowny will secure the kill. So it is still 1,000 gold advantage to Patrick's Zeri. But the TP thrown down and the kill bounced back both from Adam in the top lane and Crowny in the bottom lane.
Shio did use his W to get over the wall there instead of the blast cone, so it doesn't have it just yet. We'll have it in a moment though.
There is support here from the rest of XL. The first dragon with the way of BDS, and it looks like it will be conceded. The number of plates secured. So Adam is flying ahead of Odo right now. Plus 30 CS, got a number of tower plates, 101. That's going to be up to Patrick to try and balance that out in these late stages.
I was going to say, remember how we said it was kind of a team effort for BDS? Well, that's no longer the case. It's the Adam show up towards the top side, gets to take another wave, gets to have the recall. No TP from Odo, total gold. Wow, Patrick actually still ahead here. So a solid carry for XL to look towards for and play for.
I mean, when you consider there's only 5 kills in the game, he has 2 of them. He's also on par with the highest CS in the game, which is currently Adam. Patrick's got that shield bow completed and will be called upon from all of the burst damage. And it's just a quick reminder, you'll see there, the group draw show will happen after our final game. Of course, if there are any tiebreakers, it'll have to be after game 6 or 7, depending on how that plays out. But for now, XL just trying to make it there. Adam will step forward, use the haymaker, use the showstopper. Odo, 7 seconds for Ragnarok.
So
he's
good,
down.
no?
He's just complete down. I mean, Adam is styling on Odo. Those old man hands being beaten up.
I'm not going to make it an H thing. I'm just going to make it a guard. Adam is so good. Up towards the top side thing. He's going to get the first turret all for himself. XL with a cross map on the bottom side. 4 vs 4. Shio might get caught off guard here if Limit decides to ultimate.
I really like that Cyclone from Shio. Limit does engage with the quickness. The barrel goes just a little wide. Shio crushing blow onto Limit. Chain of Corruption has started to spread. Rain of Arrows comes down, and Abadage is below 50. Gets up to 90 now. Continue to run for his life. Nobody dies, but the Dragon goes to XL.
It does, so that was a good thing for XL. They can still get the 4 vs 4 though. First of the objective. Gotta say, the setup there was really good. But individually, again, Adam on that top side has created a massive lead. Someone is going to have to deal with him on a side lane eventually. And he's 2.6k ahead of Odo.
And that is pretty much the entire gold lead. If you look at the top of the screen, the gold lead for the entire game is around 2,800, 3,000 gold. And it's because of this beautiful pink man right here.
Oof, and it's into the stride breaker. Get this look at the movement speed. Turn it around. 2 caster minions left. They're going to die to the ultimate with the turret here. Odo's going to take some extra damage from that. And it's just cleanup afterwards, isn't it?
Can I nominate for player of the game, the Observers?
Oof.
That is just awesome. Although, to be fair, at this angle, he looks like Udyr.
I've had some issue with some of the set skins where I thought they were Udyr, I kid you not. But yeah, Adam now rotated down towards the bottom side. Someone's going to have to come and deal with him eventually because he's just going to keep gaining gold. He's just going to keep gaining objectives. Somebody needs to stop him, but the problem is somebody can't. They need multiple members. What are you drawing up there?
I'm just trying to highlight the gold lead. Look at that. Just near about 3,000 gold. Of the 3,000, 2.5 is in Adam's back pocket. And for XL, now it becomes a scary, scary situation. This is a team that has struggled all split long. They picked up a win against Fnatic and a win against Mad Lions, and then dropped all the rest. If they drop this game, their spring split is over. They come back after MSI for summer. It is a significantly longer vacation. Yes, the team is dealing with illness. Yes, the team has made the substitution with Abadage, and they looked pretty good despite the game being lost all the way back on Saturday. Now they're going to have to call on LCS champion, have to call on the experience of these players, because down 3 and a bit gold, down the initiation tools of the set, the Wukong, it becomes even more difficult to play defensive because you can't get dove so easily.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they have that scaling aspect of the game pretty much already set for them, with Patrick being the one ahead, right? So it's not all doom and gloom from the side of XL right now. The problem will be containing Adam once he starts grouping up as well, because you can't match him right now. He's definitely going to be a pain to deal with. So with Adam shifting his pressure from bot side up towards the top side, they can finally get an objective, but this also allows Odo to finally lane, to finally get something for himself.
I mean, if you want to keep an eye on Patrick, look at his summoner spells with that flash and the cleanse. I think those will be crucial for some of the bigger fights with 2 minutes until the next dragon. We're also playing for a Mountain Soul, which I think will benefit both teams, actually. A fair amount of additional statistics on both sides, so they'll definitely want to be prioritizing it. More importantly for me, though, if Patrick's can use the Spark, the Flash, the Cleanse to stay away, we saw him chipping down at him a little bit, but he will be the target that they're going for. So that does mean that Odo and Xerxes also have to either peel for him or try to do their work on the back.
Oh yeah, by all means, Adam is not going a tank build right now. Adam is going to be a full bruiser. He's going to try and kill them. He's going to try and be a carry right now, and I think arguably he's deserved the right to try and do so with the laning phase that he had from the get-go. It's also going to make it so that they have an easier time actually playing up towards the side lane. The only problem I have with this right now is Adam is not set up for success in the side lane. Currently, there's full vision control from the side of XL, and that makes it so he can never really step too far up unless that they're showing themselves on the top side, which at this point, well, quite luckily they are.
Yeah, they were committing into that northern river, so that allowed it. But look, the moment they stepped into the darkness, you highlighted Gulborg, all of that vision down bottom, this makes it a little risky for Adam. He does have flash available, but I think starting to respect at least the potential. Now, if he sticks around too long, that is a juicy target to jump on.
You can see the communication is already coming in now. They went down towards the bottom side of river here. You have to back off, Adam. Okay, I have no vision, sure. So I think the way that BDS continues to accelerate this game is doing what they're doing now. They need to gain control of their own jungle again, and they don't need to get it a lot. There's a term called low vision, high vision, in terms of where you want to allocate most of your vision, and then a little bit of your vision just to make sure that somebody can get the info so anyone is coming to collapse on him. And I think right now, from the side of BDS, they actually have to allocate a lot of their vision for Adam if they want to take care of the outer turret, setting up for Drake at the same time.
And not only that, no teleports for them, right? So neither Odo nor Adam having teleport available with Dragon up in 30, you can already see the teams grouping. Already starting to catch the wave, fight him in the bottom lane. His flash has just become available. He's level 12. Still got that 2.5k gold. Importantly for me, he's got the second item completed before this next fight, as XL are shoving that mid wave forward and now moving into the river.
Got that Sterix, yeah. So they need to fight for the control here. Mid lane still not pushed in. As soon as this mid lane is pushed in, they can start phase shaking. They can try and regain some of that control. XL, though, not completely willing to forfeit it for free, but they do have that ace up their sleeve, with the Rift Herald now being summoned in the mid lane.
Well, will Squidward answer the phone or will Patrick answer the phone? Because XL need a 5-star performance from him. Patrick and the rest of XL clear out the Rift Herald. Mid turret gets chunked down. Odo wants to flank.
Not even spotted.
Not spotted yet. Adam will catch him in just a moment. Blast Cone is available and taken over the wall. Mountain Drake down to 7,700. Crowley's still got that chain of corruption and limit. Stands aside from that handshake. All right, Dragons reset, and the 5v5 for the objective continues.
Yeah, so I wonder, they're just going to start pushing in the bottom side of BDS, put some pressure on that turret instead, but XL, they're not really willing to give up the Drake for free.
Here's the fight, here's the fight, here's the fight. Sand Soldiers forward, Limit goes over the wall, throws in the quickness.
Oh, that's an ultimate.
By some time, and so does the hostile takeover. BDS have got the first as Limit is dropped inside the jungle. Adam is forcing Abadage and Patrick away. Will be taken down just in a moment as Adam now is jumped on by multiple members of XL. Patrick has still stayed alive, but the flash as well as that cleanse, 1 for 2 in favor of BDS, but XL will be able to peel back, stay alive.
Cyclone's still available for Shio as well, so even if they come back to try and contest that Drake, it's not going to be an option. And wow, that fight initially with Nuke setting it all up with the Asir ultimate into Labro's ultimate afterwards. Purely beautiful, and XL just gets absolutely scattered afterwards.
It felt to me like the moment the initiation came out, the call from XL was run. Just don't give up more, because they are still in a difficult position. And it felt to me like there was a full retreat.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the flash from Limit here initially, I mean, he does get the knock-up, but it does feel a bit awkward with the way that it's played out here, where it's just flash into the wall, only get Adam. That's not what you're looking for. Pay attention to the Gragas cask as well, because this Gragas cask, it's not gonna Yeah, thank you, observers. You're just going to call it out. He's going to get a journey right into Patrick. So, yeah, Arbe really just sending his own death there.
Unfortunate there for XL. Adam got so many air miles that he's bumped a tier status in that previous fight. Managed to fly all the way forward, showstopper over the wall. And they don't have an answer for him. And XL fall a little further behind. 3,000 gold still at the 20-minute mark. Importantly for me, 2 dragons to just the 1. And how these team fights have played out, it has been BDS favored.
It most certainly has. Now, finally, we can start taking care of some of these outer turrets, hopefully from the side of BDS. We want to see them accelerate some of their vision control as well. We want to see them make it a bit deeper as well, make sure they have all the intel, because it was still a very dark Drake fight we saw earlier. And as you see right now, it's quite even, right? It's only in river, so you can never really step too far up. And we are gearing into a game that is 20 minutes long, where you want to put some pressure on the tier 2 turrets.
You did set this expectation at the beginning of the game. It could have been a slower one. And I think when you look at the compositions, look at how the laning phase was going to play out, and the fact that there's no teleports from those top laners, 9 kills, 20 minutes, in comparison to what we had yesterday, this is slower. But I think what will be important now is these team fights are going to get very, very heavy and intense, and everyone's going to be nearby. That's 3 members of XL. Limit's going to be late to the party, but they've caught Nuke. Nuke will buy some time for the Empress Divide. Bailout needs to get reset, and it doesn't. XL have got the first. Patrick forced to flash and cleanse and move away. Odo's going to be late to the party, but it looks like just a 1-4-0 in favor of XL.
Yeah, and with this, they can bridge that pressure into the mid lane. Odo's moved up from the top to the bottom side as well, seeing if they can get it down. Minion wave quite low here, so they do have to be careful. Adam still have that suplex. Crowny as well with the chains of corruption. So if you get over eager as XL, you might catch yourself.
I mean, look, this is huge. 3-0-1. Patrick got the kill there. He had the Hurricane for the fight. I was very nervous once that started. There was a numbers disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
But kudos to XL. They had the damage and they managed to single out Nuke.
Yeah, I was actually confused about it in the beginning. I thought Adam was going to ultimate Abbott immediately, try and take him down with Shio, but Limit actually had a really good flank, just disengage it on the backline as well. Crowny was on the top side clearing minions, wanted to make his way down here. So he just found a really good position with XL here with a 3 versus 4.
Well, it's still that negative situation with 2 minutes to go. Teleport for Nuke is up. Teleport for Arbe is up, and Crowny will get his sums up. So for the next Dragon fight, at least Crowny will have a little bit more mobility than Patrick in terms of the summoner spells. And I think, how do you expect these minutes to play out? It's 3 towers to 1, but for BDS within that 1 TP, it becomes infinitely more risky and harder to push into those inner turrets, the jungle. So do you expect the game pace to slow down just a little?
Yeah, I think we're just looking at different picks. XL actually have all the information. Shio was trying to sweep out there. He missed 1 ward. XL still with a pink ward here. Down towards the bottom half. They own all division control as well. So despite a gold lead being in the favor of BDS, it's actually XL that's dictating the game because of how they set up the vision control.
I mean, information is more valuable, is key, because especially when you do have a Gragas to Sejuani, if you can use those initiation tools from the darkness, obviously gives you that gigantic advantage in any of the skirmishes. They get the tower, 3-2, and now it's a minute for Dragon. So defensive wards there from XL in the river, and I think we're just going to be setting up. Question is, who pulls the Baron trigger? If someone goes like all in on Dragon, someone else could go for that Baron. And it looks to me like BDS are trying to sniff this out or set up at least defensive wards.
Well, I think if you end up in a situation where the next fight will be an all-out fight, then that fight is just going to lead to Drake and then Baron after, as we've seen so many times. So you just keep some vision here, then you can go for a reset, try and get some wards back in Labrov's pocket. He only has 1 on his support item right now, and with 1 minute left on the Drake, that's where you start fighting for the vision control. But you need help, you need someone to escort you. The mistake we see so many times with range support specifically is that they ward alone. It looks super griefy, and they die because they're used to the fact that they can just get out as a melee support.
Like, they're super griefy. It's a
but that's what it looks like, and that's why, yeah.
I mean, was it BDS you said yesterday, one of the teams that's got like great understanding of just foundational League of Legends?
Fundamentals. And I'll be honest, I actually think XL is upping them right now.
Well, right now, XL got themselves a kill. Patrick's on a rampage. He's taken down Nuke. Crowny's the next target. Handshake goes sideways. Here comes Odo with 10 seconds to Dragon. XL find another pick. They surprise Nuke, and they can take this Dragon.
And once again, it comes with the superior vision control. While BDS is still trying to get it, XL is just better at doing it. We're talking about the pink wards coming through at the right bushes. Even now, when they start up Drake, they still don't allocate all their team members there because they still acknowledge the fact that there was a very real chance that BDS might have looked at Baron. Now with Limit up here, Abedake up here, there's no way they can actually start it.
It's a classic, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody else, we've got a game on our hands.
Oh, well.
That goal difference at 25 minutes, frankly, doesn't mean as much.
You couldn't save that one for groups?
No, I gotta save it for now.
Oh, well.
Do you know what? There's enough viewers that change. I can say it a few times.
Yeah, there's a week break after this one anyway. So
Teleport
TP
coming
now
in.
coming in. It is still on a ward. I actually can't see if it's not spotted. Okay, it is. Okay, so it doesn't actually see anything this ward now. But the thing is, Odo's around. He can just throw an undertow in there, and he'll get all the vision that this is actually happening.
They're sticking on it. They're sticking on it. Xerxes is gonna be a little bit late. Teleport coming in.
Oh, they're just gonna get it.
Abedake. Baron's going low to 1,000. It's secured by BDS. The Baron pins them to the wall. Patrick's trying to take out Adam. Nuke goes for the Empress Divine. Doesn't do a lot. LeBron's already dropped. Crowley's flashing for his life to safely. And here comes Cersei. 1 second to go for that Glacial Prison. Patrick is completely untouched. Adams trying to do what he can. Manages to pick up the kill into Arba. The reply back from Nuke, however, is huge. And Patrick's still stepping forward. Shio's used the Cyclone and trying to chase out 3 members of XL down, 2 members of BDS, but the Baron goes to BDS.
Yeah, but how good are Adam in these fights as well? Like, he single-handedly makes the difference for them there. That suplex into the face breaker as well afterwards was absolutely beautiful. And what a great call from BDS. They saw members down on the bottom side of Drake. Initially, they called off the play. Then XL thought, okay, they're not going for it. We made it. We stopped them from doing it. TP comes in, and they just rush it immediately.
Incredible timing on that one. Keep your eyes on Adam once the fight does break out, but BDS burned through that so quickly.
Yeah, you can even see it. Olaf initially looks like he's just going to clean everyone up completely, but the damage is still there to take him down before it happens. And then it's here on the re-engage after the flash from Nuke into the knockup from Rakar, making sure that Adam does not get CC'd. Haymaker comes through.
Look at that shield. I think that was over 1,300.
It's absolutely insane. Mathematically correct set. I'm not even sure if that's correct. But.
Man, what a fantastic play. I think some credit there to Patrick. He's still played on the edge of safety, but with a Baron-empowered minion wave and that gold lead extending even further, BDS maintain a control of the game. And for Team BDS, they've maintained themselves a leading position. Look, they've dropped the game to SK and to G2. That's it. They already sole control of first, and assuming they extend this lead further and win the game, will not only eliminate XL from groups, they will also guarantee that they take first seed. So number 1 and number 10 will be locked. That is what Team BDS are playing for.
Yeah, okay. Vision control still very much in XL's favor, even though the BDS is pushing up here. They have this Baron control, and now it's time where we need to see them not get caught, Shio.
Shio's going to be flashing away to safety there, gets out of range of that Glacial Prison. But the engage from XL is good. The thing is, XL haven't been able to string those picks together into multiple objectives. They got 1 dragon to their name, a couple kills. It's still not enough to bring them back from the deficit.
Yeah, but from the side of BDS now as well, like I have to say, like we need to see them take control of just 1 quadrant of the map. Either you take top side, where you just get control of this side here, you play on 2 lanes, you don't have teleport on your top laner, and then you start pressuring. Or you do it on bot side instead. Because if this continues like this, and the vision control stays in favor of XL, they can keep trying to look for the picks. Now with the Baron buff in 1 lane, collectively seeing all their opponents, it is easier for them, but there still is that threat.
There is the threat. Limit, no flash, trying to find an angle for the quickness. Shio goes forward with the Trickster, and the wave has been cleared out. BDS have also got that Sunders to go back to, and Abedage's teleport, despite being available relatively soon, this would be a bold TP flank, which I don't think they can do. So XL hold the line, they defend their inner turret, and the recalls are coming in. 1 minute 40 for the next dragon. For both teams, it'll be the 3rd. So it's not the make or break objective.
Oh yeah, but side lanes are also just in favor of XL. You know, they're all pushing out here, so there's actually no pressure. They could all stand 5 members in the mid lane, just defending the push that came in. So I gotta say, BDS, a little bit sloppy with the Baron here, but I think it's gone now as well, actually.
Looks to be the case, and it's timed out. 1.5 minutes for that, 2.5 for the Baron. And I just don't really know how to read how likely it is for XL to come back into this game. It feels to me like a 20% odds at best, because BDS have, despite being picked off a little bit from the vision plays from XL, they've had control. They've got more towers, they've got the dragons, they got that Baron. They've been more successful with their proactive plays, so it keeps me in mind thinking that, like, if this next dragon goes their way, obviously they have all of the tools looking to close this out.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is really just Patrick finishing up that Lord Dominic's regard as well. When that happens, the frontliners will actually be quite squishy. Don't have too much armor. Adam now only invested in that chain vest now. Obviously, the plated steel caps is on Shio as well, but still, it's not like we're looking at any super tanks here. So if you are an XL fan, then Patrick is who you're keeping your eyes on.
What time is it, Gulborg? It's stopwatch time.
Oh.
It's stopwatch time for
sure.
Shio and Nuke.
Right.
The reason I highlight that, only stopwatches that I can see for now. So that could be pivotal as well for these fights. Nuke in particular has been the recipient of a lot of XL love. And on XL side, Patrick got that flash, got that cleanse limit, using the quickness already. That's baited out. Here comes Nuke forward. One of those engage tools, and Patrick trying to use that burst fight. No flash for Crownie. Odo's looking for a flank, got that ghost available, but now is going to be cut off, I think. Won't go toe-to-toe with Adam.
No, Shio looking for flank as well, but he's actually spotted out. Even Limit is down there to welcome him should he come into the bush. Odo still being, well, forced out of the play as it seems right now, but he does have that ultimate if the fight were to break out. Adam, though, looking for potential engage.
Following him. Where's the showstopper? Where's the haymaker? Drops that one out. Glacial Prison forward, barrel backwards. The showstopper's huge. All of a sudden, the hostile takeover's bought enough time. 1-for-1. It's a mid laner for a top laner with Adam down. XL, they felt strong, but now they need to run for their lives. Shio still holding on to that crushing blow. Not going to find a target. Abadar get traded for Adam and the Dragon not secured yet, but it's BDS inside the pit. XL haven't given it up.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. This Drake should go over to the side of the side of BDS here, but XL still around though. So they have that smite. Can he get in there in the pit?
Inside the pit. On shot lanes, XL steal it. Patrick's running for his life. He's taken down
the arrow.
The piercing arrow from behind. XL get the objective. They lose the carry. But I think that is potentially important. Soul for XL could help a lot.
Most certainly could. Here, let's have a look at
Most
the game.
obvious thing I've ever said.
Yep. Let's have a look at it once again. You can see the damage coming through from Patrick as well. He starts becoming a threat. Adam, crucially, though, does still have the force to get in there with the suplex. Bale out there to do some damage as well. And Odo just going a bit too far forward. The extra poke you get from Varus and the Azir helps space out the team fight and allows the likes of BDS to get back on the Drake. And then Cersei, I think it's done with the Ultra Shock laser there from the Seri. Just into a smite just like that.
Well, listen, with the Dragon going down, great piercing arrow. Zeri taken out. Huge shout out to VCT fans as all of a sudden Baron has now been started. BDS inside, down below Hop. Cersei doesn't have the smite available for a few more seconds. 3,000, 2,000. Baron goes the way of BDS. Shio secures it. And XL want the fight. Knockup catches onto Adam. He's still got the flash. He's still got the showstopper. Here comes Patrick. Reminder, he was dead. Will be late to the party. Shio still inside the pit. He can look to re-engage if XL overcommit. Adam is the target for now. Shio still waiting, looking for the opportunity. The shield from Adam buys enough time for the flash to safety. He clocks up from the glacial prison. He blast goes over the wall and Adam is unkillable. Now all of a sudden XL are split up. Abadage amongst the threat. Stepping forward is Odo Omne, and Crownie will take him down. He's unstoppable. The Sand Soldiers are ripping through XL's HP bars. The teams have swapped sides of the rift, and it's looking bad. It's looking worse. It's looking disastrous for XL. BDS have got 3. They're not done. They want the ace.
Yeah, Patrick Limit just left. Patrick flashing forward. Crownie's there with the bailout, and he is ready to take the kill on the end of that. Limit gets taken down as well, and it's an ace for BDS. And if you have to pay attention to a lot of the damage coming out for Crownie, you can look at his build right now. He's gone for the Sonya's Hourglass with the Rabadon's Death Cap as well. So when he gets his passive stacked out, which he does really easy with the Rage Blade and the Shield Bow, those abilities just does so much more extra damage. Even more so when it comes out from the ultimate. Nuke up towards that top side, TP'd in to get the inhibitor. We saw this yesterday. It's not going to be the base Rage as we saw then, but they finally get the base cracked open.
XL Esports are most likely to be eliminated for the second split in a row. Down 10k, down a Baron, down super minions in the top lane, down an inner turret mid. And this team fight, Shio cancelled his recall so many times. And look at Adam.
Look at that
the
damage
shield,
from the haymaker as well.
The blast, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great ultimate from Laprob as well. It's actually 4 members getting caught up in it. It makes a great fight for you. Adam.
What was that damage again? I mean, look, 4 items completed. Death Dance on top of Shojin Stride Breaking. All of a sudden, this is just completely blown open. XL to deal with super-powered minions, Baron-empowered minions, as well as the completely OP wallets that BDS are working with. I think they're done, and BDS, they're pushing into the base.
They most certainly are. They have to push down on the bottom side now. Finally playing on 2 lanes. You got the super minions on the top side playing on that lane for you. Now that you get the mid lane inhibitor cracked, you can't just shift your pressure down towards the bottom side. Shio is scored it in a wave here. XL looking at that last moment of a base defense here while the Baron buff is still active. 5 members now standing strong. Have to move up towards their Nexus soon because super minions are pouring forward.
Oh, how on earth does Patrick do this? No flash available to him. Super minions on the Nexus turret. Adam stepping forward. He's got that showstopper. I mean, level 18 already. And XL are just, there's too many threats to deal with. There are too many problems in front of them. And the wave clear is just not strong enough. Sand Soldiers go forward. Barrel is used. They've caught Labrov. Hostile takeover still available to him. Holds onto the trigger. Shio is spinning to win and getting away for now. XL, yes, they've stopped that final siege, but at what cost? Multiple waves of super minions. No towers in front of their inhibs.
And the question is the siege even over? Because they're right back at it again. No turret this time around, though. Adam with the Shojin. His cooldown's off so often. So if you're looking at Haymaker, if you're looking at the CC he gets with the Face Breaker, up all the time. And finally, they decide to leave the XL base.
Remember, the same thing happened yesterday for BDS, where they slowed the pace of the game down once they got into the inhibitors. Stepped back, respected their opponents, tried to play it by the numbers. Don't run the risk of throwing a game, a little bit like Fnatic did with that double TP play into the Nexus turret. Instead, use the gigantic gold lead, spend the money you have. I mean, Crownie's picked up an Hourglass now as well, flanked by Nukes himself, and then go in for that final push. They'll secure their third dragon. There's one more siege. In order for XL to even buy time, they have to win team fights flawlessly. But the odds are not in their favor.
Yeah, so they're doing everything they can to keep Patrick alive as well. Right now, Crossmap is on the top side. They can get the objective bounty. Now, Shield Bow and Knight's Vow has been purchased from, well, both Patrick and Cersei. The Shield Bow there on Patrick and Knight's Vow on Cersei. And the reason why that's a pretty good buy is because the passive procs on 30% HP with the Shield Bow, and so does the extra 10% resistance you get on the Knight's Vow. So it's just really good collaboration between the two items. So they're going to see if they can keep Patrick alive as long as possible. And he is, once again, going to be the saving grace for XL if they were to come back in this. Adam, though, looking to stop them right here.
No flash for Adam, no flash for Patrick. I'm looking for the showstopper. Can he use it to taxi his way to Patrick? Then use the Haymaker. Jump in his face. Instead, BDS again, look, waiting for the super minions. If you look at the minimap, middle and top lane, multiple waves are moving towards the steps. I think if BDS can sync up their siege with those supers, that's how they unlock the win. Great job, Observers, highlighting that. Abadag is going to catch top. He's got teleport to his name. And for BDS, this is again par for the course. This is what I expect from the roster, who has performed the most consistently throughout the spring split. So on the verge of earning that first seed. They don't take more unnecessary risks than they need to. Bearing in mind, this is still a fairly risk-prone team, shall we say.
I mean, I could have seen them going for more risk, I'll be honest with you, at least in terms of how they're setting their waves up for this one. I think they need to start playing on the two waves now with Adam pushing in the mid lane and the rest of his team looking up towards that top side. You can see them in the blue side jungle. That's where you want to see the pressure finally start gearing up. You still have that final inhibitor down at the bot side, but it doesn't matter much right now with 15 seconds on the Baron, and that's most likely going to be the objective that decides this game.
One more fight. XL have pushed out the top wave. They've pushed out the mid wave. Bottom lane's under a little bit of threat, and XL moving into the river first. One final stand. Do they channel Leonidas or not? That's what we're going to find out, as all of a sudden Adam and Labrov stepping forward. It's been Nuke that's been caught out to these positions in the past, but watch Shio. Watch Shio coming in from behind. He wants to send XL packing, eliminate them once again. Give them a 2-month vacation. But now he pulls the trigger, goes forward and finds nobody.
Oh, here's
the
Shio.
Flash, the Ghost, the Cyclone from Shio. The hostile takeover is beautiful, and the Emperor's Divide will throw Cersei backwards. XL are done. They've lost Patrick, the primary damage dealer. And for BDS, the team that placed 9th and 10th in 2022, a team that surprised in spring, but still finished 7th, is now setting up on the Nexus.
Yeah, the problem is that Odo is actually keeping care of the mid lane minions right now, so they have no minions to actually help them end the game. Nuka's just TP'd down the bot side. Odo now finally channeling that TP. Patrick still dead for 30 seconds. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 if they want to look for the end. Finally, here comes the mid lane minions. Nuke down for the bot side. XL 4 members standing at their Nexus turret. How is it going to pan out?
I think it pans out in favor of BDS. It's a 5 versus 4, and Patrick needs 15 seconds. The minions are still standing despite the inhibitor spawning. It's not enough. Abadagian has caught out Crownie, but Adam is jumping in to save the day. He focuses down the Nexus turret, focuses down the members of XL. And for the first time in BDS's history, BDS win the regular season.
And what a deserved team of being that as well. They've had such good fundamentals. I will say this game was a bit shaky in terms of how they approached it against XL. Probably one of the more lackluster ones. Either way, it doesn't speak of the performance from the entire season because this has been a damn good team in the LEC.
They have lost to SK Gaming and they have lost to G2. Two teams that they could face in the group stage once we get to that draw. For now, though, BDS are your #1 team from the spring split. We will be saying goodbye to XL. They have been eliminated from group contention. It comes down to Mad Lions and Team Heretics for that final spot. Let's go. Player of the game nominee at LEC on Twitter.
Who do you think it's going to be? I feel like it can only be one. Maybe it's just me, but you know, you have a vote. Your vote matters.
Do you want to read the other names then?
Yeah, there's Adam, and Crowny is also there. Laprov is also there, but let's be real, it's Adam's world, isn't it?
It has to be Adam's world. GG, Goldborg, we're going to be back after this break, and when we do, Shia will be standing by for the interview. Oh, Crowny's been jumped on, engaged on. Patrick's put so much damage out. Chin encryption on the handshake, rather starting to spread out. Crowny, one more auto is all that's needed. The bailout comes forward and Crowny's dropped. XL get the 2v2. Inside the pit, on shot lanes, XL steal it. Patrick's running for his life. He's taken down
the arrow.
The piercing arrow.
Ready to change your view? Let's go. Cutting-edge metal posters for the next generation of collectors. Magnet mounted. Discover officially licensed designs from the brands you love. Displayed. Collect your passions.
Welcome back to the LEC. Now, if you've only just joined us, you missed BDS taking down XL to secure the #1 spot at the top of the standings. It's official, Shio. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane. We finished top 1 regular split, so yeah, I'm pretty happy right now.
And what's it like for you, given that this is your rookie year of the LEC and you're top dog?
I mean, I think people kind of underrated us, but since we all know each other, we like each other, so it's kind of easy to work. So, I mean, I won't say I supposed us to be like top 1, stuff like this, but I knew we will do great together.
Do you think the success has anything to do with the French synergy?
Yeah, I will say we have really good synergy with Adam and Nuke, so it helps, like, you speak the same language, it's easier. So, yeah.
How do you stop the non-French members of the squad from feeling left out? Your poor bot lane.
I mean, they talk a lot between each other, so I think they don't really feel isolated, and we try to not talk French when they are next to us, so I think it's going great.
It's definitely going great, and the team synergy across all 5 of you looks fantastic. Let's talk about the set pick. Is that something that you've been practicing with the expectation that Olaf would appear today?
I mean, we don't really practice champ like this. It's just Adam knows his matchup, know what champs he wants to play. If he sees a set angle, he will go for it. Same for Darius, same for Olaf. So he just know how to play his matchup, I would say.
How much do you enjoy watching Adam have a Giga Chad performance like he did today?
I mean, he kind of smurf. He played against Olaf, solo killed twice, I think. So yeah, he played really good.
Now you are the top of the standings. If there's any team that you could get picked, or you could pick, I should say, to play against, given that we don't know which group you're going to be in yet, but if it was any team in your group, who would you pick to play in the group stage?
I think I would pick Fnatic, maybe. I think we can beat them pretty easily.
Even though that they're playing amazingly at the moment, you're still confident?
I mean, they have a momentum right now, but best of 3 is kind of different. They didn't really play them yet, so I think I would pick Fnatic.
How do you feel about the best of 3s? How are you going to make sure that you go all the way this time?
I mean, we just need to focus on ourselves, don't choke the best of 3, and that's it.
I mean, it sounds really simple. Oh, hello. I can see on the monitor now your teammates joining you. Hello. It's a simple celebration. It's the silent thumbs up. Guys, I don't know if you can hear me. No, they're leaving. They're leaving.
No, they cannot hear you.
I feel like this sums up BDS quite well. You just keep the celebrations very French, very classique, très simple, and it's
a French celebration.
Right? The French celebration.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much today. Oh, well, merci beaucoup. Thank you ever so much. Congratulations.
Thank you a lot.
And yeah,
thank you.
Proud Berlin. Let's hear it for BDS. They have topped the tables. It's official. So let's head over to Shox and the guest desk right now to talk about our top team.
Oui, oui. Est-ce que je suis français maintenant? Here we go. Swazizi. Awesome. Great interview setup they have, the remote one. I think it's like a new BDS facility.
It's pretty slick, yeah.
It's very slick.
Crispy.
It looks gorgeous. And to celebrate BDS locking first, we have a compilation of the best BDS look lives. Those are the videos that you see when they head to the studio. I don't remember.
I like the contrast, the police and the hippies.
Yeah, I haven't seen them all actually. I think they shot them all in 2 days or something.
Where did they get this plane from? Someone's missing their plane. Like someone's late to somewhere.
They rocked up to an airport and it was a complete heist from everyone.
Someone wants to escape the country and they're just, they don't have their airplane. Amazing. Fantastic. BDS locking in first place. But next up, we have Fnatic versus Astralis. Astralis, who is also fighting to lock second place or end by the top of the standings, which is crazy. So I think let's talk about them for just a second, Jamada. An insane growth, an insane development ever since they added leader to the roster.
Yeah, you know, we touched on it a little bit in the ready check, and I feel like that is kind of just the story, just adding that little bit of extra, you know, maturity, which is kind of almost a bit, maybe to the European base, a bit of a surprise when it comes from a leader, has really made the difference. I think just that extra layer of, okay, you know, when we had Deo was still, you know, effectively very early on in his career, and his champion pool was relatively limited. And whilst you would maybe think that from Leader, so far his appearances on Astralis have been very, very versatile while still implementing some of that special spicy stuff that he's got going.
I have to give props to Astralis and how good they've been at finding key players. Like when they found Younghoon, everyone was like, who is this man? You know, he came in, did his Pyke business, and Koben Younghoon has worked out fantastic. 1-1-3, everyone was skeptical because his last split in K-Corp wasn't too exciting. And then now, with the addition of Leader, I feel like they are so aware of what their players' strengths are. And I think Astralis probably has the identity that is the easiest to summarize out of any team. And I think that simplicity together, combined with the complexity of how they play and draft, is what makes them into a very lethal team.
Summarize it for me.
Just early game, start the game from level 3, pressure, find 3v3s on mid, snowball that in the bottom side, and just keep the ball rolling.
And do it to perfection. That's what we've seen. And with that, they are challenging for the top of the table. They're up versus Fnatic. Fnatic, who has sighed a breath of relief after yesterday. They did it. They went from 0-4 to 4-4. They locked in their place in the group stage, but I think what was most impressive to me is the fact that they did beat G2 yesterday in the match of the week.
Yeah, you know, huge step up. I think everyone, and Trevor was saying it in the cast as well, match of the week? No way, Fnatic G2, the way they're playing. But like, honestly, Fnatic now have proven to us that they are on a very clear upward trajectory. And honestly, I'm not even sure what I can necessarily identify other than everyone's just finally playing well together. It's one of those really awkward things where sometimes you go for a bit of a rut, right? You bring in new players and it does take some time to glue together, and it felt like, you know, the end of week 2 this week so far, I think specifically obviously Oscar and In finally getting to play the game a little bit has been a game changer for them.
I think the key thing for me was just the champions that they are playing. Advien on the melee champs, they were trying to force the range supports and it wasn't working out. I think when I think of Reckless, he's playing Jinx, Sivir and Desire. These are classic champions where he just plays the role of, you know, being that silent sleeping dragon that eventually takes over a game. I think also in the case of Humanoid, he keeps getting Azir somehow 4-5 and chanting the enemy team. In my mind, I think Humanoid is one of the best Azirs in the world. And I think that the key thing as well is just how the jungle pieces it all together. I feel like Razork is finding a level of consistency that I knew he had in him, but the inconsistency is what made it shaky, and I think that he has performed so well in all of the wins so far. And then additionally, of course, Oscarinin, I think Jackson, Olaf, that's what he should stay on, and I'm assuming the enemy team is paying attention to that, and maybe that's a pool that they're going to be attacking.
That they will pinch. We will also cover picks and bans for Astralis versus Fnatic here on the desk. So let's get a little primer as to what we may see in the mid lane. In terms of style, it couldn't be more different. You just said Humanoid could be the best Azir in the world. Well, maybe Leader could be the best Aurelion. No, but a very good one.
No, that might be Rookie.
Yeah, a very good one.
I've got to reference it once or twice. Yeah, I mean, I think, as you can see, it's pretty night and day. The only real close to Assassin that Humanoid's played is the LeBlanc. Other than that, it's been mostly about these control mages. Leader, you know, this weekend has been Zed plus Irelia. Will he get the trifecta in of the Yasuo? Even though it's not on the graphic, will he manage to make that triple
will he make that happen?
Work? It's very interesting. I think, again, just kind of to reiterate the point, I think the fact that he's come in and he's still playing his assassins whilst mixing in the control mages is the big thing, because I feel like Astralis were very limited. 1-1-3 likes to be very aggressive, and they all only really played like the Silas, and that was kind of about it. That could really get, you know, early skirmishes going. Whereas Leader, as we can see, quite a few picks where it's like you can, like you say, start the game from level 3. That's really what you want to do with a play like Leader and a play like 1-1-3. I
think the main thing is just that in a lot of these matchups against Astralis, teams have over-indexed on this idea that Leader only plays the melees.
Yeah.
And then they kind of overexposed themselves and really invited Leader to play other champions. I think this meme has gone on a little bit too far, because in the end, I think it's more about Leader's identity as a player, less so about what he can and cannot play. He just believes to counterpick the matchup and leverage that into a snowbally early game. So he cares more about having strong champs that can contest, and that takes different sizes and shapes.
Yeah, that could be a pitfall Fnatic fall into as well, but I guess it's only natural because sometimes when you see him, I mean, the Zed, it's not like it carried the game, right?
Yeah.
But still, it's something that he picked, and I think mostly his thinking, as you say, of I'm going to pick what I think is right here, and that works, but that doesn't mean it won't be a Rise, or that doesn't mean it won't be an Annie. Overall, how do you think Fnatic is going to approach this conundrum?
Ooh, I mean, to me, I feel like they're probably just going to approach it as they have throughout majority of the split. If they get an opportunity to slam the Azir, they'll probably do it. And Humanoid is the kind of player that will happily take, you know, arguably a worse lane matchup if it means he gets to play out team fights the way that he so often does, which is excellently and kind of carrying a Fnatic over that sort of damage hump that sometimes you may miss with Azir in the first like item or just before the second item mark.
I think for me, the adaptation that I would like to see from Fnatic is if they can find ways to actually pick mid 1, 2, 3. I think when teams will begin to recognize this pattern, of course, coming into the group stage, there will no longer be an Azir because it gets reworked. But in the context of this match, I think denying the Azir, denying the LB is super, super important. I think LeBlanc is a champion that works well against Leaders champion pool as an example. And then we'll have this very contest-heavy game around the 3v3 mid. And I think that's where you have to challenge Astralis.
Koi and Fnatic in shambles. The Azir won't be available for the group stage. Oh no. Well, with that, we're getting into the draft. The Bears are doing overtime. Look cute though. They can't walk in though, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Astralis versus Fnatic, let's see. Of course, not the added pressure of still having to qualify because they both already made it, but we can maybe look through the lens of, are they going to do any damage in the best of threes for either side?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and hey, for Astralis, this is about potentially locking second place or getting very close to doing just that. So yeah, we'll see. I think opening out for Fnatic, removing away the Annie, we see a lot of that very commonly, and I think Rezok as well has lent a lot on the Wukong, and they are currently Astralis just layering in the bans immediately for them.
Just targeting everything. I wonder if Xayah will be open because it's such a staple pick for Kobe and Reckless. I think in the case where it is open, Blue side will definitely first pick it. I think that the champion pool in the jungle doesn't have the same level of crossover. They're just targeting everything.
Yeah. Do you think with with 3 jungle bans, surely you have to immediately go for something, right? Like, Four technically, because Fnatic took away the Elise, the Rakan's the final one. I would expect 1-1-3s Viego eventually, but like you mentioned, the Xayah is just too powerful to give up with all of these engaged junglers off the board.
There's Viego. I know that 1-1-3 last split also played some Trundle into the Sejuani. Oh, I love the Jinx lock-in. Ignore the Caitlyn, just lock in the Jinx. I think this is the way. This is the identity I like for Reckless. Super good to counter-pick Super as well. I'm curious how Younghoon is going to approach this one.
But I do like that you mentioned the Trundle though, because now I feel like you've got Sejuani, the one, you know, the good one-to-one matchup, but also an immobile AD carry. That's the kind of lane which you could very easily go something like Thresh here, deny it away actually from Advienne and Fnatic. Thresh plus the Trundle, all of a sudden you've got setup from the Thresh and the immobile punish with the Pillar. It could actually be a bit disastrous for Fnatic to pilot in the early stages, but 1-1-3 is going to pivot over towards the Maokai, which says to me perhaps they're going to look a little bit more towards the team fighting aspect of things with a champion like that.
Okay, the Jax lock-in, the denial against Oscarinin. I wonder now if he's going to match this with a Bruiser, because I wonder if he wants to play the Olaf into Jax matchup. It's good into Maokai, good synergy with Sejuani. Maybe this is a moment where Oscarinin is going to, you know, really put everything to the test here on the top side. I just wanted to just make sure, I think it's good and positive to make sure that you leave your super pick till last, to make sure that Advienne can lock in maybe a Braum, a Nautilus, a Leona, just keep him as comfortable as possible. I like the Jace.
Yeah, I like the Jace too. I think now for Fnatic, you're probably going to see like Irelia plus. I don't think they necessarily need to ban Zed, but at the very least, I think they'll remove Irelia off the table just to not have to deal with it in the mid lane. We've seen how Leader can navigate this matchup once, and obviously Jace a lot stronger in lane against the Jax, so you would expect it to go up there, but just for the potential of maybe needing to shift that Jace down to the mid lane, you could see that. But Fnatic, interesting enough, self-banning the Braum. I'm not sure what the read is here, Yamao, if you got any...
I think the angle here is they're going to follow up this Braum ban with a Renata ban, and I think the idea is that they're going to fourth pick the Nautilus. They want to keep the Jace flick still fifth, to just keep their options open and maybe invite Leader to over-index on counting the Jace, send the Jace into Jax, and then find an even better pick maybe in the LB on 5.
I'm so excited to see if you're right.
No, I like the read.
I can barely contain myself.
I like the read. I think it makes sense.
It does make a lot of sense.
Hold on to the Jace flex.
No.
Leona
And then
instead, okay.
maybe make leader a little bit uncomfortable, but I feel like he's happily blind picked a good couple of times. Though he is, I will say, it almost feels like a bit of a draft win, almost like you defang him a bit if you force him to blind.
Yeah.
Just,
But he also doesn't mind it.
But he also doesn't seem to care that much at all. Last ban, I guess, is going to be another top here towards us.
frowning.
So I'm thinking still, the Leona is still kind of decent into Nautilus. I believe the Nautilus on 4 is going to come in, and I'm just trying to think, okay, Nautilus is out.
They had the same
So-
read as you.
Then at this
Interesting.
point, then, do you just blind the Renard, or do you feel like it's potentially still a little bit unsafe with something like the Thresh up?
It's like blind picking the Renata, you can then slam maybe a Soraka in the mix, you can play Lulu bot, like all of a sudden opens up a wide range of champions. All right, the Thresh. Okay, that's very interesting.
Interesting good or interesting bad?
I think interesting good.
Okay.
I think it synergizes well with Jinx, and just the fact that you maintain mid lane pick open for 5th with LB in the picture, I think is really, really good.
I think also when you take a step back and realize that what supports are gone, realistically, Thresh has a pretty good matchup into most of them that are still available in the lanes. So I feel like just giving that safety net over to Reckless, this is one of the few supports that does pretty well into the Thresh. So I'm very excited to see what Jonghyun's going to do with the Blitzcrank. He always just kind of makes or breaks games, right? You're either missing every hook or you're hitting everything and you're solo winning. So now the bot lane gets even more explosive with that pick down there. And that's all about what leader wants to blind pick in towards the mid lane. And whether or not he does index or over index perhaps into the mid lane mage. I said, will he get the trifecta in? I feel like it's just a hover for fun. It's going to be Zed blind.
It's going to be Zed blind. Okay.
He did win with
This
it.
could be a Sylas angle. Sylas looks insanely dangerous, can lane into Zed, has great ultimates with the Blitzcrank and the Maokai, good synergy with the Sejuani. LB works too, very safe. These are some humanoid classics. Fnatic, really, they've really stepped out their drafting game in the last 5 games they've played. I really like what I'm seeing here. But the usual recipe for Astralis with a very strong early game with the Blitz.
What do you say, or would you care to elaborate? You feel like they've really spiced up their drafting overall the last 4 games?
I feel like they've recognized the strengths of their players and they haven't overcomplicated it. Just Jace, the carries in the top side, Razor with the usual jungle meta and humanoid, make sure that he's playing LB, Talia, Alzi, this is what he's good at. And I think additionally the bot side, no more Kate, Lux, no more Lulu, Zeri, just play the melee supports, the supports that can take space and give Reckless the classic champions that he can eventually get to the point where he carries.
Strong mixture as well of pick, but also being able to team fight in the mid game, I think, is the crucial thing for Fnatic. So they can definitely match the early stages, some of the early pressure that Astralis have certainly drafted for themselves. But I feel like if it gets to the straight up 5v5s, as long as Reckless is protected very well, which I expect, you know, Advian's going to be sitting on top of him, Lantern, Exhaust to ensure leader never gets the assassination attempts. I think Fnatic are looking pretty good here.
Fnatic looking pretty good here. That's not something we heard a couple of weeks ago, but it has to be said. They won 4 in a row now and are 4-4 already locked into the group stage, both them and Astralis, but they're still going to want to give us a show and prepare them adequately for the group stage. Time for Fnatic versus Astralis. Good job, guys. Ooh, ooh.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to the caster desk. I am still Quickshot, he is still Gulborg, and as Astralis are setting up some early shenanigans. GB, what do you make of the compositions, and for me specifically, explosive mid lane? The AD talked about it, that's what we've got.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I was thinking as soon as I saw this set versus LeBlanc, this is like Season 3, this is Season 4. Actually, do you even know when the last time this was played?
Checking. The last time Zed and LeBlanc played was in Spring 2020 for 2 formerly fantastic mid laners, Perks and Febivin, and it was obviously G2 versus Misfits. The LeBlanc won that game, so it's been nearly 3 years since those 2 champions have faced off.
Yeah, and also just to take it over to the support, because that's always where I would look. When I see a Thresh come in, and I'm the support that's picking into it, that's where you just say, I'm going to ego and I'm going to play Blitzcrank instead. Matchup is slightly favored as well into the Blitzcrank. You get a hook on Blitzcrank, Thresh pretty much dies. That's also why Advian in this instance has gone for that Aftershock. He gets to be more aggressive. You go for Glacial here, there's not much you can do in it.
Can you remind me, was it Aframu that called Thresh into Blitz? Was it Hook City?
Could be Hook
Tweet at me, I can't remember. I think it was Hook City. That's a slightly older one, but I don't remember exactly. But what I will say is for Jonghyun, This is his only 3rd ever Blitzcrank game. He has 2 previous games played in Korea. Do you want to know how they went?
Yeah, go on.
They were losses.
Oh.
It did not go well.
Okay, so we have a LeBlanc on one side, the one that set versus LeBlanc last time.
Yes.
And we have Jonghoon, who's only lost on the Blitzcrank so
That's
far. Is that
correct.
what you're setting up here?
That is
All
correct.
right, let's call it, Joe. Let's go home.
We're going to find out what happens as Jonghoon and Kabi, we push back immediately on this first wave. Thresh stepping forward. While
Oh,
that's
this is
going on,
interesting.
Humanoid is pushing into leader Z in the first attempted gank.
It's only
Will be
level
from
1.
The Meowkai. Level 2 stepping forward. That's the flash, the root, the bramble smash back. Oscarin is down to 100. The hammer goes away, 14 HP. He flashes and stays alive.
Oh, he gets the level 2 because he had to push on the wave, so Finn never got to get his. And the knock away on Finn there from Oscar was crucial. Wave state, quite ideal now for Finn here, but Oscar does have that teleport. He's going to TP to the turret. He's going to try and push it in, and Finn then, when he gets his own TP that he has right now, he's just going to get that out towards the top side again.
If there were any champion that could sort of break a hold or a freeze a little bit effectively, those accelerated shock blasts can get to the back line, can help speed up resetting the state of that lane.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, on the top side, not a lot of cams has been cleared for 113, and he's not even going to stay here. He's going to not even take his blue buff. He's going to take a page out of the Malrung book, make his way down towards that bottom side instead. We do have Flash as well on Blitzcrank leader.
Oh, the Ethereal Chains come out. Humanoids will run out of cooldowns, though, and will be forced to go backwards. So a lot of trading in the mid lane. Leader's still got the Flash available to him. He also has that Living Shadow as another potential escape tool. While that's going on, look, all 3 lanes are pushing in favor of Fnatic, but that is opening up opportunities for the Nyan Cat to look for targets. The distortions on cooldown, Leader won't be able to find the opportunity. Instead, just help shove this way.
Yeah, that's the thing. 113 is just going to look for the shove up here. They should see that he hasn't picked up the blue buff yet. I think Razok does that, so he's going to move his way up towards the Scuttler Crab. He still have the mid lane priority. Finn looking at Oscar.
Hit him with the hammer, hit him with the hammer. Finn down to 200, 150 HP. Now Humanoid's the next target. Passive will proc, and Humanoid's able to escape.
Kill the clone, you get XP.
Razork's going top. Minion, shoot it, shoot it.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay.
Ultimate fail. That means the Stars will lose. That's what that means, right?
Go on. You're really foreshadowing here. Now, on the top side of the map, Razok's still around, haven't cleared out. Trying to look for 113, quite accidentally. Could just find him here, and he does.
All right, Razok will get caught out. Find that sapling.
Move for mid here. There's no flash on 113.
Oscar's the first one to move. Humanoid's coming through the river as well. He's being chased by Leader, who just teleported back. Finn goes forward. Mercurial Hammer backwards to the skies! And Fnatic get first blood. It's Razork with a double. Leader will throw out that Shadow Slash and pick himself up 1 in return. 2 for 1. Red
He's no
buff
flash
ticking.
now.
Permafrost available. Hit him with the flail. Smack him with the ball. And Humanoid gets the 3rd for Fnatic.
They get 1 on Leader. 3 kills on Fnatic, though. That's an incredible, ideal scenario for you here on the top side. 113 still so behind in the jungle. He's clear on the top side. Hasn't come through. Finn lost so many minions on that roam. And while there's a lot of minions pushing in now into Oscar, he's going to be there to collect them all. So he's a level behind right now, but it won't stay like this for long.
It won't. I mean, that's a gigantic advantage. Depending on how effectively Oscar can farm up, gets the cannon, leap forward, drops the hammer down. Keep an eye on the minimap. Jonghoon has left the bottom lane, and he's in the river. 113's here too, sapling forward. The evade comes forward, thumbs up aplenty, and Oscar's dropped by Finn. Tower aggro's traded from that twisted advance, and that was a beautiful dive.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge because you remember that minion wave we just talked about. Oscar doesn't actually get to collect it now. 5 levels on Finn, 4 to Oscar. So that's a huge advantage for Astralis in that top side. Response comes through on the bot side instead. Razok is around. 2 versus 3.
He's got that flash in the cleanse, maybe needing it. Power Fist from Jonghoon available. Minions are being cleared out. Looking for the rocket grab. I'm going to hold on to it for now. I didn't see if it was used just a little bit earlier. If the real chain's thrown out, Gulborg, we're not going to have a lot of time to talk because these teams are just throwing down in every single lane. But it's Fnatic that are up 1,200 golds.
Yeah, and Leader is going to be under a lot of trouble in a bit. Humanoid hit level 6 on this wave. If no one is around to back up Leader when that happens, he's just going to get killed. And he knows that, so he's going to have to forfeit another wave. Humanoid with that 1 lead he got with a kill, taking over the mid lane now on the map.
And very nicely done. So, take a brief moment here. I just want to quickly talk about Oscar before any further shenanigans break out. Weeks 1, 2, and 3 couldn't have been more different. Thanks to Medic for pointing these numbers out to me on Twitter. I straight up stole them. But week 1, 0-18-4, 10-13-23, 16-3-12. Oscar is showing true development and comfort here as the games and the weeks have played out. And I think it was the Jace was the first game that you really stopped and went, huh, this kid can actually play. And now he needs to step up. He's still down just a little.
Yeah, let's see if you just cast a Kirsten for real here.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I don't have that power.
Oh.
It's twisted advance forward. Razork is level 5. You look for that Arctic Assault. No flash for 113. Leader's making his way. He's also only level 5 and
So are the
Humanoid.
supports.
Blast cones over. Level 6 for Humanoid. Level 6 for Humanoid. Distorts forward. Chains out. Mimics up in 4 seconds time. The Blitzcrank rocket grab over the wall. Helps Astralis pick up the kill for Finn.
Yeah, we just called it. Supports were moving as well, but because they were fighting on the left side of that river, it was easier for Jonghoon to get there before before at the end would rather. And down towards the bot side, AD Carry is just going to be farming, but that's going to be a little bit of gold back into the pocket of Astralis, trying to get back at a neutralized state of that gold.
Listen, when did we move to Australia? Because yesterday the game's all about the bottom lane. Today, our opening 2 games have all been about the top half of the map.
All upside down, isn't it?
Completely. Reckless and Cobby, this feels like the first time we've seen them this game. They're dead even on CS. Their respective supports have been roaming.
What year is this?
Exactly.
Okay, we have Set versus LeBlanc with AD Carries just chilling on the bot side. We're playing up towards the top side. It's very nostalgic.
Very nostalgic indeed. I feel so comfortable right now. And the question is, where will the action come from? Because over the course of 8 minutes, we've seen multiple skirmishes. And look, Humanoid shoved that mid wave, at least stepped into the river to set some vision up. Herald will be starting soon. And Jonghoon's on the step forward. Death Sentence connects. Cobby cleanses away. Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advient's drop low. 200, 100. Tick, tick. Feathers fly. Flash forward from Cobby. The double kill for Cobby.
Oh, and he just sets it up there. Junghoon's just there to get a little finesse with the hook, but it's Copper setting it all up afterwards, finding the flash. Reckless did have that flash himself, but just didn't have the reaction time to actually get out of sight of those feathers.
I mean, beautifully done as we watch this replay here. I'm expecting some fancy stuff from our observers.
Yeah, so initially, great hook. Aftershock is procced on at the end. It's not going to last for long. It's going to take some time before he flashes. And Cobbin now with the ultimate, setting it up there.
Oh.
Reckless still has his, so he needs to time it. But the problem is, it doesn't get down in time. Oh, it's from every angle. There's nothing for him to do. Oh, my Lord. Okay, he could still have flashed it, but it looked insane.
That was just beautiful. I mean, that actually almost looked like an Aurelia ultimate. Like
It
Vanguard's
certainly
edge in terms of the abilities thrown out. Really nicely done for observers. Even better done from Cobby. The thing is, Fnatic is still ahead. The advantages they've accrued in the top half of the map, the 20 CS and kill for Humanoid puts him as a team ahead, but it is a 1,000 gold lead for Cobby on the Xayah. And right now, he's going to be called to the fight. Jonghoon, where's the Q? Finn, Leap, E, drops the Grandmaster's Might, empowers, and waiting for the next Q. Down the bottom lane, the shenanigans don't go anywhere as both sides have been able to back away. Although, Razork is level 6.
Yeah, complete Vivra control right now, but Kobe, they just need to not step up. Good block there from Jonghoon.
Rizin already going to get the flash, the rocket grab backwards.
He pickboarded, he pickboarded.
Battle ball, he can't get onto it, but he doesn't need it. Razork starting to use that empowered recall, escapes with his life, and he does. Nyan Cat. Where does the root land? One already secured. Rocket grab maybe up in a little bit here. Comes leader. That's Advien. He's been caught. Berlin goes wild. The knockback from the smash as well. And it will be Jonghoon that picks up the kill, but now Reckless is looking to get excited. Here comes Humanoid. Deathmark is thrown down, and leader will just about be popped. Now Reckless running a little low on mana. Fishbones still hungry. Waiting for Pow Pow. 113. Thumbs up in the air. Q goes up for the distortion. Can't find the sigil to follow it up just yet, and Humanoid still hunting.
Yeah, just need one more. Can dash forward, get the Q down, that's it.
6 kills to Fnatic, 6 kills to Astralis. The farm advantage keeps Fnatic nearly 2,000 gold up.
Yeah, and we're used to seeing this kind of bloodiness from the likes of Astralis, but it's very new to us from Fnatic. There's a very real reason to get excited about this team now. Riftel is used on the bottom side, leader down here to defend, but plating will go over to Razork. Oh, Jonghoon.
Oh, what's happening next year? Razork, no ultimate available to him. We keep holding our breath.
I know.
Haven't had a chance to really dive into the numbers yet.
And the fact is, there's so many things I've been wanting to talk about. There's the Dragon setup, there's an interaction between Seth and LeBlanc specifically. For now, let's just look at a replay once again. Advian doing what he's supposed to do, block that cat from your AD carry. Jonghoon is getting the hook, and you can see on the minimap right now, Humanoid is already making his way down here, so while the play gets extended, it's just the fact that you can get the excited going for Reckless, making sure all the HP bars are so low for Humanoid to be able to clean up when he finally comes around.
Deathmark was dropped for a little bit of time. Didn't ultimately end up being valuable in leader. No flash, no ultimate, no teammates, no support. All right, Living Shadows forwards, waiting for that to time out, and we'll just about be dropped. Pretty easy kill there, just sticking around for the plates. Reminder, the draw show will play at the end of today's games. Fnatic right now in a strong position, strong lead. But we haven't got a chance to breathe because look, 113 is now invading the top half. Backup coming from Yonghoon. But Fnatic are ready. Teleport's available for Humanoid, so if a fight breaks out, he can jump in.
Yeah, most certainly can. You can see Advin is even here to shadow just to make sure if the dice comes through, he's got that lantern ready. Both supports have been very active on the map. TP comes through, 113 here as well. They decide to abandon the play.
Oh, Nature's Grasp was thrown down. The rest of the teams are starting to conglomerate. The Chains won't find a target, but the Rocket Grab will. Humanoid's passive is popped. Lantern goes forward. Resort throws out the Prism, waiting for the first target to fall. And it will be Humanoid picking up the kill to Yonghoon. Astralis are running for their lives. The Chain just goes wide, but the Shock Blast doesn't. Oscar with the headshot, and Advien with the third.
Yeah, you can see Astralis, they wanted to look for a fight with the feathers there for Carpet, but Fnatic, they're just finding the better fights here. They get another fight in their favor.
5-0-1 for Humanoids LeBlanc. It was the last pick. It was into the Z. The analyst has talked about the explosive matchup, and it's Humanoid that is running away with this early game.
Honestly, this is full death ball. Not a single team has taken Drake. It's all about finding leads with the kills. What did we say yesterday? Doesn't matter if you get the objectives, if you can just kill all the enemies afterwards. Well, both teams are going for that approach in this instant. Initially, they're trying to layer this CC down on Humanoid, and it does work until the Lantern finally comes out. Leader crucially died earlier, so he's only coming out of base, so Astralis is fighting a 4 versus 5, and you can see they're layering up here, so Cop is looking for the feathers, while he dashes out with the Gale Force. Oscar finds the accelerated Shock Blast, and Advien's hooks afterwards.
I mean, Fnatic just seem to be on the same page for a team that went 0-4 to now be 4-0. Looking to end the season on a 5-game. When was the last time Fnatic lost a game? Don't actually answer that. I know it's 2 weeks ago. Irrelevant. Right now, though, Finn is continuing to push forward. 30 CS difference and a 500 gold lead. You can see the standings on your screen. I will get to that in a second.
Well, you get caught by it just about.
Producer's a little excited for me because we haven't got a chance to breathe. I can't even build on the stakes as now Oscar's got backup. Flash forward.
Oh, that's great predict.
Connects. The kitty cat's going down right meow as Reckless picks up the kill.
It's just the same story the entire game. Astralis looking for a play on the top side. Fnatic being there to defend it and thus outplaying it. Now members of Astralis are still fishing, seeing if Reckless and Advien wants to overstep. Okay. No one bites, and down towards the bot side, Humanoid picks up the turret.
Gulborg, do give me a second here. I do want to follow what the producers were saying. First of all, when we look at the standings, a few things to call out. Team BDS are locked in first. If Team Astralis win this game, they will lock in the second seed. However, it's looking very unlikely. The thing that's the most interesting for me is if Fnatic use this lead to win the game, they could make top 4. There are scenarios in which they make top 4.
I mean, the scriptwriters went crazy this year, didn't they?
They did. Do you want to know how they get to top 4?
Go for it. Go for it.
If you want to find out how they get to top 4, you can head to lec.gg/foldysheet to figure it out. Oh,
Reckless almost got folded there by that hook as well. But it is just going to be the first Drake of the game, Trevor. 15 minutes into the game, finally taking here. So the Drake stacking will take some time. Looking at a roughly 30 minutes before we're looking at a Soul, which of course would be quite late into the game.
And I don't think either of these teams want to win via Soul. At least how the 15 minutes of gameplay is.
I mean, if Astralis can come back to do it, they probably would like it, but yeah.
Let me put it this way. Their priority would be to win via kills, I think is the inclination that we're getting right now. And I think once we do get the scoreboard back up, I want to look at this gold lead and where it is accrued for the respective players, because Mythics across the board, you have for members of Fnatic, 1 tower to the name. I mean, look, 400 gold in the top lane, 1600 in the jungle and mid. And I think for Humanoid, the fact that he's got that Ludens and the fact that there's a number of squishier targets, if he can use vision and find those flank opportunities, this LeBlanc can really take over the game, or at least get enough damage down for Jinx and Jace to clean up.
Yeah, just looking at the CS from a different of the laners now, I'm always so impressed with Leader, how he's able to keep up, because Humanoid has been super solid. Finn, on the other hand, roughly 30 CS behind his matchup, and that's even after he got all the help from 113. So Oscar been doing a phenomenal job up here, soaking the pressure, waiting for his team to be reliable. And we're in a different scenario. Last game, no one could respond to Adam in a side lane. This game, it's going to be Humanoid on LeBlanc.
And what I really liked, while Humanoid was sieging that bottom inner turrets, there was a number of Fnatic wards in that western quadrant. You can see around the blue buff area of Astralis. multiple members of Astralis were showing under the towers, so while it looked a little risky for Humanoid to be like poking under tower, he had the information. He knew where his opponents were.
Yep.
And at the same time, that Oscar and Jace in the top lane with the arcane buff, thanks to Jinx and Jace in the same game, they're working to take their second tower and extend that lead even further.
Oh, you really went for that one, but it's also...
Have you heard of Arcane?
Shut up.
The Emmy Award-winning anime on Netflix? You should check it out if you haven't. I'm not a sellout, I swear.
Yep, all right. Now, top side of the map, you can even see that the entire vision that they had there while you keep talking to them. I'm just going to say, like, Fnatic is actually so good at playing towards the side lanes. Oscar had the vision he needed to actually push up here, but even down towards the bottom half, Humanoid, fully alone, barely any vision, was the one pressuring that tier 2, and he can do that because he's LeBlanc. So we're actually looking at an 1-3-1 composition, which we haven't seen so often, but now Razork might get caught off guard here, trying to get to the wall, but it's warded on top with a blue trinket, so no one can get to him, and Razork goes down.
I mean, those lanterns have been instantly blocked. I will give you an update. I had an inkling as well as you did. The latest first dragon of Spring, this game was just over 15 minutes.
Yep.
The previous record was 11 and a half.
Oh, right. So it was quite late.
A lot later. We didn't really get a chance to set it up just because of how much action. 18 kills, 18 minutes. Razork was caught out, but it is still a 4,000 gold difference. I think the thing I want to look at is this next dragon fight. 2 minutes to go. River vision established, and the tower advantage to Fnatic. It does mean that they will have a slightly safer time setting it up and moving into the river because they can't fall back to those objectives.
Oh yeah, and also so easy for them to just pressure here. You can face check with Razork. Even if a member gets caught off guard, you have the Lantern and at the end, Humanoid so difficult to get to. You can even bait into Twisted Advance by Wing forward and Wing back then to bring the Maokai into your team, making it a super easy way to get a reset of the Jinx passive. And now Humanoid, how much damage is 1Q just going to do? That's almost 1/4 of Cobb HP.
I mean, gigantic damage already. There's a reason it's called the Sigil of Malice. It is causing malice to Astralis. Death Sentence to Rocket Grab. Woo! Rocket Grab just goes a little wide of Humanoid. Now Advien's on the hunt. Death Sentence onto Maokai. Hops over the wall with the Lantern. Razork will get his Glacial Prison in just a second. Finds the bird. Kobe will cleanse away from it. The knock up into the air. And Razork's running for his life. Those feathers are all at the choke point. Kobe can do so much with it. He's been exhausted, waiting to call the blades backwards. And it's a trade of kills. 1 for 2 in favor of Astralis.
Yeah, that was so messy. I barely had any clue what was happening because they just kept standing there hitting each other. But as you said, Copper untouched in the back line. They get the 2 kills and they might get the mid lane turret at the end of that skirmish.
If we get the replay and it does slow down a little, can you keep an eye on Kobe's timing? I think he held his E until the exhaust wore out, from at least how I saw that live.
So the feathers get used in the beginning initially as well, so you get a lot of the damage coming out here. He's stacking it up, stacking it up. Still waiting for it.
Still waiting to pull back, yeah.
Incredibly fit. And I think after here's where the first feather comes out.
Right, so they're on cooldown then, okay.
Yeah, okay, so that's why it's on cooldown. So yes, he does get exhausted. It looks like he holds it, but he's still waiting for it. Still 4 seconds on the feather. Now exhausted, cooldown, cooldown, cooldown. Exhaust goes off, and the feathers are finally there.
Yes, that was so good. Also, huge kudos to the observers. They actually turned on the feathers based on the commentary, or like showing their champion portrait. It's not something we normally do. I freaking love you guys. And of course, Kobe loves those feathers, so they get that fight. They are now still trailing Fnatic, and the dragon is the next objective.
Oh, Humanoid needs to be careful.
The rocket grab into the static field, and the cats. Astralis are not done. They want that top 2.
And that's so huge before a fight as well. You saw there is different places that he could actually go there from the distortion. You have the W and you have the ultimate of it. But it's just Junghoon immediately calling where he's going to go. They get the shutdown, 500 coins in the bag of leader, and they can now stack up the Drake for themselves. They do have to be careful though. Baron is up and available, just spawned 40 seconds ago, and Astralis, the only vision they have around it is in the pixel bush.
Now that gold lead that was built up, I don't think matters quite as much. We've seen the burst damage Leader Zed and Kobe's Xayah have under their belt. Both of these teams playing sort of like restrictions off in many ways. They're both locked into group stage. They're both in comfortable-ish positions. And we're just seeing an all-out brawl. Hex Flash over the wall. Oscar in it. He's going to be forced to flash away, but he respected that hook.
Junghoon has been very precise with his rocket grabs, and you didn't even see it. Oscar in it, not going to risk it, just flashing it once you see that it has the right direction. But still, push out, come out on top lane, vision control around the Baron area, very much in the favor of Fnatic right now, and once Humanoid start putting pressure on the bot side, he has that teleport. So if Fnatic wants to look for skirmishes, see if they want to use any TP flanks here to bait Astralis in on the top side and turn on them, They have the potential set up for it.
So the question I'm going to ask you to think
it's
about...
already there, it comes through.
As we see a leader being targeted, but look at the minimap. Multiple members of Astralis coming forward. Leader, he's flashed forward. He's death marked. Living Shadow out. He's now got in range of the team. The Nyan Cats are thrown down. The Glacial Prism buys some time. The teleport in from behind, and Finn's using the E to do so much work. 113 caught by the death sentence, but Razork will be the next target. Oscar is taken. Astralis.
Oh, that's a hook again.
Decimating Fnatic. Young-hoon with the rocket grab to turn around, and now they want the Baron.
And the entire pressure there looked like it was a play that was set up for Fnatic's success, but Astralis, they're turning it around immediately. They pick up the fight, they pick up the skirmish, and they will pick up that Baron.
And listen, there is a lot of intensity here from Gulborg and I, but we are matching the game. And I was going to ask you a question about scaling, about how these team comps do it 2 or 3 items, because that's where we're going. But at the moment with Baron, Astralis may have just arrested control.
Yeah, initially, there's just not CC enough here to lock leader down. Ultimate come out later in a Tome of Desperation, but that's where it's just hitting. Well, initially I thought it was going to be 1-1-3, but it is actually Junghoon. Finn came in with his flash, or TP, and then have eyes on Junghoon now. Look how he catches up Reckless around that ball in just a bit to make the fight even more extended there. Absolutely beautiful, setting his AD carry up for success, and Advian, well, just honorably dying with his AD.
And I think Reckless had his flash available for that fight, got hooked out. I don't think it would have made a significant difference. Maybe could have been a nuisance in the Baron, but now the lead is gigantic. I will ask the question though, because I think when I look at Astralis' comp, when you see the mobility options, the Feather Storm, the Death Mark, the Living Shadow, Leader and Kobbe have ways to dodge some of that burst damage.
So it's going to come down to the fact that there's a lot of pressure on Humanoid here as well, because you can't just traditionally front to back here, because when Kobbe is this far ahead now, they're just going to win it. Humanoid needs to come in here, play the distortions, QW or QRE, see if you can poke him down, see if you can bait the ultimate, and then you kind of play, it's not necessarily a poke LeBlanc, but you're going in and out of the shadows just to get them further and further down. It's a playstyle that, for example, Showmaker has been incredible on, and Humanoid himself on the blind. But at this point in time, when you have Baron, when Astralis starts sieging up, when they start getting the control of the vision, that becomes really difficult.
I love you say Humanoid looking from the shadows, because he needs to step out to land those chains onto his targets, lock them down. Humanoid can control the perspective of the fights if he can use vision to his advantage, but he needs to strike from the darkness. He needs to surprise his enemies. And right now, the vision is just not in their favor. Yeah. I mean, pushed all the way back in a turret so down. I want to be a little cheeky and look at damage dealt this game. Kobbe has just exploded. And Astralis, I want to remind you, if they win this game, they lock top 2. BDS #1, Astralis #2. What freaking world are we living in?
Honestly, feels like a fever dream. Can't lie. And now Astralis still with Baron, pushing in mid lane, leader down the bot side. So they're going to shift the pressure from mid lane down to bot in a bit. Take care of this tier 2, and the reason for this is just so that members of Fnatic are occupied in the mid lane. They get the faster tempo, they can be on tier 2 first, and they can then take it down.
All right, tower's gonna drop. This is the 6th of the game. The gold lead is now swung in favor of Astralis. They are up 4,000. They were down 5,000. Now they're up 4K. That is a 10,000 gold swing of control. Fnatic will at least get themselves that inner top turret, and I think that late first dragon could be contentious. However, again, both of these teams have shown they want to see hero, kill hero. That's how they want to win the game, right? It's not about the objectives.
So the objectives is like the bait. You put it out on the map, and the animals, they just come crawling for it, and that's just where they start fighting. So you can see that happen here again. Baron's going to fall off in a bit as well, but it is going to be there in time to just let Kobbe push in this mid lane wave, get control of the Drake area. You can pick it up if you want to, or you can continue pushing in mid, use the pressure that Finn has on top side.
And 3 items completed for both Leader and Kobbe, right? So Tiamat Cleaver, Prowler's Claw, BT, as well as the Gale Force and the Quick Blades. So Reckless is a full item behind. I mean, he's 2,500 gold behind, so that is why. And that means that this dragon should be uncontested. I don't see Fnatic going through the darkness, stepping out of the vision, especially because they have to deal with the Blitzcrank hook as well, so the threat is too high.
Yeah, they see the reality for what it is right here. They understand that there is no way for them to actually venture out here. It's like Lion King, don't touch where the light is currently not. And so Oscar now, seeing as they take Drake, can finally push in topside, buy them some extra time because it takes 1 extra wave that Fnatic or Astralis has to take care of. Actually, a lot of members of Fnatic right now.
So Finn's in trouble.
Towards the top side here.
Finn's been caught off. Flash available to him, TP available to him as well. That's literally 3 members immediately. 4 members coming soon. 5 as well. Distort forward. Ethereal Chain. Counter-strike not enough. for Finn. So that will be Fnatic getting some golf claps from Berlin. And I'm waiting to see if someone can pick. By the way, I missed the fact that Leader's in the bottom lane.
Yeah, no, Leader's still down towards the bottom lane, just going for that split push. But that was a really nice pickup from the side of Fnatic, just dodging out on the vision to catch up on Finn, and no way to actually cross-map it. Leader didn't have to wait fully pushed in so he could actually take care of the turret, and this actually slows down the tempo of Astralis just a tidbit, which also means that now with Finn dead for 20 seconds, still 1 minute on the Baron, that's where Fnatic can try and leverage the fact that they have a man advantage to get some deeper vision.
So what is happening here? Fnatic looking to challenge this, but they might be walking into a trap. They might be walking into Astralis, who are waiting in the darkness. Nature's Grasp is available. Rocket Grab is available. Flash, Rocket Grab is sidestepped, nicely done. Dead Set disconnects onto Yonghu, but he stays alive long enough to get away. The heal keeps him up, he's finally taken down. It is Razork that picks up the kill, but at what cost? The Battle Pig is down, followed by Advier. The feathers fly, and Kobe is blown up. Oscar Reddin obliterating Kobe on the front foot.
Humanoid still going.
Humanoid's trying to find the target, needs the hourglass to stay alive. Fish bones and the zap not enough. Oh, the shot blast does Fnatic win the fight 2-3.
He might have been a liability in the first week, but Oscar now coming up clutch, being the backbone in this team fight. Beautifully done by him, finding Copy on an overextension, and on the back end of that, another kill, buying Fnatic time into this game, if not a small advantage.
And you can see how crucial each individual ability is. That Rocket Grab hits, Oscar is not the one that can clean up the end of the fight.
He's definitely not. Now, Junghoon getting hit by himself here, everyone turning onto Razork, and now Astralis feeling themselves after they get another kill, not respecting the fact that he does so much damage. Rocket Slam comes out, good disengage immediately, and then it's all about playing with the range. Reckless is excited, Humanoid is getting the damage down, and then it's just the accelerated Shock Blast at the end of that.
And where does that leave us in terms of gold and kills? 16-16, 1,000 gold separates these teams. Remember, each squad
Leader's down towards the bottom side. He does have teleport, and it will have to be expended here. Fnatic has started up the Baron.
Ooh, Guldborg teleports come in.
And it's just great. They just bait the TP. Now disengage. Might even look for play.
Death Sentence lands onto Finn. His counter strike is needed. The prison goes wide. The Rocket Grab catches onto Razork, and Fnatic are not near. Humanoid's going to be late to the party. Astralis have got the kill. The Nyan Cats are flying forward, and Finn, who was the first target, stuns up too. Reckless, no flash, no ghost. Finn buys some time, but Reckless is split from the rest of the squad. That's a double for Leader. Oscar Reddin will ride the lantern out, but I think Yonghu's Rocket Grab may be up in a moment. And Fnatic started the Baron. Fnatic started the fight, and if it's Fnatic that lose it.
They still have the poke, though. They can still play around Humanoid with the sigils. They can still play around the accelerated Shock Blast. That's 4 pink wards just dropped around the Baron area. They want to make sure that no one get vision of this. Now, Fnatic still stepping up. Baron almost down to half HP. Leader.
Deathmark is so good. Shadow Slash is out. Oscar in and almost gets 100-0. Baron is down to 2,000. Humanoid's looking for Yonghu, and he gets him with the sigil. But the Baron is secured by Kabi and Astralis. They will happily trade a Blitzcrank's life for a Baron buff.
And this Baron is just the same story as the earlier one was. Fnatic looking for a fight. It looks good initially, but then the overextension comes through. Razork Ultimate go wide, right into a Blitzcrank hook, and at this point in time, games, or rather fight, already over for Fnatic.
Fantastic play. I mean, look, as this fight continues to play out, Astralis get their second Baron, but Fnatic fended off the first. Can they keep doing that? Can they balance out that gold lead once more? Because it feels harder and harder as the game goes on.
Yeah, most certainly. I think they still have the tools for it, but they need to be very meticulous about it. For Astralis, need to take a breather as well, not overforce it. It has been a very tense game. Communication can get a bit messed up at this point in time. With this Baron buff, need to have a good plan of what their next game plan will be. And for now, it looks like they want to set up the play around Drake.
Guldborg, the most amount of kills in a single game this spring split was 45. And
that's
across both teams. We are currently at 35 this game. And I will not accept this game ending unless we break that record, okay? There's no ways I can tell the teams this, but that's what I want to see. And it looks like Fnatic may want it too. 3 seconds for the Drake. Razork is going to jump, trying to back up Humanoid, who is the target. Kobe will drop him. Remember, Razork started that fight, went all the way forward throughout the prison. Astralis have the answer. Now they're in the river. They have to deal with the poke, but it does look like they have control. How bold are Fnatic feeling?
Yeah, look at Finn around here. He's sleeping around the area. He does have a pink board if he wants to flank, but he's actually just looking at the bottom, inhibit the turret. Seeing as Oscar Reddin goes back to defend it, he drops that plan and they get to Drake and they can set up for their next siege if they would like to. Looks like they need a reset after that skirmish.
Can I just ask him to zoom out and look at the scoreboard here? 113 is 2-6-15. So he's involved in 17 of the team's 19 kills. Jonghoon, 0-4-16, 16 of his team's 19 kills. And there's 15 follow-up there from Kobbe. The game has really been played around that trio. Obviously, Finn and Lead have been playing the side lane, so they're less involved. But almost everything kind of starts and ends with the Maokai, the Xayah, the Blitz. 113 Kobbe and Jonghoon, and they're having a phenomenal performance, which is why their team is still maintaining control. They're 4 minutes away from the Mountain Soul. You combine that with Jax, the ultimate, Maokai, and Blitz, and
Oscar,
it's a good position to be in.
Collapsed on here. You do have teleport. You have no flash. Jonghoon coming for the long flank. Leader just across. Have you overstepped? You're welcome.
Looks to be the case. Death Mark, all the shurikens fly. Rocket grab may not even be needed. So Oscarinen is just chunked out. That is not your lane. That is not your rift. And that means Astralis now have a man advantage with Baron for another 10 seconds, so I think they'll just about time out as they hit the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, the thought process of Oscar there was, let me push out this wave as long as possible, just so I can buy my team more time, more space. Unfortunately, goes for one wave too deep, and Astralis is quite quickly there to punish it. Now in a 4 versus 5 situation, how do they want to play it? Leader still has teleport, so he's up towards the top side, answering a wave. Humanoid just pushed in, 4 members down towards the bottom. Versus 5, now the Humanoids are joined. Jonghoon looking for the hook, doesn't find it.
This is so well done by Astralis. Leader's gonna catch and push the top wave. The inhibitor's broken. That teleport has been with him for a while. He's got a 40 CS lead, a 3,500 gold lead. He's got a 2-level advantage over Humanoid. And despite Humanoid being 5-0 to start this game, Astralis have found the skirmishes and the side lane pressure to enable and unlock this Zed, who is now looking to get the damage down. Deathmark without a lot of follow-up. Almost all was needed to kill Humanoid. The flash forward, the ethereal change, the backup from Fnatic. Leader will get taken out by the Super Mega Death Rocket. 38 kills. We're 7 away from tying, 8 away from setting the kill record in Spring Splits.
Yeah, tense between Humanoid and Leader there. As you can see, as soon as Humanoid goes in there and he gets ulted, he E's behind him, because no matter what, Zed will always come behind you. That's why Leader is pressing his W as soon as possible, so he'll not get hit by the chains. And if those triple shurikens would have hit Humanoid, he would have probably gone down. But Humanoid feeling himself this game, just flashing forward and reckless. Super Mega Death Rocket. That's our game.
Oh, what a great animation.
Oh, he has a face? I've never seen that.
What do you mean he has a face? He has a face!
It's like a metal helmet.
You are one of the smartest people I know in League of Legends. And the statement when you see that is, he has a face. What did you think
I've
was
never
under
seen
the mask?
that. I don't know, shadows? I don't know.
My word.
Some hidden dark pact he made. You gave up your flesh, you're now... Okay, whatever, back to the game.
Leader's face is plastered all over the kill scoreboard. 7, 4, and 5. Him and the rest of Astralis looking to close this out. So they've got control of the Rift. They've got supers in the bottom lane. A minute to Baron, 2 minutes to the Mountain Soul. And a pool 1 confirmed seed if they pick up this win against Fnatic.
And I just can't believe we're actually going to come down to a soul fight. Like when we started out the game, how late it all came.
15 minutes, the latest first dragon.
It is definitely going to be interesting. Finn pushing pressure on the top side. Astralis trying to facilitate that with some vision. And not only that, also some of the saplings just aid that with the pressure that Finn just put in top side. It's going to have to be responded by some of the solo laners. And when that happens and Astralis comes on reset, that's where they start clearing out the vision around Drake.
God, I hate cats. Both that one and real life. I will say though, look at the item differences as we're setting up for this final fight. A full item ahead for Kobbe still, and a 2,000 gold lead. Full item ahead for Leader still. So the damage disparity for the major carries in favor of the bottom. However, Oscarinen is obviously significantly ahead of his opposite number, so those accelerated shock blasts need time to set up. I just don't think Fnatic have the vision or the time to get away from the Maokai, the Jax, the Zed that will be jumping in their faces.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult now. Even Astralis, knowing that there's no blue trinket, Reckless also just used his ultimate to get it there, just going to start off the Baron. The Feather's going to do a shot on the Baron if he wants to call them down. Another hook from Jonghoon!
It was beautiful! And it's going to be enough to pick up Resort. Oscarinen will be the next target as Leaders jumped in, looking for another Advian by some time with a death sentence, but it simply does not matter. Astralis find 3 quick kills at 42 in the game, an exposed base, and they're going to push for the Nexus. They're going to push for that pool 1 seed.
They're going to look for it now, pushing in down towards the super minions here. Got 2 of them coming. Humanoid still around. Reckless looking for that recall. 2 versus 5. Don't think this is going to be the one where they get the base to face pop in. Humanoid still getting attacked on by Leader and Finn.
Fnatic's 4-game winning streak is about to be drawn to a close, but it was enough to get them to groups. And Astralis will send a message that the new kids in town are to be feared, to be respected, and not to be doubted. And for the regular season, your second seed will be Astralis.
You may not like it, but this is what peak European League of Legends look like. BDS and Astralis at the top. Come on, boys. Take a bow. You've most certainly earned it.
Berlin, make your way down to the floor. Give these players a high five. They have earned it. They have surprised, stunned, and shocked. And now, it'll be up to BDS and to Astralis to silence the haters and show up in a best of 3. This is step 1. Congratulations, I give you your flowers for the regular season. Now show me the depth and show me you can surprise the teams that have traditionally shown up in best of series.
But I actually think that I'm quite hopeful for these teams. I think they've both shown good drafting, BDS specifically, also Astralis, finding good ways to leverage how they want to play the game, being a bit more creative, being a bit more aggressive with some of the picks that they're coming out with. Yamato said it earlier on the analyst desk. They have their stylistic quite defined already. And I think if you can expand on that going into the week breaks, then starting on with the groups, they're looking scary.
Younghoon's Blitzcrank was fantastic.
Absolutely
He's one of the
great.
nominees for Player of the Game at LEC on Twitter. Leader, Kobe, and Younghoon. I'm voting for the observers. They're my players of the game. Well done indeed. But for Astralis, they lock in that top 2. That is a crazy turn of events. Very excited to see how it pans out. Fnatic will make it to the best of 3s, right? Now seeding will come into play. If you want to find out exactly how the results will impact it, lec.gg/folder sheet. With the 3 games coming in, 6 results, Mad Lions and Heretics. Which one of them will make that 8th and final spot? That's what we'll find out later today. But for now, it's going to be looking at the top of the table. I mean, congratulations to Leader. Come in. He is a real threat. He's been hard to contain.
What a redemption story.
Fantastic redemption story. And also getting a chance to, again, silence everybody in the best ofs. GB, that does it for us this weekend. We're going to hear on stage with Frankie standing by with Leader.
Thank you very much, guys. Leader, the first thing you said to me was, that was a rough one, and yet you got the win, and what a game. Why was it rough, though?
I think we had a bit of too many oopsies in the early games, so it was a bit rough, at least from mid-top perspective, but bot lane got a lead 2v2, so they kind of stabilized it, but it was really rough for me, at least.
Was that because of the LeBlanc?
It was, I mean, he played a good LeBlanc, and it's a good counter into Zed pre-6, especially if our jungler is always showing into top side, which we were trying to gank the Jace. And I think we misplayed. Finn is sick, so he's not feeling too good today. And apparently there was some misplays happening in top side, and then we got killed again in top side and then it was a bit hard.
So how did you get things back on track?
Obviously, with our bot lane being so far ahead, and actually, honestly, this game is a blur for me. I don't remember anything from this game already. I just know that early was rough, and then we just farmed, and then I was there, and I was here, and then we suddenly won.
What happens to the team then when you're expecting to win and you do have your backs against the wall? Do you go into this flow state that you seem to be describing?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it feels nice to be top 2 at least now. I think we're secure top 2 now.
You have indeed.
Yeah, so that is really, really nice, right? But it's like, we win this game and it feels like we can honestly win any game if we win a game like this. Even though it doesn't look so rough from the outside, I would say, it was really, really rough in-game for at least our top side.
Leader, remind me, how many days did you have to practice with the team before you started actually playing officials on stage with them?
I think I actually only had like 10 or 8 days or something, but I was not in the house, neither was Kobe, because he needed a much-needed break, and I wanted to appear into the gaming house as well with him. So, like, actual proper practice, we had like 5 days or so, I would say.
So given that you only had 5 days, the fact that you have now locked that all-important second spot, I mean, that, well, you've got to be satisfied.
Of course, it's nice.
I want to ask you as well. We've got teams loading up on stage, and Berlin's very excited. But I'm excited to ask you about Younghoon. Just watching him in team comms, he seems like he's incredibly vocal. Just how instrumental was he for your performance today?
He's one of the leading forces in our drafts, I would say. He's really, really outspoken in draft. He has his own ideas here and there. That's why sometimes drafts can be really, really hectic as well, because one day we agree on something and then the next day he says, what about if we do this? And then it's like, yeah, maybe. And then we like sit more, you know, and keep talking. Obviously, like I look at Jong-hoon and both 1-on-3, like as my little brothers. That's how they're acting at least. They're taking criticism really, really well, and they're improving at a rapid pace.
And the both of them, their assists today were instrumental in getting you that number 2 spot on the standings leader. Thank you so much
Thank you for
talking
having
to us.
me.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the draw show later today.
Thank you.
We are going to head to a short break. But as you can see, we've got 2 teams hungry for another win on stage behind me right now. So who will you be rooting for? Let us know in the chat, and we'll see you after the break. SK or Team Heretics?
Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advians drop low, 200, 100, tick, tick, feathers fly.
Oh, it's from every angle. There's nothing for him to do.
Flash forward from Kobe. Roots reckless. The double kill for Carbon. Put in from behind, and Finn's using the E to do so much work. 113 caught by the death sentence, but Razork will be the next target. Oscar is taken. Astralis.
Oh, that's a hook again.
Decimating Fnatic. Young-hoon with the rocket grab.
On the Baron, if he wants to call them down, another hook from Young-hoon.
It was beautiful, and it's going to be enough to pick up Razork. Oscar in will be the next target as leaders jumped in.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Check it out, y'all.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
should be an epic match because first off, the players are all on stage. Woohoo! That's a win.
Health is wealth.
Now, this game is so important for Team Heretics. Do or die straight up as they face SK Gaming. One last shot at a group stage spot. And to keep the chance alive to at least play a tiebreaker going forward. Let's pull up the standings to see the predicament that they are in terms of them qualifying. So they need to win, and then they need G2 to beat MAD. Then we will have a tiebreaker game for the final spot, because if MAD beat G2, then it's just them straight up locked in the group stage. And a reminder, of course, that Excel is unfortunately eliminated. Let's talk about Team Heretics. I kind of want to take the perspective of the entire year. The expectations that we had for them coming in, which I think were careful, mildly positive with an eye on possible development, I want to say. But that really hasn't come true in the latter part of their year.
I think the key thing, right, that the Jankos signing came kind of late, and there was always like a question of where does Jankos go. I think a lot of eyes on, of course, Jack Spectra, because he was tearing up the ERLs. I think in the context of every other AD in the league, we just had such a rocket start for so many other AD carries. So Jack kind of, was put in the background, but I feel like that he's growing and growing more and more as a player. And I think, some players just need additional time. And I feel like he's slowly getting more and more comfortable on stage. And I think Team Heretics are battling this general idea of what their identity should be. Because I think either they play it safe and they just try to create a composition that is going to kind of just like a slow turtle walk in the goal, which is what they did to qualify to playoffs. But in the end, they were faced with the hard truth that is not a way of playing that kind of lasts.
And either way, they have had a slow start. I think in Winter Split, they actually came, they finally made it into groups. They actually looked well. But the problem was, it took them so long to finally elevate themselves further. Other teams caught on to them. And not only that, they did it better as well. They started growing faster. The entire league got elevated. The problem was, Team Heretics got left behind. And with the play that they've had, at least in week 1 and 2, it didn't really look like a group performance at all. But I will say, in some of the recent games, we have seen small glimmers of hopes, but it's not enough just yet to pull them over the finish line.
Is that a quality of players type problem comparatively to, as you might already called out, Jack is kind of evolving, but some of the other ADCs are just playing lights out. Does that go for more members on that team?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for sure. I think topside has been a question, right, with Ebby as well, and I don't want to put anyone down or anything like that, but it's not just the individuals as well.
I hate when analysts do that, because you can have an opinion about a player,
Yeah, probably, but I never want to really go out on a player and say, you didn't do well.
But so if you build it up,
Yeah, it's very true. But I also think that not only that, as a team, they don't step up. As a team, they're not going for the same play. As a team, they're hesitant. And not only that, they lack confidence. That's really my main concern for Team Heretics.
I'm just going to say it straight. I think the solo lanes of Team Heretics are the ones that have been the most underwhelming. I think that the top lane pool has been very competitive. I think the mid lane pool is becoming more and more competitive.
And they're missing a jungler now.
And I think that this is just the positions that you need to have a lot of sense around how you play the side lane, how you pick champions correctly into the enemy team and make a composition around it. And I feel like Evie hasn't been good at converting leads at all. And when he doesn't have leads, I think he's looked quite uninteresting as a player. He played Kesanta and did well, but I think it was mostly due to the unawareness of the other top laners that kind of elevated his play. Now everything is catching up to them. And I liked Ruby on Ahri. I saw some glimpses of hope, with the Evie Tryndamere kind of brought me back. But even in that game, he had lead and just couldn't convert it. And this is where you need a lot more firepower.
A lot more firepower indeed. As Goldberg said, sometimes we do see positives. Yesterday versus Vitality, they had a good start, but they didn't manage to close it out. Super frustrating. But what are the good things we saw? And is that something they can tap into today?
I mean, I certainly hope so. I think Evie actually had his best game the entire season yesterday when he was playing that Jax as well. And just in general, actually, I think I do have a telestrate. I actually want to look over some of these plays as well. If,
yeah, it was. But
if
yes, if you want now.
So convenient.
It was not now, but we're going to change it around for you. Sure. Go ahead.
This is my show
buddy.
now, okay? So you stay over there, I walk over here, and I go over to Telestrator instead. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting as well, because we are in a situation where I want to talk about some of the team things that they unfortunately didn't execute on too well. I think they started having better planning in general. We're in a scenario right now where I want to look at the items first. You can see Kraken Slayer and Lian just finished up over here, where on the side of Vitality, they actually haven't gotten there yet. And this is going to be really huge, because before a Drake fight, they're looking for upset. Now, crucially for Mercer, he just missed his hook on the wall. So he does not have the wall. Individual mistake from Mercer. Mercer wants to go back. He still has the flash, but he's not looking for it. Now, Jankos throws out the ultimate, and we're in a position now where Upset didn't get his reset, so he will not have the shield bow. Jankos and the rest of Team Heretics is setting up here on the Drake. And you can see now, you get easy access to know when enemy team is coming into you here. You need to be in a position where you have this advantage as a team. You have Ruby coming around. You have the engage tool with the Nautilus. When you see Kaiser here, you need to go for it. But they're so split. Ruby's looking topside on both. Now Mercer's looking down on bot side. Jankos was looking at the Drake. Now he's polymorphed. Now they go back. And despite Team Heretics having these advantages, they're never looking for the play together. They lose out on the Drake and they lose out on the fight. And it happens again and again and again. In this situation, they're still very much competitive. They still got chances to come back into the game. Now Ebby is going to be on a flank. Ruby and the rest of Jankos can look for a potential engage with the Sejuani. You have to follow up from Mercer. So let's see how this fight plays out instead. Mercer playing on the back, looking to Hex Flash into it in a moment, but no one's walking forward. And now, when the engage will finally come through from Jankos in the middle of all of them, look at what happens on the top side here. Ebby's gonna hit a pink ward. Bo can CC out with the clone. The CC was not layered. Mercer is late because of the Hex Flash. They're gonna, once again, kite back. They're getting scattered. The fight gets chaotic. They're losing the Drake. They finally start coming back into the game. They think to themselves, wait, we can actually win this. We're stronger than them. We can finally come back. So they're gonna lose out on the Drake. And in turn, they do get all the kills in the team fights. But the problem once again and again and again from Team Heretics is that they're afraid. They are lacking confidence. And you can't be lacking confidence when it's do or die for you. It's show up or shut up in this scenario for Team Heretics, because they got no choice. Either you play it like you mean it, or you're gonna go home and you're gonna wait till after MSI. So we're gonna see now as they can actually show up as we send it over to Jamada and Medic for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Goldborg. They have done the first step in showing up today because they are here.
They're on the stage.
In the LEC studio on the stage. I'm Medic, that's Jamada. We are here for what could be 4 games, what possibly will be 3 games as well. If Heretics win this game, of course, they can still get that tiebreaker against Mad Lions. If they lose, though, they are out of contention for the group stage in 2 weeks' time.
That's it. That's the phrase. Do or die.
Do or die. Show up or shut up. For that, draft. Heretics on the blue side. I would like to bring out some fun stat about how both of Heretics' wins have been on the blue side, so they're much more favored here, but it's not true. They've won once on the blue side, once on the red side, so that's no real benefit to them to being on this blue side.
I guess.
They are the Thanos of League of Legends, but more the Thanos at the end of Endgame rather than the Thanos in the middle of Endgame. At least Sejuani taken away by Heretics. SK are going to remove the Draven. And alongside that, Zeri, obviously targeting Jack Spectra down towards that bottom lane.
Yep, absolutely. Makes total sense here for SK. Jack Spectra, when he is given that freedom, often does, you know, make Heretics a lot more threatening than at times they may seem. The 2-6 scoreline doesn't quite do them justice throughout the entirety of their split so far here, as Annie is going to join the ban table. I'm wondering if we're going to get 3 AD carry bans, whether they're going to actually go towards the Xayah or not here for SK, whether or not they'll actually move away from the AD carries. I feel like, though, looping back into what Goldborg's talking about in the Telestrator, it's really, really important for Team Heretics to draft agency, but also be confident and move forward together. And I feel like that has been the key lacking thing for them.
Part of that comes from simplicity as well. Like, pick things that can just press R together, that can go in together. The Rakan taken away from Mercer, probably his most successful champion so far this year, so no real surprises there. And immediately Xayah locked in for Jack Spectra, will be his 2nd game on it in Spring Split. SK Gaming obviously still fighting to be out of 7th place. If they lose, they could still drop into the lower bracket, lower part of our group stage bracket. It could be picked by BDS or Astralis when we get to the draw show, which is at the end of the show today. Even if we have a tiebreaker, it will be after the tiebreakers, so make sure to stick around after the games have concluded.
Absolutely, and now SK, they go towards the Varus, strong early laning phase into the Xayah, and then the Maokai as well. So a lot of immediate poke that you have to walk into here. So for SK, getting forward into objectives is going to be critical, but this is what I love to see from Team Heretics here. Vi plus Ahri, immediate mid lane and jungle agency. Once that level 6 comes in, Certus is going to have to play very carefully, and actually with that in mind, I'm curious about what he's going to play here. Will it be something like Talia to try and shut down on some of the mobility of these picks, or will it be something a little bit closer towards like an Akali, an assassin pick, effectively, that's hyper-mobile to try and just, you know, survive the early laning phase, but then blow up one of the squishies on the backline?
Oh, for the moment, they're going to leave it for the second rotation. Jax locked in for Irrelevant up towards that top lane, means that SK can ban out some of the top lane answers to the Jax if they so desire. Gragas, one of those, and they will take him out of the pool. I do like the RE for Ruby, as you say, the synergy with the jungler, but also the fact that Ruby's had one game on it in Spring, and it was a very good game for him. 4-1 and 16, I believe, against Mad Lions. Needs another performance like that if they are going to challenge SK today.
Absolutely, and now Team Heretics doing their due diligence and removing away the Ashe on the bottom side. They don't want to run into a double AD carry inside the lane. That'll be a little bit oppressive. Already the 1-to-1 AD carry matchup can be a little bit rough in the early stages. Wouldn't be surprised here. I was actually going to mention maybe removing away Evi's Cassante, just because it's Evi, and Cassante has been quite synonymous with him, but also the Kennen makes perfect sense, a lot of backline threat, and right now there's not necessarily anything that could stop him from finding backline access, as well as it just being a very good one-to-one matchup into Jax in the early laning phase. So I think now Team Heretics, you could try and pin down something that you don't want to have to deal with in the mid lane, but I also feel like you're quite open to just remove away another DOS, engage champion potentially. The choice is theirs, time's ticking, we'll see what they go for.
Well, Renata's going to be the option. I wonder if SK, I mean, I was thinking maybe you'd go for something like a Braum here as your support. It gives you a bit of safety. If the Vi goes in, you can put the Unbreakable behind her so the defenders can't get through. It's not the best, doesn't give you that much push in the lane either, but it gives you a bit of protection for your backline.
Yeah, the team fighting's going to be fine, and you've got quite a few ore attackers already. It's just about the laning phase, right? I think when you've already got Varus, you want to try and draft something to sort of be in line with that and try and, you know, push the envelope in the lane. And I think for Certus going towards this Azir here makes a lot of sense. You can outrange the Ahri in the early laning phase, and when it comes to the level 6 mark, all you have to do is just kind of dash back, not get hit by the charm. Even if the Vi ult connects, as long as you try and create as much distance as you can often find yourself safe from those ganks. But I expect this now from Team Heretics. Leona, Nautilus, anything like this to just go forward. You could also technically go Lulu, but I really would like to see more proactivity here.
Yeah, get some engage, something to follow up alongside that Vi, even initiate for the Vi. A long-range depth charge can allow the Vi then to chase in. Malphite's something we have seen a little bit here in the LEC over the last week or so.
I would like it here. I think it makes so much sense.
Yeah, the Alistair has to be a bait, right?
Yeah, no, it's just fun. It got buffed, and I remember a couple of people like, I mean, AP Alistair top? Probably not.
Okay.
Ooh.
Back to the Cassante. It seems for Heavy will be locked in the end. Not quite as much follow-up as something like a Malphite, but is a very strong disruptive tank if you can get him into team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like when you take a look at SK's composition, it's not necessarily going to have access to damage to burst out an all-out Cassante until around 2 items. So I don't mind it if Team Heretics here, when you look at the composition, it's about going forward. And you called out the Braum, it makes sense. It's a Nautilus blind, I know, you're amazing, medic, but for SK, it's all about CC, it's all about team fighting, it's, you know, just about neutralizing what Heretics are trying to do, because what Heretics want to do is move forward and move forward a damn lot.
And I think I totally agree with your read that push prio is really important down towards the bottom side. But if I'm SK, I just say, I mean, they have a lot of tools to get on us. Let's just disengage a couple of times. Like, Gragas would have been great as well, but Braum does exactly that. The Azir, Emperor's Divide, the Nature's Grasp, you have so many tools just to distract Heretics for as long as possible, to divert their attention somewhere else, and then you can look to step back forward with the Jax and with the Azir.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's going to be the name of the game. I think for SK as well, get in front of the objective first. Going to be very, very crucial, just to ensure that even though Heretics don't really care what way they go, they're probably going to be going in. For SK, it's about getting those optimal team fight setups, and if you're checking into Fog, it's going to be rough against so much engage.
It really is. Heretics' lives on the line. Have to win this to at least get a tiebreaker with Mad Lions. Of course, they need Mad Lions to lose in the next game against G2 as well. SK Gaming already into the group stage, but can still get a more favorable berth if they are able to win this one. Huge game for these players. Some of them, especially players like Jankos, who've had actually some pretty exceptional splits, have to be able to perform when it matters most. Let's get into it. Heretics versus SK. not sure what that was, but it was very enthusiastic.
It was.
Which I like. I like it when the crowd, you know, it starts to build up some of the hype with finals, you know, groups and playoffs all being here in the LEC studio. It's great to have loud voices in the crowd who help bolster all of our moods as we get towards the end of spring. Crazy that we've already been through 2 splits. Well, 1.5 so far.
Yeah,
when other teams are just rounding out their first.
It's strange, you know. Yeah. I've come over from the LPL, and we haven't even started playoffs yet. Yeah. Like spring playoffs, so feels odd. It does feel odd, but
it's good for us as well. We're seeing new teams actually rise to the fore. You know, BDS and Astralis up near the top. SK have been another team that have really performed above expectations, I think, coming through this year. The end of this the spring split has been perhaps a little bit more under the weather for them, a little bit more disappointing, but still looking to get into our top 6. Well, they're already in our top 8, so looking to get into the top 6 for the group stage. They went for an invade here, was spotted on a ward. They swept that ward out. Markoon can smite the red, secure that. Will go for the Razorbeaks as well, while Jankos is going to start on his top side of the map.
Now, we actually saw something very similar against Team Heretics the other day in their Astralis matchup, where Astralis had a very similar invade to this, where effectively Jankos was kind of cornered off to one quadrant, and he did end up eventually getting a CS lead, but what it did do was shut down a lot of early access to lanes. Markoon's just going to go for a passover and again just continue to keep him in one quadrant. So we're going to have to very eagerly track exactly what Jankos is going to do with that in mind. That's a flash forward.
They need one more minion for the level 2. They get it now. Mercer can look for the hook. Lands as well. Concussive Blow's doing a lot of work. DOS low down to 150 HP, but able to walk away. DOS and Exakick chugging through those potions. There's a biscuit for Exakick as well. He can use that at any moment to try and get a little bit of extra health back. We see that bot lane pushing in, expected from Mercer and Jack Spectra. Irrelevant stacking a wave up towards this top side here, diving in with the counter-strike as well, just to chip away at the Cassante.
Yeah, but Markoon was pathing down towards the bottom side, and I expect that's where a lot of the action is still going to remain. Jankos done his 3 camps, and he now is looking for more farm, and he's got mid lane priority from Ruby, so not necessarily going to be alone for the immediate. But Markoon being very, very apprehensive about his pathing, going down towards the Gromp first, because he knows with Team Heretics having priority, this invade could definitely happen. Will be spotted out. How much disruption will Team Heretics be willing to throw his way? The Gromp's going to reset, so there's a little bit of damage done, a little bit of tempo earned back. But will they fight for this blue buff?
It looks like they're going to. Jankos has the smite, so does Markoon. No vision for SK. Smite goes down. Jankos gets a buff back. Net loss of 1 camp for him. He lost the Razorbeaks and his red and only was able to steal away the blue, but overall, a good little gain back. He could even go for double scuttle here as well, knowing that Markoon's on the bottom side of the map, gets this bot side, and then could go all the way through mid to make sure that he gets both of the crabs.
Yep, I like this play overall though, because you saw Mercer, Jack Spectra, they got super aggressive from the level 1. It's kind of one of the few windows you have in a bot lane like this to get aggressive without potentially just getting punished back with the concussive blows. So trying to just secure Jankos a little bit more, and also just using that lane priority, and also just covering to ensure that Markoon doesn't get down there. Really, really solid sequence of plays, and they will just return back to his Krug. So nothing over the top, but at the very least, Heretics responding to that level 1 invade.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw Jankos really put behind in the early game. Really, his ability to play around the map was very much neutralized by his opposition. Here, you can see Heretics investing a little bit more into him. Ebby looking for the Q3 knockback. The Intofo strikes, irrelevant flashing, counter flash. Jump forward with a lead strike, one more. Oh, no, not in range. Ebby didn't have the Q3, just Q1 there to chip away at Irrelevant once again, but the wave not in the best of states for the Heretics top laner. I think Irrelevant might actually be able to hold it outside his tower range, establish a freeze up towards that top lane, and Ebby is going to be calling for Jankos' help pretty soon.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine the lane state as it is. Teleport comes out. I think Irrelevant will probably be forced to teleport as well. Yeah. And then it should just neutralize out as Jankos being on the top side. Markoon's not really giving it much attention. Feels like it's not necessarily worth it, because at the end of the day, 2v2 can be a little bit awkward with Maokai sometimes. It's all about like first pounce, things like this. Whoever's getting the first amount of burst damage on a target in a matchup like that. Level 6 just gets even more volatile as well, all out Jack Salt. So I think just leaving it for now, because they don't want to necessarily make it a volatile lane.
Right, understandably, right? Irrelevant has had this Jax band out against him a lot, but it is one of his signature picks when he can get his hands on it. Very impactful, I think, alongside Nar. Jankos is going to work his way up towards this top side. Wave, as we said, for Ebby, a little bit further forward than perhaps he would like. Jankos just covering Ebby now, and Tofu strikes coming out. No flashes on either of these top laners. Remember, And whoever loses this bout, whoever loses this battle, has no TP and no flash. So getting back to the lane is going to be tricky.
Ooh.
Likely to lose some plates. Counter-Strike being used by Irrelevant. The wave stacking up now towards Ebby.
It's a fair window, but I feel like Jankos, having not reset yet, just doesn't really fancy his chances.
It's like one of those old school windows at the front of, you know, those big stately homes. You know, it's a fair one with draped curtains, maybe stained glass.
Right.
It's quite a nice window for him to go for something, but he decides against it. Perhaps worried about the glass.
Worried about
that was one of my worst jokes ever.
I was wondering where he was going with that.
I'm so sorry, Gerardo. That was awful.
It's okay. It's all right. You know, I'm not going to rub your face in it.
It's been a long weekend, my dude. I've been playing, you know, I've been in the D4 beta the entire time.
Oh,
you know,
man.
Channeling my necro skills.
Right.
Necromancers, I think I associate with a lot because they're just doctors who arrived a little bit too late. You know?
Someone really liked that joke in the crowd.
It's like, you're sad about your nan dying? Don't worry, I can bring her back. She's doing the dishes right now.
Oh, God.
SK gonna set up this Drake, though. You can see Heretics maybe looking for something. Ruby's coming down as well, but the Dragon already secured as the smite comes in for SK. Heretics were a little late to the punch. The hook goes down, but DOS once again puts the Unbreakable down. Jankos trying to put the damage back in. Emperor's Divide coming out, dodged away by Heretics. Jankos invests the flash to do so.
Yeah, that choke is just so dangerous for Team Heretics to overchase into Braum, Azir. And you can see how much respect was paid by Team Heretics after the initial dredge line. They kind of just backed away, immediately flashed out once Certus went in. But there's Certus flashed down, so potentially Ruby, once Jankos hits level 6 as well, could be an angle. There's probably a brief window where Jankos should hit 6 and there shouldn't be a wall available to Certus. It's a lengthy cooldown, still a minute and a half left. Let's see if that can get punished. But Dragon secured by SK. Minimal damage. Feels alright.
Overall, just that one flash burnt for it. So SK will be pretty happy with how that's gone. Gold lead at the moment for Heretics, but only it's about 400 or so. And well, perhaps Jankos may be looking down towards the bottom lane here. Mercer has the Hex Flash, no vision for SK. Jankos not yet level 6, but 1 minion's XP is really all he needs. Jack Spectre will order it. There it is. Cease and desist. Flash away by Exekick, but the chase is on. Dots puts up the Unbreakable. Once again, Jack Spectre able to dodge to the side of the wall. Exekick is ticking, but not quite enough in the end. He will fall. Dots flashes. The Ignite on Jankos will not be enough, and Heretics find first blood.
Really valiant effort from Dots. He was holding the angle between Jack Spectre and Exekick, but not quite enough. Too much damage, too much CC. And even with the flash, no heal. If he just had it, just burned it at the Dragon, could have maybe walked out with his life. But on the opposite side, in response, Marcoon is on this Herald, but Ebby is going to interrupt it, and so is Ruby. Marcoon's probably going to have to flash.
Flash charm. Marcoon still has the flash. Twisted advance, knocks them back and flashes over the wall to get to safety. Do they keep the Herald aggroed? Certus, ultimate, probably about 25 seconds away from coming back up. If they can keep this Herald aggroed, though, Jankos on his way. Instead, patience runs out. And the Herald has other engagements, it seems.
Yeah, big win for Team Heretics, denying that as they made the play on the bottom side. That's why Marcoon was up there, but this is all about the play here. Flash away, and again, just look at Doss trying his best, blocks the dredge line, tries to get in the middle of Exekick and Jack Spectre, but just can't quite do it. And actually, I want to say really credit to Mirza, locks him down to ensure that the angle can't be held.
And that's the difference between fighting a choke point like they did against around the Dragon and fighting in the open. When you're in the open, you can walk around the wall. But when the wall blocks off the entirety of the passageway, it becomes a little bit trickier. You have to get a bulldozer or a sledgehammer or something to knock that darn thing down. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to find the fight.
Exactly. Very, very rough. Now, we'll see how SK are going to try and reapproach this Herald as Marcoon is on it yet again. There's a couple of resets coming out from Team Heretics, so this might just be a bit of a freebie, to be entirely honest with you. Evi's gone back, Ruby's just teleported back to the mid lane, and Jankos is down here looking for the blue buff second spawn.
I'm going to be honest, if I'm Heretics, I'm probably thinking about how do we kill this bot lane over and over again while their flashes aren't up, rather than how can we secure the Herald, and that's exactly what they're doing. Cease and desist available for Jankos once again, the TP coming out, there's the depth charge, but with the TP used, Heretics just back away. Abby can TP, can just fight up in that top lane as Irrelevant was taking tower plates. You can see Certus joins up in the mid lane. Ruby came across as well as they look to take away this blue. Rift Herald secured for Marcoon, but net positive, you feel, for SK as they did get the Herald and only had to burn a TP to do so. Nature's Grass coming out. Mercer tanks it. Not sure he knew that one was on its way. Cease and desist onto Marcoon up towards the top side. Mercer the sacrifice for Heretics. Marcoon going forward. Ruby going back. Great! Better usage there from Jack Spectre to get away with the Featherstorm. Certus looking for more, but the double root once again, the feathers pulled back. Charm used on DOS. Ruby's going to try and fight the support up towards the top side. Certus trying to put the soldiers down to kill off Jack Spectre, and we'll get him under the tower. But with the Vault Breaker coming in, DOS already dead. Yankos looking for more. The Emperor's Divide's only going to buy you a second here, Certus. Those bodyguards can't do too much against the oncoming Heretics. Mercer here will look for the CC, roots up Certus, locks him in place, and Yankos takes the kill.
Yeah, give it to Yankos, why not? Ruby's already got 2 kills. Really, really solid play here for Team Heretics. Responding to what was an SK engage. It was SK looking for this. Like you said, Mercer maybe didn't see it, maybe just didn't have to tank it. I don't think he can really get out of the way of it, to be honest with you. Just gets locked down, but on the top side, immediate response from Ruby, from Yankos, and this is what we need. Just consistent in, follow up with the charm, but this Feather Storm from Jack Spectre so good, and also the pullback interrupting Certus from potentially getting a bit of an immediate shuffle, because it's a really weird angle. He could maybe pull him back in. Sometimes the sweep is a bit inconsistent. Ruby gets to chase down on DOS, and eventually Jack Spectre just gets stabbed in the back at the very end of it.
Well, in the end, they are able to get that final kill with it, a 1.2k gold lead hit for Heretics, and such an important game for them as well. You can see Jack Spectre and Ruby topping the gold charts, but just to remind you all of what's on the line here for Heretics, the way they get into a 2-way tie with Mad Lions, we play a tiebreaker game at the end of the day, is XL losing to BDS. Well, that's happened.
Yep.
Now Heretics have to beat SK, and then Mad Lions have to lose to G2 for Heretics to have a tiebreaker game to make it into the group stage. For the moment, though, SK want a little bit more action. Mercer's going to try and hook himself away, down to 200 HP. Marcoon on the chase, DOS dashing forward as well. Hits him with the Winter's Bite.
That's a lot of damage.
On the side, Jack Spectre putting it out to DPS. DOS already down, another hook hits. In the midst of it all, they find extra kick, a charm once again. And Heretics will not be silenced. They are unwilling to give up the ghost quite yet, as they manage to pick up 3 kills, 4 kills in fact, and take a 2,000 gold lead.
Heretics showing up big here. SK kind of just over chasing, feeling a little bit frustrated maybe that they lose the dragon in the fashion they do. And remember, it's their comp that Thresh isn't going backwards. They're chasing into the choke this time. They just get eaten up by all of the AoE. I think it was mostly Ruby. Even Yankos knocks back 3 people, I think, with the ultimate. So it's all about this initial engage. Merz gets really chunked out, and they just see a bit of red as they chase in. And I'm not entirely sure really that they even have to go for this. They can go back towards the bottom side. There are quite a few other options they can look for here, but all of this AoE is nasty. DOS gets one shot. Dredge line in the middle of all of that as well. Mercer gives over his life, but I don't think he cares. 4 members go down, and even Evie gets involved in the mix as well. And that's so much gold going over to the core carries.
Yeah, and super solid play from Heretics, doing exactly what their composition wants to do, although perhaps a little bit more on the back foot than the front foot than we expected. Coming through the draft phase, getting that dragon as well stops SK from having any possibility of dragon stacking. You can see Jack Spectre able to kite back well on the Xayah there. And Ruby once again on the Ari. 3-0-3 seems to be a pick that works for him right now. Did when they played up against Mad Lions earlier in the split, and now once again starting to show just how good he can be. It is a low damage pick though, Everfrost especially. I'm sure Nymera somewhere is crying at his PC, typing out the tweets already.
I think what we need next from Ruby is
the book.
No, it's not the book. It's what's the item called? The Horizon Focus.
Oh yeah.
And then the tweets will come out.
But if he goes the book, then he is all is forgiven. If he gets Medjai second, he's got 9 stacks.
So someone shouting by
the book. It might be Nymera. I don't know.
Who knows? So I think I haven't spoken to Nymera about it in a while, because whenever he speaks about it's like if I try and bring up Kane, it's just bad. I'm not gonna do it. But I think it's Death Cap and the book, and then he's happy.
Okay.
But if it's Horizon Focus, then we'll see a tweet.
Everfrost, of course, does give you a little bit more CC in the early game. So it's an understandable purchase. We'll see where Ruby goes from here. And as you say, perhaps both of us not the best to judge Ruby's build.
Hey, I normally go by, I won't judge a pro player's build unless it genuinely makes no sense. Like, unless it actually just makes no sense at all.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. He is the primary AP on his team, so we'll see how much damage he can put out through the rest of the game. Jack Spectre looking for the tower in the bottom lane, but won't quite find it yet. 15 minutes into the game, there's a 3,000 gold difference between these two teams. Well, 2.6k. But at the moment, you can see where that gold lies. The carries of Heretics are ahead. 1,000 gold in the mid lane, 1,000 gold down towards the bottom lane. And if Heretics can continue this pressure, they're looking for that tiebreaker versus Mad Lions at the end of today. The question is, what do they have to do, Jamada? Like, what if you were Heretics right now and you could do a tactical timeout, yeah? We're Valorant now, right? You can say, okay, guys, tactical timeout. We're on Dust 2.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
You know, I always thought, just before I answer your question,
sure.
it would be really, really cool if we could have tac pauses, but like maybe the coaches could only watch from like the Team Heretics perspective,
if
or
you could
like
only have
from
your
one
own
side.
fog of war, because otherwise you're gonna be like control ward here, control ward here.
That would be silly.
Yeah.
But oh, hello, team fight.
Oh, tactically, it's a TP towards the top lane. Irrelevant dashing away with the leap strike, charmed up, rooted up, Pepper Frost being used. Irrelevant doesn't even have time to flash, doesn't even get an opportunity to use it. The Heretics take their time out and put Irrelevant in one as well.
Yeah, so I was going to say Herald, and you can do that a couple of different ways. Deny vision in the river, look for a pick around the objective, and they've gone for the latter, and they've gotten Irrelevant. So 4v5, they could even find Certus here, face check.
He's got the crown. Can Emperors divide them back? Crown, of course, gives you that brief window, about 2 seconds or so, where you take massively reduced damage. Getting it off is, of course, important, but it's going to be back up in about, I don't know, 40 seconds time or so shouldn't be too much of a loss there for Certus. The ultimate, though, it's a bit of a loss if another fight does happen. It would only be Ocean Drake on the menu for either of these teams.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like Team Heretics want to give it up. Evi's been pulled off this tower on the top side. Doesn't have teleport, so he's walking his way down. SK have control of the bottom side for now. So it does mean that Team Heretics are going to have to walk into a couple of saplings, maybe a little bit of poke from the Varus, but it is on hit, so it's not necessarily hitting as hard as it could. But Team Heretics don't care about this control on the bottom side. Just going for the mid lane charge, they'll get the tier 1. Should probably get taken down here by Certus. And now actually, Master's paying attention to the mid lane. SK just entirely yielded this, deciding to cross map for the top side. Definitely understand it to a point just because of how strong Team Heretics are right now.
Yeah, it's a net 2 towers for a tower and a dragon. You know, they got bot lane tower, they got top lane tower, and they get the push in from Irrelevant. So overall for SK, they're probably up in terms of gold, but of course dragons give you a gold value inherently in them. So Heretics will be happy enough with this overall. And for the moment, both the teams comfortable enough in this situation. You can see Execute going, as you say, on hit. It's the Immortal Shield Bow into Ginsu's build. I was wondering if perhaps he'd want to go the mix build, the red build with a bit of AP here with the Rabadons, but usually you do that into a health stackers on the enemy team, and here you're not really seeing too much of that. Maybe Ebi's going to stack a little bit of it. Jankos could do that as well, but we'll see if Execute decides that that flavor of the month build is his priority this game.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe not.
I mean, that's true.
I haven't actually seen that build yet.
It happened earlier today, so Crowny built it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He went Zhonya's and then he went. You
get basically your blight stacks do percentage max HP damage and it scales off AP. So Rabadon Zhonya's is often seen. Ruby perhaps a little bit pushed up here. Does have the Spirit Rush though. Marcoon's gonna wait. Just smites him.
It's a dominant smite, you know?
Yeah.
Just
and he's got another one up in 10, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, gosh, I still don't like how low cooldown RER is. Anyway, moving aside before we trigger Nightmare again.
But Nightmare will be happy, because it's Rabadon second.
It's Deathcap second. And he's got 10 stacks on the ring.
It could be. It could be the build. We can see Peter Dunn just calling up Nightmare. It's like, mate, is this right? Is this a good one? Okay, tack time out, everyone, quick. Work it out. But yeah, for the moment, as I said, Heretics in a very strong position here. 2 items on Ruby for that next dragon as well. He's got 3 minutes to farm up the required gold. We'll see exactly where he is in terms of total gold as I find the button. This one.
There you go.
There we are. Yeah, so he's only got 400 gold in his inventory right now, but he'll be getting a little bit more, obviously, before the next dragon spawns. And my expectation is that things will slow down a little bit here, Jamada, before that dragon comes out. You know, Heretics don't mind waiting for it, and SK will be happy enough to try to get towards their second items on their carries.
A lot of scaling available to SK, just flatly. Jax, Azir, on-hit Varus. A lot of damage can be offered up, but they need the items to do it. Whereas for Team Heretics, they're about to encroach on those points, right? Navori Quick Blade just picked up for Jack Spectre, and Ruby, like we were just talking about, approaching that decap. So I assume once we get to that third dragon, Team Heretics are going to very happily rock up and look for a skirmish. I guess the response will be, or the question we'll have to ask is what the response will be from SK. Will they just give it up? Do they feel like they need more time? Because I feel like the immediate answer is yes. They are miles away from their iron spikes right now. They're not really in a position where they're inherently winning out on the side lane either. It's going to take a little bit more time until Jax kind of outscales that 1v1. So I think just trying to, not necessarily sit on your hands, but just try and strip away what you can on the map. whilst Team Heretics go for the very telegraphed objectives here.
You're building up your reserves, right?
Yeah.
You're getting some money in the bank. You're making sure that you are in a position, perhaps at the next Drake, or even perhaps the Drake after that, to take a fight. Depends on exactly how things go in the meantime. And at 20 minutes in, though, Heretics in a strong position this game. 2,500 gold ahead. The Baron, they're setting up around it, but I don't really expect either team will want to try and make a play for it. Maybe SK could look for something sneaky. Azir does do a lot of damage to it, and on-hit Varus will help, but with it only being crowned so far on the Azir as well, it is going to take you a little bit of time to chunk through it.
The only thing I would call out is maybe they look for like a cheeky Blast Cone play overall, whilst Team Heretics are going for the third Dragon. I actually wouldn't quite mind that at all. The Blast Cone I don't think is quite there.
It's not on the map right now, so it's still a while away from spawning. You do start to see it when it's, I think it's within a minute.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's 45 seconds.
45
a minute,
seconds.
45 seconds.
Somewhere in that area to spawn. And second item now complete on both Certus and Exakick, so probably more likely to look for that battle when it does come to the Drake. So let's have a look at where we are in terms of vision. Basically, SK have some vision in their own jungle. They've got one control ward sitting by where the red buff is.
It's not very deep.
Heretics. Not deep at all, but my expectation is now, if you are Heretics, what you do is you slowly push up, you get the mid lane prior, which is exactly what they're doing with Jack Spectra, and use Ebby and Jankos to work your way into this blue side jungle, deny some vision, and with 40 seconds left, that's exactly what they're going to do. SK don't have many control wards and no sweepers, well, only one sweeper up right now, so it would take them a little bit of time to regain this control.
Honestly, I would love this Baron Gambit if they try and do it over the wall, but I don't know if the Blast Cone has yet to spawn up. I don't think it will. And they're teleporting Certus to the mid lane, so that signals to me potentially that they want to try and regain mid lane priority here as a 5-man and then brute force into the river. The issue is Team Heretics are so set up here already that even if they get mid lane prior, it won't quite matter. As all 5 members ARAMing here.
We do love a good ARAM here. Looks like SK are just going to try and push their way through mid down towards this Drake. Jankos working his way around in a good position. Jack Spectra starts up the Ocean Drake. Heretics lives in the Spring split on the line right now. Ward cleared away. SK stepping forward. Marcoon on the front line. Ruby gets the charm onto Irrelevant and gets him down to half HP. Dragon down to 2,000, as you say. It's gone. Jankos gets it. But immediately we see Ebby dropping as well. He was just a distraction, but Jack Spectra. Oh, the cleanse coming out. However, Mercer still rooted up. Charm once again from Ruby. Irrelevant trying to come in from the side as well. Mercer flashes away with the death charge. Irrelevant's going to die towards the top side of the fight. He flashes the counter-strike. Not enough. 2 for 1 so far in favor of SK. For the moment, that's all she wrote. Dragon secured for Heretics. 5 minutes on the Ocean Soul for them.
Yeah, I mean, 2 for 1. Team Heretics, they'll take it even losing those 2 members because I don't really feel like SK can inherently force a Baron here on this little window that they have for themselves with a numbers advantage. Ebby would be able to teleport back onto the map. Could maybe force a little bit more than this tower, but step back from Ruby and Jankos means that won't be the case. So they trade the tower. It's not ideal because they were looking for that fight very, very proactively as Replay. It's kind of split on 2 fronts. You've got Team Heretics in the river. Ebby steps a little bit too far forward and gets 1 shot, whereas Ruby was kind of just toying with Irrelevant, and this ultimate here cleansed the way by Jack Spectra. And Mercer could have been in a lot more trouble immediately, but does buy a lot of time, whilst SK, very focused, and so is Irrelevant on trying to get down there, just gets cut off and wasn't quite expecting Jankos and Ruby to come at the angle that they did.
And it is a bit of a struggle when you're playing these sort of pincer maneuvers. It can be hard to be aware of every single player at every single time, especially when you're walking into the enemy's vision line. Mercer, Hex flashes forward, hits with the Winter's Bite. Certus could slide in here. Mercer chipped away out just a little bit. Of course, concussive blows doesn't really work off the soldier's auto attacks, only works off champion auto attacks, so would be a little bit broken.
I was about to say, could you imagine how strong that would be if it did?
If that was how it worked. It looks like Exakick is going to stick with the conventional on-hit Varus build here. Don't really need more AP from the team, so not really too surprised. And as we said earlier, not too much max HP stacking on the other side. TP down towards the bottom lane. Irrelevant does have a TP to get out. Everfrost being used. There's the charm. Counter-strike coming out as well. The all-out. Deep strike away. Ruby, no Spirit Rush charges left, but Evie has enough chase potential to do everything that's needed. Ruby gets the kill. Baron, though, started, it seems. Nope. Marcoon's just clearing a wall.
Setup wasn't good enough.
Baited by the mini-whip.
Setup wasn't good enough for SK, and I think Team Heretics just read that excellently. They just say, you know what? You're not in a position to start a Baron if we go for this cross-map play. doesn't matter if you've got all of those saplings there in the bush waiting menacingly, the little presents, gift wrapped.
It's not too much damage from that though, because there's no Radiant
it's not
Virtue
AP,
Maokai, right?
yeah.
And no first strike, just the aftershock. Knows that he is the primary engage for this team. He is going in. Knight's Bow second as well.
Yeah, I do like the build. I'm quite what's the word? I'm quite partial to, you know, full-blown support Maokai. I think it's
The
actually
Moonstone.
Yeah, the Moonstone Redemption.
build, yeah.
I mean, generally, I just feel like Redemption plus Moonstone or Redemption plus Radiant Virtue is just ridiculously broken.
Yeah.
Especially in comp, where playing Radiant Virtue and you're playing jungle, normally you press your R key around every single member next to you, so you're healing them for like 2k a proc. It's a bit absurd. But we haven't seen it here today.
No, not yet. It could still be. It could be third item
Redemption
Radiant
could still
Virtue,
come
you
in. Yeah.
Knight's Vow Radiant Virtue, it's a possibility. We'll see if we get there as well, though, because Heretics have 2 minutes left before the Ocean Soul is on the map for them. At the moment, they're just going to gain control over the vision up towards the top side. Oh, Winter's Bite just short. TP coming in, though. Jack Spectra has to get away towards the rest of his team. Irrelevant immediately locked up with the cease and desist. The charm being used as well. Irrelevant dashes back to his team.
Yeah, of course.
Ebby has a good flank position here. Ruby coming in as well. A hooks hits onto DOS. The Sun Disc goes down. SK retreat to the safety of that solar orb. And for the moment, they'll be okay. But looks like Heretics are going to start up the Baron. They'll pull SK towards them. Smite available for both junglers. No flash on Marcoon. No Nature's Grasp either. The Baron resets. And Heretics unable to find exactly what they were looking at for out of that play.
Yeah, I feel like Heretics, they wanted to turn, but when you just look at the overlay, they just don't have the kind of correct tools that they need, right? It's all the proactivity tools down, and it's mainly just the Featherstorm all out. I think they would have probably lost if they'd gone for that, so I'm glad and they just disengage. Just given how they've been playing so far, it's been really, really disciplined. And again, wrapping back to that original point that we made, giving them a draft like this, Vi, Nautilus, Vi, Leon, or whatever it would have been, engage, agency, and crucially, they've been on the same page so far this game. And SK just 1 or 2 oversteps like this.
Charm the Everfrost Ruby. Living up to that Rabadon's death cap. Death in the name and death by nature here for Heretics. 17 seconds on the Ocean Soul. SK still going to fight this without their Braum as the front line. Now, Abby can come in from the side. The charm hits onto Marcoon. There's the hook follow-up. Nature's Grasp being used as well, but Jack Spectra already dishing out the DPS with the feathers. Yankos on a rampage now. On the back line, another falls. Irrelevant will die. Ruby goes godlike. Mercer looking for the hook. The charm hits once again. And it's just demolition for Heretics.
Ruby is on point with those charms. He's dishing out so much damage. No one could get to Jack Spectra either. It's just a very clean, I suppose, front to back for Team Heretics with SK. Overcommit once with DOS, and then it's a 4v5 where they just feel like they have to commit, right? It's one of those things, you're going to lose soul if you don't. But Heretics, Evie as well, stepping forward, I think stunned 3 people with the W. Just buys so much space for them, and they get the soul. They almost get this tier 2 in the mid lane. And once they come back off of this reset, you expect Baron will be in their eyes.
Yesterday against Vitality, Heretics had some moments of brilliance, some moments of glory. Ebby especially, you know, 8-3-2, I think, on the Jacks, and when that game slipped through their fingers, I thought that was it. I thought, like, how do you come back from that as a team that has been so close so many times to picking up the wins but hasn't been able to, as Ruby once again with the charm goes legendary. Shadow Flame third on this Ahri. Ruby, just play it every game, my dude. Currently undefeated on it this split. And Heretics looking for a date with Destiny, looking for a date with Mad Lions, of course. For Heretics to make it into the group stage, they still need Mad Lions to lose the next game. Baron secured, SK maybe overstep, Mercer flashing forward. They lock up the Azir. Xertus down. Irrelevant tries to get onto the back line, but the counter-strike is counterintuitive, it feels. It makes him in, but in the end, he is able to pick up one. Extra kick will fall as well. Ebby on the chase now is Irrelevant, no flash. Does have the dash, just have the jump to try and get away. But Ruby has flash charm. Irrelevant jumps again with the leap strike. Ruby spirit rushes back up again. Another counter strike for Ruby with the charm. Oh, it's delectable, it's delicious from Heretics.
He's not missing, is he?
Call him Cupid, because he does not miss. These charms land every time.
And this arrow, so close. But damage just isn't there. And once the turn is on, oh boy, is it on. Xertus locked up immediately on the front line, knocked up, gone. Simple as that. And we'll give credit to Irrelevant. He is 2.5 items, might be 3 at this point. Puts a lot of pressure onto Jack Spectra, takes him down, and no one from Team Heretics can necessarily deal with that diving threat. And that has to be said. That is one of the, I suppose, weaknesses of the team composition. It just sinks into his seat.
The thing is, you've got a guy smacking you with a lamppost.
Yeah.
Often that's the expectation. You know, you're gonna die in that situation. All you have to do is put down as much damage as you can before you go down. But so far this game, it's been the Ruby show. I think I can name there've been 3 games where Ruby's really popped off, and one was this spring on the RE. One was his first game in the LEC on the Casio, and then this game. But when he pops, this guy just don't stop. He's like a Pringles can.
It's an explosion.
Just continues.
Oh, medic. Get in the bin.
Markoon something underneath the tower here. The charm hits once again. Nature's Gasp being used. Heretics knocking on Heaven's door, it seems. And they will continue to knock, and they will take down the Inhibitor tower. Inhibitor next. SK trying to defend Irrelevant, just catching the wave in the mid lane to make sure that Heretics don't have another avenue to approach, but you don't need an avenue when you can just bash down the front door. Another hook goes in, the charm to follow, the Nexus towers to boot, it seems. Irrelevant's going to try and join the fray, but these hooks and these charms have not missed. Cease and desist. Another charm, another Everfrost, and another kill for Heretics. SK trying to pray to God, trying to pray for a miracle, but in the face of a Heretics, your prayers mean nothing. And with the minion wave pushing in, SK can only look at a 2-man disadvantage. And look at what could have been for them this game. The Sundisk will fall, the Emperor short to follow too. Another charm! Another kill for Heretics! And they are not done yet. Their fate lies in the hands of G2. Heretics will not give up the fight.
They refuse to go silently today. After the game yesterday, so close. Felt like sand slipping between their fingers. But today, this is everything we wanted to see from them.
Yep.
Plain and simple. Agency, Ruby being able to also follow up on the engage. We spoke about Mercer, we spoke about Jankos, but also giving Ruby the space to also play out these team fights. Crucial. Same thing for Jack Spectra, but it was the Ruby show today. But Team Heretics stepping up as a whole, and now, like you say, they've got a hot date. Potentially, G2 has to do them a solid, and they will face up against Mad Lions in the tiebreaker if the result goes their way. It's huge.
Yeah. Absolutely massive for Heretics. Obviously, fate not in their own hands, but they did everything they can do today to make sure that they have a date with the Mad Lions at the end of the day. Our next game, Mad Lions versus G2 as well. So much weight on that one. We'll see if Mad are able to claw another win, get to 4, get to the group stage. Player of the game votes at Twitter, LEC on Twitter, not just at Twitter. Jankos, Ruby, and Jack Spectra. By the book, it's true. He didn't do so.
He didn't do it in the end.
Yeah, wait.
I don't think he did.
He went Rabadon's Shadow.
Yeah.
But still, did quite a bit DPS.
Yeah.
Boy Ruby.
I'll be honest, friends. Ruby should get MVP for this game.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Do you?
Ruby
This is where Veddy's great, because he actually does singing lessons.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Ah. I might have to ask him.
You should.
A couple of
Great singer,
lessons.
Veddy.
Yeah, he is.
He can give you some lessons.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What you got for me?
Pardon?
What you got for me?
Oh, no, I was saying Veddy could give you some
Veddy could give me some lessons.
I just know medical
right.
stuff now.
Right.
Anyway, hand it over to Shox.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Thank you. I actually asked to open the mic to just say stop so you wouldn't keep singing. But it was a good cast though. Jamedi, Medada.
Jamedi sounds cool.
Jamedi,
sounds like
thank
a
you
Jedi.
for casting that. It does. But Team Heretics are still in the running to get to groups. They get the win on the board. We're also going to get Mercer to join us on the desk in just a little bit. But let's start with the picks and bans. I mean, result-based analysis, quite obviously. This was a great pick and ban if you look at what Heretics was able to do with it. But how much did it pan out according to what you thought they were going to do with this draft?
I think the main thing, the standout is just the Vi-Ari combination. They looked so good with these champions against, of course, Mad Lions as well. I really like when Mercer's playing the melee champs too. It's very streamlined what you want to achieve, and it seems like these players are so comfortable when they're playing these particular champs. Mercer, of course, on the Nautilus, you know, it's a legendary one. How are you doing?
Hello.
Good.
Hi. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Halfway there.
Yeah, it was
Possibly.
a big relief. Now we are like praying that G2 beats Math. We
Yeah.
are cheering for G2.
Of course, you're the biggest G2 fan right now.
Yeah.
I see it. Let's start by talking a little bit about what you did here. We were just talking about the draft. If production can call the draft back up. What did you think overall? How happy were you with it? And obviously, you're doing pretty well on the Nautilus.
Well, I mean, I'm not that happy actually after winning. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, I don't want to end up in the last game hoping that G2 beats Math, for example, for me to make group stage. I think making top 8 should be very possible. Like we have players like Jankos, right? He has been to Worlds before. So it's kind of embarrassing to be in this situation for me. But I'm happy that like we like showed strong mentality and managed to win today because it's not easy, right? There is pressure. If you lose, you are out. So it's a big relief.
There's tons of pressure, but I really like that attitude coming from you and from the team, Yamato. I mean, it's the truth, right? They should be able to do better than what they've shown.
I'm curious from your perspective, Mersa, because we can only judge your challenges from outside. From your perspective, what have been some of the biggest challenges you have faced from your perspective as a player in Team Heretics?
I mean, we imported 2 players, right? We have a Japanese top laner, Korean mid laner. In the beginning of the like split, we struggled a lot with communication, but that's sometimes an excuse. Like if you play good, there is no like reason for you to not like be able to play good in game, right? So I don't know. We were very bad at closing games. I think that's the biggest challenge for us. Our early game has been pretty good. I think there are many games where we are 4-5k gold up and we can't close the games because we are getting caught or making very silly mistakes. So that's the biggest challenge. We have to fix our late game, mid-late game.
Yamato said when asked about Heretics and making the run today this morning, he said he wanted to see you and Jankos team up a lot together and make sure that that synergy is on point. How good do you think that synergy is right now?
I think it's not that good right now, but Jankos like veteran, right? And very, very good. I just have to, I don't know, get along better with him outside of the game as well. It matters a lot. And I feel like that translates into the game. And if we get closer, I think I will be able to speak up more as well and call him more when I'm about to ward or something. There are many times where I get caught while going alone for wards, and it's something I'm trying to fix. So yeah, I think we need to work more for sure.
I see. That's very interesting. And yeah, that is one of the things that does come with time, unfortunately, because you can't force synergy.
No, 100%. I think that the fact that you mentioned that you guys managed to get some good early games going, I think that's the biggest contrast from this split to the previous one. And I think how you've translated the later parts, I think that's like a good starting point. At least you know that you're in a position where you're holding the gun and you know that the mistakes are on you, rather than faltering in the early game and facing this frustration of maybe reviewing games where you're like, where do you really start? We just kind of lost in the early game. I think that contrast is good, and I appreciate how candid you are about your situation. I think that all things considered, if you make it through this hurdle, I think that you guys have a good foundation to build on, because the early game in the end is something that's so important. I'm curious from your perspective, in terms of how the meta has shifted. I always associate you with the Leonas, with the Nautiluses. How do you feel in terms of how your adaptation has come together now with Jack? The previous meta was the Lulus and the Yumis. And your Yumi is also legendary. But how do you find your place currently together with Jack?
So basically, coming into the new year, like in Winter Split, I tried to play different like kinds of champions, like enchanters, Varus support, all kind of type of things. But right now we're in a difficult situation, right? And I had to pull out my comfort playstyle. And that's Nautilus Leona, as you mentioned. You miss out of the meta. I'm happy it's out of the meta, actually.
I think we all are.
But yeah, Jack as well. I feel like he's very good, like hyper carry player / like aggressive in lane. So things like poking champions like Ezreal, Varus don't fit him that well, I would say. But things like Draven, Kai'Sa, Samira, I don't know. Those type of champions he's pretty good at. So we are like trying to figure out what works best for us. And today, our combo was pretty easy to execute, I think. We took away the Xayah, picked Vi and full all in like champs.
No, for sure.
Just send it, really.
Just send it.
In general, the level of the bot lanes overall, and especially kind of the marksman pool, has been pretty crazy also with the return of Upset and everything. How have you found your situation down there in bot lane and how you can send your own versus most bot lanes in the LEC right now?
I feel like G2 bot lane was like the only one we were struggling the most against in scrims. And like losing to them and like getting stumped by them in scrims feels nice, actually. You learn a lot of like, small things, small details. For example, Mickey was like one of the ones that inspired me this split, like to keep spamming Nautilus. I was like very surprised of his Nautilus, like he would hit those hooks when you didn't expect them to be able
for sure.
You're not
to hit
supposed
you.
to.
No, that's also important, right? It's like finding your identity as a team. I think you guys looked the absolute best when you're playing the Vicoms, like that Leona game where you're just finding Cassio over and over again. This game as well, in terms of how you were spacing. I think it's so important to really commit to an identity. How have you found in this split in terms of the search for the Team Heretics identity? I saw many different sides of it throughout the split. How did you guys prepare coming into this day when it's do or die, and also coming into, of course, the potential tiebreaker game?
Yeah, I mean, we all agreed to specialize on one playstyle, unless there is like a very good angle to pick like something else which doesn't fit like with the theme we are going for. Then it's okay, right? But yeah, we decided that going in, all-in comps are like what we need right now, and it would automatically, like playing the similar comps all the time, make us better at team fighting, right?
Yes,
We
yes.
would not hesitate and stuff. So yeah, that was the plan for this week, and I think it worked in the end, but let's hope G2 beats Matt. And
Let's see, indeed, and let's hope for you that they do. Thank you so much, Mirza, and good luck later if you're going to need it for the tiebreaker. G2 versus Matt is after the break. Heretics need G2 to win to force a tiebreaker game versus Matt for the last group stage spot. Also, the Warner Song of the Week, you've heard it already. It's Nikes by Joel Corey and Ron Carroll, and make sure to check it out on the official LEC Spotify playlist while we wait for our next game, Mad Lions versus G2 Esports. I'm walking down the street.
Hello. You ready to win, Abby? Or lose? Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready for win.
For win, okay.
Good to know, good to know.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I got TP. I got TP.
Oh,
you can hook, you can hook. Yeah.
It's good. Jax.
I will pull from Jax, Kill Jax. Okay, peel out. Oh, okay, Kazanta flashing in.
I champ Barus.
Nice.
Okay, yeah,
let's try.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me, work with me! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev.
Oh.
Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
I'm walking down this, 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 walking. Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up. street with my Nikes on. Nikes on. I walk it down the street with my Nikes on. Watching people get it on. Playing games like prednisone. I walk it down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone. Playing games like prednisone. I walk it down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone. Playing games like prednisone. Check it out, y'all.
Every game counts. The Mad Lions need to win against G2 in order to secure the last spot in the group stage. Team Heretics is waiting on the sideline. If Mad stumble, they have to face Team Heretics in a tiebreaker to fight for the top 8. He's tweeting.
He's tweeting
up a storm.
All the emojis, all the emojis.
The emojis, what's it going to be? They're going to be wild. So, Mad versus G2, to pull up the standings. Not one last time. We're going to do it one more time just for people who are just tuning in because Mad and G2 are their favorite teams. I don't know. Mad win means no tiebreaker games. XL and Heretics eliminated. G2 win, tiebreaker game between Heretics and Mad Lions for the last group stage spot that will be played after our last game, which is Vitality Koi. Mad Lions, bad news. G2 is 5-1 versus them this year. Good news, the one time they've won a game was in the regular season.
Okay.
We only have 1 minute. How did they win this one? Yamato.
Honestly, just stick to comfort. I think all in all, you just pick comfort champions like they did yesterday. I think it's more important to play champs you're confident on than to try to find some draft nirvana. Confidence is key.
Yeah, I just agree. Don't overcomplicate it. You don't have to completely outdraft enemy team and go in for something super. Don't make it complicated. Just get your comfort.
Get your comfort. Wow, that analysis, it's so hard-hitting.
You said
but
1
this
minute.
Is the comfort, yes.
You said 1 minute.
You still have 30 seconds, so tell me
Okay,
what
that's
about
perfect.
this one was so good for them?
I think it's great because down towards the bot lane, not only does Kasi have something to actually self-feel for himself in the Kai'Sa, he also has setup. Setup is super crucial when you have Lee Sin in your jungle as well, Pyke as well there. You can always see the Lissandra, level 6, skirmish, skirmish, skirmish. Let's get in there. Let's try and use our hands. Let's try and outplay them because Mad Lion's super good at it. The problem is they've been over-forcing an outplay with compositions lately that doesn't play into that specific style.
We did say, are you really going to go for Pyke here? There is an inherent risk. Do you want to see them take similar risks or not?
I think,
Versus G2.
honestly, why not? I
Okay.
think in the end, you have to show the best version of yourself. If you're going to try to cater yourself to a G2, that's such a difficult task because they tend to cocktail it up. The last time Mad Lions beat them, they played against Talia, support, Swain mid. It was a cocktail altogether.
Cocktail all together. Let's see if it'll be the same and which one it'll be. Mad Lions for a chance at the group stage. I don't know if our mics were on, but I forgot that we had draft at the desk. But we have draft at the desk, and I'm so happy for it, and I'm totally prepared. Let's go.
Yeah, I think taking away that Saya as well is going to be really crucial from Kasi. I feel like it's a cheat champion to have right now on blue side because you get set up, you get self-feel. It's really easy to screw up as well. Annie, of course, is a staple, and getting rid of some of the other champions like the Draven and Maokai that Yike has been playing a lot lately, quite what's expected into G2.
I wonder now what's going to happen to Vi. That's something that Yak has been picking up again and again. I'm assuming G2 is going to ban Xayah on 3, and we might just have a standard Sejuani Vi trade. I'm wondering now what Mad Lions are going to prioritize. I kind of like that identity when they picked Seju themselves and played for a topside game, because this is something they have in the pocket as well.
See, lately I've been theorizing the fact that Mad Lions wants to let Sejuani through. They want to go for the likes of, hey, we still have that Lilia in the back pocket if we want to bring it out every now and then, like we saw in Winter. It's not like there was any big changes towards that. There was none at all. And now 3, Xayah comes through. Now it's just the fact, are you looking for those AD carries? We've seen Virus rise a lot in priority today. But as you said yourself, there's also just the trade of either I prefer Sejuani or I prefer the Vi. For the side of Mad Lions, it's going to be the Vi.
I wonder now with G2 what direction they're going to go in, because Zeri was something that I really don't enjoy too much Hansama on, because Mickey doesn't like to play the Lulus and the Yumis of the previous splits. He wants to play champions with buttons that can impact mid a lot harder. So I'm curious which direction they're going to go into. I wouldn't be surprised if Mad Lions, just because they picked Vi, that they secure Zeri themselves. I wonder if G2 is just going to go in that direction where they just go full early game. Okay, Diego, I like it.
And there you have it. And that's actually one of the first quote-unquote carry junglers that we're seeing from Yak this split. He's been fully on the supportive one with the likes of Maokai. We've also seen the Jarvan earlier. And now we're finally going to see the Viviego instead. And I think for G2 as well, in yesterday's defeat, the problem was they drafted so much scaling that they couldn't do what they would usually do, which is that early game agency, going for the playmaking. Now with this Ashe, could be a flex. Could go down towards the support with Mickey as well. Could go to Hansama. We've already seen it once. Now, what is the response going to be from Mad Lions? Still loads of different AD carries up and available. You can match it with Lux Caitlyn. Not something that we've usually seen from Kasi and Hylissang. Or you can just try and go for that Nautilus immediately. Say, I know I'm going to be behind if you flex this Ashe support. I don't care.
Yeah, it's very hard here to find a good champion for Hilly. I wonder if he's going to drop and to just pick AD and mid. They locked in the Ahri, because the issue is if you pick a melee support, enemy's going to just slam Heimerdinger on 3, Braum on 3, and these are champions that Mickey knows and loves to play. I'm hoping to just pick an AD carry here, probably Zeri, and just drop support and let Hilly go into the kitchen and put something very delicious together.
But we are geared up for mid-jungle duo coming up here as well. Of course, Ilioya on that Vi and Niski on that Ahri instead, which allows the playmaking to come through from something Mad Lions had been so confident in doing earlier, something we've not seen too much of this split as well. And we mentioned the Varus priority. Kasi's now going to on it. And I agree. I think saving support as far as you can here, slamming that Nautilus as early with Braum being a possibility where you can just flex the Ashe AD might be a bit scary. But let's see what they're looking for here. Could just go mid lane as well beforehand if you don't want to float.
Could be Cassio, could be Silas. I think like Caps has many options. But Sivir into Varus, that's pretty standard, pretty safe. But at least they reveal where the Ashe goes, which makes picking super a lot easier. But G2 do have 4-5 bans to target Hilly's pool in the likes of Nautilus and maybe a Pyke if they're scared of it. I wonder now, in terms of the champions that Caps can play into Ahri, he could potentially play Silas on 4, he could play Cassio on 4, he could even play Lissandra. There's so many champions you can pick into Ahri, and that's why we don't see it as often blind, but it worked the previous game. That's the Pyke indeed. I am assuming that Nautilus is going to be the next ban. Maybe you're talking Broken Blade and his champions. I think removing Olaf could be good. Removing Jax also could be good. There's the Malphite instead.
So, still interesting, because you know from the side of G2 Esports, they're most likely just going to forfeit their mid lane, and they already know where this Ahri is going, and they can just save the counter pick up on top lane for Broken Blade. So if you're banning away the Malphite, might look for an AD champion up towards the top side for Chasey. Could be the Gnar. We've already seen the Gnar into Malphite matchup one time, and Gnar struggled a little bit with the Comic Q coming out from the Malphite as well. So let's see if they want to go down the full road here, playing the Nautilus. Nautilus into Sivir.
Oh.
Not the best lane you can always go for. Can be a bit punishing on the Ashe, but not on the first few waves. That is certainly where Ashe dominates it.
Could be, I don't know, Alistar was a classic counter into Sivir.
That is very true.
Sounds a bit hard into Ashe, maybe. They have to remove the Silas, of course. I feel like G2 have so many options here on 4. I wonder if they should just slam the Olaf ban, because Olaf is so dangerous. Now, Caps, are you going to go Silas or Cassio, or just going to stun us all and bring out something completely different? Caps is always... you know, a gift that keeps on giving.
So that's the thing, right? Because there's some teams where you just go like, all right, this is going to be Silent, it's going to be a Seer, they're going to save the counter pick for top side, but it's going to be Cookie Cutter. But this is G2, so you never really know with the prediction that it's just going to be Silas.
I feel like this split, there's been a lot more of the...
It's much more stable recently, hasn't it?
It's nice. They just want to like slap you in the best 3s and best of 5s.
Are you more entertained this time?
Maybe.
The last draft you weren't fully...
Last time?
Yeah.
Was I not?
Yeah, no, you
What
said,
are you talking about?
No,
Which
you
drop?
said entertaining. Or it was a little bit sarcastic.
Jace, guys, Jace.
It's more exciting.
Chasey on Jace. Yes, it's a very good one. I like it.
Oh, you like it?
Because it's durable into the Olaf. I'm so scared of the Olaf 5 pick here because Ari, Vi, and Varus is already showing. I feel like Olaf could do well there. But at least Jace topside is going to be very durable. Hilly on Heimerdinger, that's kind of a bit dangerous into Ashe.
Yeah, really interesting because usually you see the Ashe being picked into the Heimerdinger. You get to take out the turrets. You get to have the range control. Turrets was also nerfed in the laning phase specifically, so Ashe has an easier time actually taking care of them.
Irelia is also strong here, but there's no leader in the game. Olaf is something Broken Blade has played a lot, so why not?
Why not? And if he does it, it'll be fantastically predicted by the Mad Lions. Chasey up in that top lane with the Jace. Now, he was, I feel like, more in winter than in spring. He was getting a lot of praise for his top lane performance, specifically on that Jace as well. So is that going to be the difference maker here?
I don't know if it's going to be the difference maker this game already, at least for the early game. It's going to be very bot lane centric. We're going to have a lot of bush fight for the bush control in the early game. Wouldn't surprise me if we just saw 5 members meeting down towards the bottom lane to just try and get that vision control.
I think a key detail here is just Viego is so much better to be active early. If he can find impact in the bottom side or in the top side, these matchups are so swingy. If Olaf gets ahead, GG. If Ashe and Sivir is ahead, they're going to keep pushing, and then Mickey does Mickey things where he just dominates the whole map.
Yep.
It's all about what Viego can accomplish and if they can survive until 5-6.
But I feel like Mad Lions did make it a bit more complicated this time around. It's not the same comfort we usually see from them. They've gone for a curveball, at least in terms of what we've come to see from them when they're at their best. It's going to be really interesting to see how they now pilot this one with specifically Hylissang and a Heimerdinger here.
We'll see indeed. By the book I saw there, the sign. We'll see if Niski goes for it. The handshake is coming in. Jankos is looking backstage, just saying to his ex-team, come on, just win so I get a tiebreaker. By the book. There it is. We'll see what happens. The draft was certainly by the book. And also, is the Varus, we saw 2 AP Varuses already today, so maybe we'll see what
Maybe. I like Karzi Varus. Just strong in lane, play it. It worked last split, so why
playing to the strengths. The Mad Lions, they don't want to go through the extra hurdle of playing another tiebreaker. Let's see if they can lock it in.
And it's lights out, and away we go. Summoners with. Hello everyone, I'm still Medic, that's still Jamada. And this is still League of Legends. Unfortunately, no League of Legends 2 yet, where you can Heimerdinger grenade a smoke screen from a Graves to make it dissipate.
Oh, yeah. Could you
That
imagine
would be cool, man.
Oh.
Like, you can interact with other people's skill shots.
Maybe then, finally, smokescreen will be balanced.
It's one of the most broken non-ultimate abilities in the game. I think that and Flowers always talks about Event Horizon, the Vega E. Pretty broken as well, considering what it does.
Yeah.
The area it controls.
Yeah, I dig that.
And Silence. Soraka's E as well. I think Silence as a mechanic is inherently very strong.
Yeah.
For now, though, none of those champions in this game. So let's talk about the game instead, Jamada.
Are you sure? Do you want to talk about the game?
Well, I have a very simple mnemonic. Well, no, not even a mnemonic, just a phrase for you guys. If you win as Mad Lions, you're in. You make it into the group stage, you knock out Heretics, and you lock G2 into 4th place. If G2 win, we'll have a tiebreaker between Mad and Heretics later on, and G2 will get 3rd place in the regular season, obviously.
Very interesting, very interesting. So those are the stakes for the game. For Mad.
And for G2.
And for G2. Yeah. But for Mad, they do not want to have to face Team Heretics in the tiebreaker. So I think reflecting that back on the game, a lot of very proactive picks. You've got the Ari and the Vi. We saw that last game use 2 massive amounts of efficiency on the side of Team Heretics. See if perhaps Niski and Elyoya can find that same level of flair. I'm very interested in the top side matchup, just because it's one that could definitely be very volatile, but I don't necessarily believe that the junglers are going to get super involved unless someone gets very chunked out and a dive looks like it's on the cards. As I say that though, Yike is pathing up through the top side. He's got 3 camps.
Yep.
He's looking for Elyoya.
He's walking through the jungle with his Nikes on. He's in the zone. Playing games like Prednisone will confuse me forever in those lyrics. Prednisone, precursor to prednisolone, which is metabolized in the liver, is a glucocorticoid, so a type of steroid. And it's used for asthma attacks.
Right.
So why on earth would you be playing like it's prednisone? That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Oh,
medically, just absolutely absurd. Caps looking for a gank in, Yike looking for the gank as Caps for something in the mid lane. Yike though, charmed up. There's the ball breaker from Elioya. And perhaps Yike will need some prednisone after this. Flashes away, but instead he has burst blood. Niski trying to dodge to the side. Red buff on Elioya will slow down Caps. Does still have the flash if he wants to get away from this one. Bolt breaker still used. Caps, you still got the flash, my dude. Elioya no flash to follow up on Caps. It's fine. Never in doubt.
A little bit of playing with fire. Not too bad. Really cheeky there from Niski on the Q bring back. Tried to flash at the very last second to get a bit of a reposition. And it does secure their kill onto Yike, who frankly just kind of overstepped. I guess just wasn't expecting Elioya to be there, but he had a pretty good idea of where he could be, and it would be around that part of the map after the Wolf Camp. As Yike shows his face, Caps just says, you know what, maybe this is the setup we need. But yeah, Yike just oversteps his bounds. Chain CC'd, nice last second flash just to get the Q pullback, and it's about enough damage to ensure that Yike drops. Elioya gets the flash in, and I mean, hell, even if he doesn't, Hylissang was there. Hylissang was ready. And,
roaming up when his waves pushed under tower, typical Hylissang.
Good old Hylissang. Who needs XP in the support role? Am I right? Any truers? But yeah, Caps going in for another aggressive trade. Doesn't have flash now. That charm goes wide, so the trade back won't be as hefty as perhaps it could have been.
And Caps have got the Ruby Crystal Dark Seal off that back, so is in an okay position in that mid lane. Obviously, you expect to take some bad trades, or you expect to take some damage in this lane in the early game. You know, you're melee into a range. The Orb of Deception does a lot of damage as well if you get hit by the end of it. So Caps just trying to survive the early laning phase. Mickey and Hans Summer, all summoners available to them. Elioya clears out the ward, and the heal was used just to make sure that Hans Summer had enough movement speed to escape any possible grenades. Yike, perhaps looking for something in the mid lane. No flash, remember, on Caps or on Yike. Niski doesn't have that summoner either, but it's just a ward for the moment. Chasey trading onto Broken Blade, knocks him back.
Yeah. I will quickly ad-lib and say that can't happen at level 6, otherwise Broken Blade will kill him.
Yeah.
Needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out like that, but speaking of getting caught out, Caps, no flash from the earlier play, and Elioya wants to try and abuse that. Will Niski hit the charm?
Nope.
Great sidestep. Bit of a miss, but also a good sidestep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, a sidestep is just a poorly placed skill shot, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Right? Either you can predict where your opponent's going to be, or they manage to make a fool out of you, and there Niski was the fool, but Caps still feeling a bit of the pressure from constant attention from Elioya. Chasey slowed with the undertow, flashes the Spectral Morph, and that makes that 6 even more tricky for Chasey to navigate.
That's really scary now. Anytime Chasey eats pretty much one undertow, Broken Blade could just press all of his buttons and just kill him. Depends on where the wave is. We'll see whether or not BB will look to try and abuse that, but speaking of being abused, bottom side 2v2, Hans and Mickey already got the one plate. This is, I guess, typically a lane you would maybe expect Varus and this Heim to get a lot of priority, but Hilly spending a lot of time outside of lane, looking for a roam now onto Caps.
Caps no flash still. Can steal away the Spirit Rush though. He's got the hijack, so he can wait. Doesn't have to steal the ultimate, but did have the ability to get away. Chasey going back in, the Ragnarok. Ghost used as well. Flash away. Flash in fact, from Broken Blade, and takes a couple of tower shots, but doesn't get taken out. Hans Summer flashes. Elioya looking for Mickey. Mickey still has the flash here as well. Elioya not yet level 6. Still a full level away from it, but still, Elioya will be able to take a kill down towards the bottom side. Cap stole away. The Spirit Rush. Don't think he's used that yet. Niski did use one in the mid lane, and Broken Blade will take his time with the tower in the top side to get himself a plate.
Gives us the OKMO as well. Feels pretty good about that trade, Hans. He should be fine. But yeah, I mean, BB hits one undertow, flashes in, knows Yike's not going to go for this plate. So really nice solo kill up in the top side. We'll see if that lead can be pushed even further.
Is anyone confused by what Broken Blade did with his flash? He did flash forward. It's just sometimes the spectator bug is a little bit weird, so it looks like he was still on the same spot, but then he zooms towards where he's meant to be. Caught me out, as it often does. Spirit Rush in by Caps, dodge away from the abscond out ducked by Niski. Caps goes back in once again. Still only level 5 for Elioya, means it's a bit hard to chase down Caps, and Hilly is here just to help push in this wave.
Yeah,
Mickey's here too, though.
Oh, it's a 3v3 in the mid lane, as mid lane in Europe so often is. Historically, I've been told.
Oh, it's a 4v3.
Okay.
Chasey on vision, though.
Hey, Gazi's here as well. Get them all here, sure.
Look, guys, we know shutting down Caps on a tried and true method of beating G2, but perhaps a little bit too much invested there. Although Waves
don't really lose anything.
Yeah, they don't lose anything. Waves weren't pushed under towers. They're not losing XP. Mickey looking for something here. Hylissang does still have the flash. Mickey with the Hail of Blades, trading forward. Something that Ashe does so well, and one of the reasons we saw her originally picked as an answer to the Heimerdinger is deal with turrets, right? The ability just to chip away at them from range makes it a lot harder for the Heimerdinger to actually gain true pressure in a lane. It's probably why, partly to shut down Caps, but also partly because the lane isn't as easy for the Heimerdinger, that we see Hylissang roaming around the map as much as he is.
Absolutely. One thing I'm really interested to see is how Mad will deal with Hans and the Spell Shield. I think last game you saw the power of I when she's dealing with an AD carry that doesn't have a Spell Shield. This time around, Hans on the Sivir definitely disrupt that, because I feel like Mad would like to break up this tempo on the bottom side, stop their bottom lane from getting shoved in and poked out so consistently, but I think with constant defensive posturing from Yike around the bottom side, but also just the Spell Shield and the cleanse, it does get so difficult to truly get on top of the target and then immediately blow them up. As speaking of all that defensive posturing, all the pressure, all the priority is going to result in this first Cloud Dragon going down for G2.
Can I introduce you to a 5v5 MOBA played from a third-person point of view called Smite that can help get rid of a Spell Shield as the Vi is on her way towards... I shouldn't really be shilling for the composition.
No, you probably shouldn't, but it's okay. You know.
I think it's okay. It worked for the joke.
But, well, you'll find out.
Ring, ring, Mark Merrill on the phone.
Exactly.
Stop. As if he knows my name. Gonna try and get in towards this blue buff now. Escaping Caps does have that cease and desist. Does have the flash as well. Spectral Maw just shot. Mad Lions evacuate the fight. Hylissang no caught up. Cease and desist for the chase. Hylissang tries to flash away. Yoyo traded back in. But they're outnumbered. They're outgunned. They're outmanned right now. And Yoyo diving up to Mickey. Mickey flashes away and already it's 2 kills over to G2. Kazi trying to get him from the bottom side, but Caps is on the chase for Niski. The arrow just hits the tail. A little bit of a haircut needed for the Ari. Those tails a bit too wide, it seems. And Mickey, ADC on ADC action. Mickey will take it. Cosplaying has won this game, it seems. G2 take 4 for naught.
9 tails, maybe 1 less. Niski squeaks out of that. But it is the arrow that connects. Well aimed from Mickey. And G2 unwilling to give up. That slight misposition there from Elyoya. Get the chase down in. Vi ultimate stolen away from Caps. And the numbers advantage is G2 that are just there first to the plate. If Mad were there, maybe at equal numbers, they could have won out in this skirmish. You could see the damage return and what Mad were capable of, but not quite enough.
And as Caps engage here, you can see his Aragorn at the Black Gates for Jankos as he goes in. It's just locking up Hylissang, bursting him before the fight can really begin.
Yeah, absolutely. Hilly can't really add anything to this fight, and because Hilly dies so fast, Yoyo goes in a little bit split off from Niski. Niski can't add any of, well, all of his damage to that one target. Just means that there's no real chance for a reset. Fight split up, and Chasey.
Yeah, Chasey, you lose these. Broken Blade 2-0 now on the Olaf.
It's so rough.
Hasn't played it at all in Spring, but did go 5-1 on the champ in the winter split and continues to show that dominance. Caps going in once again. Mad Lions at 6s and 7s, it seems, just can't really find anything they're looking for. Elyoya dives in, but the Halo Blades on Mickey continues to chip away at the back of the Vi. And it's such a difficult situation to be in. 4,000 gold down, and your mind can't only be on this game anymore. You're thinking, well, in 2 games' time, we have a tiebreaker up against Heretics if we lose this. Flash forward by Niski. They get Caps once again. Cease and desist not enough, and Caps is on the chase. Niski dashes away with the Spirit Rush. 9 lives. Down to 6 now. An arrow from Mickey as well. Mad Lions collapsing. They're looking for something. Mickey sacrificed. Caps trying to escape through the tower range, dodges the top tower, dodges that extra shot, and is able to walk his way back up towards the top side of the map.
6 lives left. We'll see if he uses them better than Puss in Boots did. It's a great movie, by the way.
Oh, it's death in that movie is so scary, man.
He is.
I haven't had nightmares from a kids movie in a long time.
You had a nightmare about Death?
No, come on, man. Don't call me out like this. It's Puss in Boots, man. I can't be saying on live television I've had a nightmare about Puss in Boots. But yeah, I had a nightmare, okay? Scary movie.
Unsurprisingly. But yeah, really, really well played here by G2. Just constantly pushing the threat. I mean, hell, technically, that was Niski looking for that play, and it just got turned around on by Caps. And pure individual prowess. Chasey. Oh, no.
Chasey does have the flash, but the Ragnarok's going to chase him down. A flash over the wall. Broken Blade going in. Yike. Adds 1 flash to boot, and Broken Blade now on a killing spree. Takes 2 tower shots, because why the hell not? And you have to feel, in this sort of situation, Mad are done and dusted, buried in the ground of Summoner's Rift. 5,000 gold behind, and it's only 13 minutes in. A Rift out as well for G2. They secure this one quickly enough. That's more plates for them. Going to be probably 5 plates in the top lane. They've already taken 2 in the bot. None yet in mid, but Caps, instead of plates, he's killing players as he continues to dominate the map. 5-0 now on this side. This Rod of Ages complete. At the rate this game's going, I don't know if it'll get fully stacked before we see the Nexus fall. The arrow coming down. There's the Rift out as well. Niski with a good sidestep. The Foxfire being used just to help him get away. Broken Blade coming in as well. There's the Rift out. Charge used immediately. 2 plates down in the mid as well. Niski trying to clear the wave. He's got 30 seconds before these plates fall off. The smallest of mercies would be holding Caps away from getting a 3rd tower plate in mid.
Smallest mercy indeed. G2 ruthless so far. Mad Lions, I mean, they have to find something, but again, it feels like it's so difficult everywhere across the map. You can't look at top. Mid lane almost feels out of the question. Caps just steals away one of your ultimates and you kind of just can't lock him down. Bottom side feels like maybe, but it's been left on such an island now for a while. As Hans wants this 1v1. Will be a 2v1 in a second.
Just the arrow down. The Chain of Corruption being used as well. Did get the slow on Hans Summer. Another ammo coming out from Mickey. Anything you can do, I can do better. Mickey with the Legolas cosplay. In fact, Yike trying to get him from behind here. Broken Blade coming in as well. Ghost up in 1 second. Ragnarok as well, a possibility. Do you just go for the dive, the flash away from the charm?
Yes.
Niski has 1 Spirit Rush left and you say yes. And G2's bodies are telling them that as well. The minion wave pushing in. Broken Blade clears out the next one. The Boomerang Blade from Hans Summer, the Ragnarok in, the Heartbreaker and Mad Lions. Not only their hearts are broken, but their backs as well. Lane to waste by G2 in the bottom lane. 14 kills to 3 at 15 minutes in. G2 on a tear.
More than that, it's a complete rampage. G2, everywhere they look, they find kills. Chasey now in trouble as well. I think this is just a solo kill for Caps maybe. No, phase rush, knock away.
Oh, that'd hit though. Can't quite get there.
He still wants it. He's not stopped. He's still going.
I mean, there's no tower, so we might as well. Chase it down, Caps dominating. Another arrow just flies across the screen.
Why not?
Watch out if you go get a snack after this game. That one might hit you, but you can see what Mickey was aiming for. It's now got the Imperial Mandate complete. First items for everyone on the side of G2. Let's see just a brief moment of...
yeah.
So no one on Mad has more gold than Mickey has.
Everyone on Mad has less gold than everyone on G2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mildly problematic, if I do say so myself.
Hylissang and Niski combined have less gold than Broken Blade. That's some quick maths for you right there.
Yep. So, chances on BB showing up to the next fight and running everyone over pretty high.
Yeah, Radiant Virtue as well on the Olaf. We don't really need more damage at this stage. You've got 40 stacks on your Ravenous Hydra. Another arrow going in, but the... Guys, you can't cheer for every arrow. Come on. Just look at the mini-map. You can see with the minion wave pushed up, if anyone from Mad got hit by the arrow, it would have been truly disastrous.
They've just got the protractors out. Oh,
there's
hello.
the smite.
All right, there you go.
He's been playing other MOBAs. Elioy helps Mad Lions get something on the board. But it's a small victory. Broken Blade going forward. Ragnarok, he goes back in. This is 1v5 from Broken Blade, and he's winning it! Broken Blade takes one, he pays for it with his life, though. The shutdown going over to Niski, and that is a gold infusion for Mad Lions. Niski gets a shutdown. Kazi, I believe, got one too from Hans Summer. It's a little bit of hope, perhaps.
Don't mind me huffing on the copium machine, as that's an arrow which is going to result in Chasey's death.
Yeah, that one you can cheer for, guys. Chasey chased down towards the bottom side. Mickey gets another. Caps in the mid lane, just kills off Kazi. Yike looking for a little bit more action. The Bolt Breaker away from El Yoyo will get him to safety. The arrow already a third of the way off his cooldown. 4th tower of the game as well, going over to G2. And as you said, it's a rampage, it's a rout. It's a rollicking here as G2 are 10,000 gold ahead at the 17-minute mark, Jamada.
G2 really want Mad to play this tiebreaker, huh?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, to be fair, for G2 winning this game, was it? Confirmed 3rd, so... Oh, hello. Goodbye. Legendary for Caps. Not bad. 801.
And Hilly isn't even having a Hilly game, man.
No.
Like, he's played really well, and it's just, this is one of those games where you look at the stats and it's like, oh, it's just a Hilly game, but it's not. It's just a G2 game, it seems. Niski's going to Spirit Rush away. TP coming in as they look to try and collapse onto Caps. Will be 1,000 gold if they can get it. Spirit Rush stolen now by Caps. What's a piece of the action? Cease and desist being used as well. Caps so tanky. Has he got the Kingslayer back up? It's almost off cooldown, not quite. Shutdown goes over to Chasey. More gold in the pockets of Mad Lions, but meanwhile, Broken Blade looking for towers. Instead of a fight, he's going in towards that top lane. We'll be able to get the tier 2. And it's the briefest, the smallest, the pinprick of light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps, for Mad Lions. But they've got so much more work to do if they're going to dig through that tunnel and find a victory from this game.
Jankos as well there, in the picture-in-picture. His fellow organization and friends on the G2 side.
Disappoint me. Disappoint me, man.
Doing him and his team a solid right now. Do they disappoint you though, really?
I mean, the thing with an arrow cheer is, right? It's like the Rift Herald cheer. I like it in moderation. Many things I like in moderation. You know, if it's just a random arrow that gets fired out of the mid lane, I will admit the observers are baiting you really hard by showing all of them. But you look at the wave state and it's like, if the blue side minions are pushed up, someone gets hit by that arrow, that's a big mistake from the person getting hit by that arrow, because you have so much time to look away. You have so much time to walk away. But I can't be mad at this crowd for long.
No.
They've been absolute darlings this weekend, as they continue to be, and it looks like we're going to get one more game at the end of the day to have a little bit more fun. Rift Herald now going to be secured by G2. We did see yesterday the fastest game of spring. I'm trying to remember who it was. But perhaps today we'll see it broken. Who knows? It's always a possibility. I'm sure Adair will ping me in my ear and be like, oh, it was this team, or even put it in our little auto cue in front of us that tells me every word I must say.
Oh, yeah.
If I ever mess up, by the way, it's the script writers, okay? They have written what I should say in the moment.
Throw them under the bus, why don't you? I mean, sure. I'm not going to say no.
No.
I'm just gonna let what you said sit.
That's because that's what it says on the script.
Ah. You're so smart, Medic.
Yeah.
You can read really well.
So, Jamada,
yeah,
we're 20 minutes in, and I think we have established our belief
that G2 should win this game.
That G2 are going to win this game. And if they don't win this game, it's something massive for Mad Lions.
Yeah.
Now, I want you, and I apologize for this, I want you to put your Mad Lions hat on.
Okay.
It could be one of those like cool hats that makes you look like a lion, you know, with the teeth or whatever, right? And tell me what you would do to get back into this game.
Well, firstly, I'm an analyst, not a magician. So, to be entirely honest with you, I'm not even really sure. I think G2 really have to overstep their bounds here. Because right now, across the board, there is not a single place where there isn't a massive deficit. I guess, silver lining, Kazi's at 2 items. They can maybe set him up for a good fight, but that's like extreme copium, because realistically, Broken Blade should just run him down and murder him. So, where do you really go from there? You've got a couple of pick options between both the Vi and the Ahri.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's really rough, guys. I
appreciate you for trying.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate you for making me try.
Putting you in the position to try. I will say, something I hadn't thought about, you know the new Death Dance build with double pickaxe, right? Where you go double pickaxe, chain best, that's what Broken Blade's building. It is kind of like Broken Blade's playing Deep Rock Galactic, and he's just got both of his mines out, both of his pickaxes out to mine. It's like rock and stone, they're looking for the pick. Caps, chain of groceries on the way, they find the pick, it's Kazi who gets it, Jamada, you absolute genius. Can Mad Lions escape though? Yike is on the chase, Heartbreaker forward, flashes away from it, the charm just wide, but here is the and there go the entirety of Mad Lions, that's 2. He's looking for more, he's looking for more. 3, he chases Chasey underneath the tower, it's 3! Can he make it 4? It's 4! Rock and stone! Broken Blade!
Rock and roll in his ears as he goes forward. Broken Blade is a monster. And we knew it was going to happen, didn't we? We said it. He's just going to run down Kazi. He's going to run down the rest of the Mad. And they're not going to be able to do anything about it. He's too damn fed. And G2 just take everything with it. They'll get the Baron. They've got a Herald in the mid lane. I think Mad Lions, I'm going to have a hot, saucy date with Team Heretics at the end of the night.
And we saw Kazi laughing in the playground as that happened as well. You can do nothing but laugh in that sort of situation. It's so absurd. But Broken Blade just able to run you down 10-2 now on the Olaf. Caps as well, 9-2. Him getting caught was the start of it all. The arrow, no one is chasing it! Good job, Minky. Woo! You get your Eternal a bit faster. Woo!
Your Eternal of all things. That's so funny. Oh my god!
How much AP does the man have?
So, do you remember when I said I'm not a magician, I'm an analyst?
Yeah, Caps is the magician.
Caps is the magician. Caps is the magician. We'll now look at the replay that we was about to. And Caps, yeah, to be fair, disappears and all. So I guess he's got all fronts covered. As, yeah, chase down here is just absurd. I mean, you've got Radiant Virtue healing ticking. And I don't know if he had Death Stance yet. No, he had components.
No, yeah, components.
So this was pre-Death Stance, where he would have gotten more healing back. As we come out picture in picture.
Hans away. Season 6 going in as well. Summer will fall, but Elioya will be sacrificed for it. He goes down as well. Mickey getting another kill. Baron buff on G2. They secured that as we were jumping into the replay. And now pushing through. Middling, wait. Did they use the Rift Tower that they picked up?
Earlier.
Okay,
when they went for the Baron.
Oh, yeah. Because I was like, oh, Rift Tower push with Baron, but not quite. Still 24 minutes on the clock and a 13,000 gold advantage. 3 dragons to 0. And this... Oh, we just had to see the end of it, did we?
I love our obs. Obs are great.
Absolutely smurfing this weekend.
BB was very pleased with
himself. Yeah, of course he was. The guy's not had the best of spring splits. You know, some games really good. Team fighting very solid, but laning phase, I think a lot of people looked at me like he kind of falls behind from time to time.
To summarize that one Football Manager, sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe the word I won't say, otherwise I might not come back.
Yeah.
So, not
You're just here so you don't get fined.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway. Do you want a joke?
I feel like I have a... Serenade me with a joke, Medic.
It's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs, because they always take things literally. Sang hit with the hook, with the arrow, and the Spectral Maw to follow up, and Hillasang going to meet his makeup. Make yourself a machine that gets yourself out of that one, Heimerdinger. I don't think anything would allow you to pull a Houdini and escape. Caps is going to try and 2v1 in the top lane. I don't know if he knows that Elioya's here. He knows that Chasey's here for sure.
I'll be honest, I don't think he cares. Now he knows because of the Ass Vision.
There's TP as well. God. So they're TPing away from bot lane to try to kill Caps. And I think for the mental warfare, that is worth it. Because you know you're losing this game. You know you're going to a tiebreaker. But at least you can say you killed Caps 3 times. It's the arrow. Oh, it's the rule. It's the prey arrow, man.
It's 2016.
Look at the arrow. Look at the arrow. He stops the base.
And now G2 are going to end the game. not quite. They will get this next inhibitor.
Not quite. The next is down. The goes forward. Hillasang falls once again. Ragnarok used the Broken Blade. Will cry out as he does retreat. 11 kills now on the Olaf. I'll give you that one, Crow. That was a good one.
That was a great one.
An enjoyable experience for one and all, but perhaps not for Mad Lions.
Mate.
They are on the receiving end of a battering.
I've just realized a very terrible fate for Mad Lions.
Yeah.
This is maybe the one game where I think Chemtech Soul is actually going to be really obnoxious because they couldn't even kill the Olaf before.
True. Of course, Chemtech Soul, extra resistances, extra damage reduction. Damage reduction under 50% HP. It's 11% on this patch, I think. It was 10%, then they buffed it by 1%. I think for 30 and 4, it might be 30 and 6, so apologies if that's the wrong patch. But it's like 10 to 11%, somewhere in that range. Not that it really matters, because I'm going to be honest, if you ever get Broken Blade within 1% of his life, he's probably just run onto your fountain at this point. He's got the GA as well, so he'll come back from death and do it all a second time.
He's alright though.
Yeah, G2 can do it by the numbers. They're going up towards the top lane, all 5 players. And they're going to try and close this one out.
They'll do it slowly though. They've been quite slow-paced. For the most, well, I say they've got to kill a minute, so it's hard to call it a slow-paced game. But in terms of the gold lead they have, definitely crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's.
That's missing. That, observers, that is the hardest bait I have seen in my life.
Actually,
like Chasey still dies, but the arrow had nothing to do with it. Ragnarok Olaf runs in, gets the GA, comes back from the dead. Niski trying to dash forward. The tower already down to half HP. If G2 get 2 more kills, they have the most kills of any team in any game across Spring Split. up until now, it was held by Fnatic against Team Heretics. They got 31. Can G2 make it 32?
Yeah.
And once again surpass their rivals who beat them yesterday. It's the narrative. We've got to get Fnatic G2 in here somewhere, Jamada. It's the LEC. It's mandatory. Niski, they're trying to do what he can. There he goes. Makes it 31. They're looking for one more. Elioyo and Hillasang on the fountain. They get Hillasang. It's 32. G2. Record breakers once again as they put Mad Lions in a match with Heretics at the end of the day.
G2 secure third place in the regular part of the season here in Spring. And now Mad Lions will have to play another game later on tonight. I mean, Team Heretics got to be best friends with G2 now. After that one, rough game. Definitely a very rough game from the man perspective, but I feel like realistically we just have to give credit for G2 to come in like this and just kind of smash it.
Yeah, I mean, it was demolition.
Yeah.
And I think the thing for Mad is you've got a game. You can reset.
Yep.
G2 a different caliber of opposition to Heretics.
Absolutely.
Anything that happened in this game could just be brushed off. Just forget about it, ignore it. Even coming into the game, saying Mad Lions are going to beat G2 was perhaps overestimating their capabilities. Come on, Nikki. Good job.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, so many high fives.
Good
job, Caps. Good job. Good job,
Good
Yai.
stuff.
Good job, BB. Good job. Bob LaPonge, Hans. Bob
LaPonge himself.
Bob LaPonge. Yeah, but you can see Elioya looking a bit dejected. You got an hour, man. You just have to reset, get ready for the final game of the day, which will be Heretics versus Mad Lions. Before that, of course, we have Vitality Koi, still yet to play. Still a battle for position. Your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade. I'm not going to say the other two.
Man,
we know
I wonder who's going to win.
Camsel's had a great performance.
Yeah, actually, you
so
know what?
did
Maybe
Mickey.
it is a coin toss between
toss?
between Caps and Broken Blade on who's going to win it.
Well,
sorry, Mickey.
Do you want to
You
pick
had a
one
great
and I'll
game.
pick the other?
Yeah, I'll go with BB. I think he's going to get it for the quadra.
How can you not give it to Caps, man? This man absorbed so much pressure in the early game, Jamada.
I know.
You go for BB, you just
do you know what it is?
broken
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I've been playing top lane recently, so I've got a bit of top lane bias in me.
Okay.
So I'll give it to
Biased
BB.
casters, man.
Biased casters.
Every time there's a G2 game, you just get these biased casters going out. I can see Mickey getting ready for an interview, standing by with Frankie. Sure, she'll ask him about how he missed so many arrows down the mid lane. So Frankie, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm just being heckled by Caps' dad. We'll have a conversation in a moment, young man. I've got to talk to this young man first, though. Mickey, I'm hearing rumours that before you went on stage today, you saw Jankos and you threatened him with Happy G2. Can you clear this up for me, please?
I think that is just baseless speculation. No, I did tell him that this is for all the times he was not nice to me, but then we accidentally won, so...
Oh, what a shame. Jankos, you live to see another day. On this stage, actually, very shortly, we're going to have Mad Lions versus Heretics in that all-important quest for the 8th spot and the final place in the group stage. But first of all, let's talk about how you got things back on track, because last night, you were not happy, G2. You were quite sad, G2, and it was strange to watch your faces on camera after the performance against Fnatic. What do you think went wrong?
Well, I think quite a bit of it had to do with being a bit uncomfortable with not playing from stage, and they also have the non-stage buff, so that helped them as well. And I think mostly we just kind of messed up in draft, and we were just very greedy. I think we were still doing kind of well early. We got all the dragons, heralds, all that, but then we just gave too many random kills here and there. But even then, you know, could have still won that game. I think maybe if we get Nash, could be winnable. So it wasn't that bad, and I think it was quite an easy fix. So. It's kind of whatever.
You were missing the G2 army.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Well, the G2 army definitely missed seeing you play on stage. I want to ask you, do you think that this split, the competition, is making things a lot harder for you guys?
Yeah, you could say that. I think some teams got better, most of them, I guess. I think people also learned how to draft a bit better. I think draft is quite important. So, yeah, and sometimes we also kind of shoot ourselves in the foot with it, so.
Who's drafting the best at the moment?
Who's drafting the best? Fnatic had some really good drafts, I think, for the majority. At least in their wins, I always felt like they had really good drafts. I think we were doing a very good job, except yesterday. Yeah, for the majority. So I guess BDS as well, but I think BDS has their own style, kinda. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the best way to draft, but it works for them, so they should keep doing it, yeah.
and the Ashe was working for you today. We did see quite a few cheeky arrows and cheeky observing as well. I think we're going to take a look back at some of the arrows. We can't actually see them right now, unfortunately.
Oh, enjoy,
but
guys.
tell me how you felt on the Ashe today.
I felt pretty good. Yeah, last game that I played Ashe, that was last split, I was really hinting. So this time around felt a lot better. Lane went pretty well. I guess we overstayed a little bit, so we had to divide, but then the arrows were kind of hitting. And then at some point, I was just like throwing them off cooldown just through mid and then hope it hits. At one time I baited Sivir as well to die, so that was funny. But yeah, overall, it's not too shabby, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as funny as BB on the Olaf getting the 4 kill. Even Mad Lions were laughing while they waited to respawn in that situation. What's the mood like in the team at the moment? How would you compare it to this time last split?
I think it's quite similar. I think, yeah, nothing really changed. We're still doing good. I think our score is actually the same as last split as well. I think we went 6-3. So, yeah, we're hoping to repeat the same. I think maybe we end up 4th as well, just like last split, and then we might end up just winning it all. So
You're locked third.
it's all according. Oh shit.
Sorry, it's all according to plan, though, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of the fact that BDS and Astralis are in the number 1 and 2 spots?
I was quite surprised with BDS. I think a lot of their games didn't look too convincing, I felt like. I think Astralis played quite well throughout their wins. But yeah, I mean, both these teams are good, so I'm happy for them.
I'm glad you're happy for them. I know you're very happy. Pax, do you want to come here and say that in my microphone, please? Are you sure? We can talk. We'll play well and we'll talk after the game then. Okay then. Thank you very much. Well, Mickey, before I let you go then, who do you think is going to win? Is Pax going to win? Or do you think it's going to be Koi?
I don't know. I think they might continue the losing streak. I'm not sure. Actually, wait. Oh, wait. You won yesterday? Okay. Well, they might continue the winning streak. So, yeah, keep it up.
They might. Well, we'll find out if you're going to be seeing him in the group stage later on. We've got the draw show obviously coming up. We don't know which group you're going to be in yet, but we do know that we will be seeing you play in week 4. So thank you so much, Mickey. Congratulations. Thank you for chatting to me. Less of that from you, though, Perks. Right, we are going to head to a short break, and when we come back, SK, Vitality, I should say, are going to be facing off against Koi. We will see you in a few.
Push the wave, push the wave. Yeah, we push the wave.
Wait, the turret. I'm cleaning the turret timer.
Yeah.
Okay. We can. I'm poking.
Wait. I will go. Look. I'm going. I reset. Nice. I'm a beast.
The fight. Hylissang no caught up. Cease and desist for the chase. Hylissang tries to flash away. And Luya traded back in. But they're outnumbered, they're outgunned, they're outmanned right now. And Luya diving onto Mickey. Mickey flashes away. And already it's 2 kills over to G2. The arrow just... Oh, it's the tail! A little bit of a haircut needed for the Ari.
Red Bull gives you wings.
to the LEC studio. 2 more games left to go. You heard me right. Koi versus Vitality first, and the tiebreaker between Mad and Team Heretics to see who will go to the group stage and who will get eliminated. If we pull up the standings, we can see a couple of things are for certain, being Team BDS is locked in first place, Astralis is locked in second place, G2 is locked in third place. Wonder if we could color code that then. Maybe. I don't know. Any case, in terms of Vitality versus Koi, obviously you want to make sure that you get a win going into the break before the next phase. And 2, I hope that you get some confidence going into that next phase. And I think for both teams, it might be important. Let's start maybe with Vitality, Goldberg. Out of the gate swinging, early calls about, wow, are they going to be the #1 in the regular season? And then tapering off tremendously.
Yeah, because I think if you go back to week 1, first game they ever pulled off, right, surprise, they played for Upset. But the thing is, they played for Upset in a game where there wasn't too many resources up towards the top side. And then you're like, okay, Upset game. Then in the second game they had in week 1, no resources for Upset. Maybe Perks came down for the mid lane to help him a little bit, but Bo was up towards the top side with Photon all the time. After that game, everyone was like, oh my god, this is a triple threat team. It's gonna work. And then they tried doing it at the same time, where they play for every lane except Perks, for top and bot for the same time, and it started collapsing. So I think they started off with a really good track record, and then it's like they kind of digressed a bit in terms of how they approached the game.
Yeah. What's your read, Yamato?
I have to call out the main man, Perks. Obviously, he's a player that is very tenured, and I believe that he'll be able to bounce back. But I feel like in terms of finding his identity on the current patch, he's been struggling. We had a blind pick Lissandra. We had 1 game blind pick Aurelion Sol. This weekend, I feel like his Gragas performance was very unsatisfactory. Got caught plenty of times on the Silas too. And I think that if you look at Vitality coming into potentially the next patch, I'm hoping that he can find himself again on the likes of Ari, on the likes of LB, because these are champions that are doing pretty well on this patch in other regions. I think in terms of the identity that a mid laner needs to bring to the table, I think that's where you need to find the most consistency. And I believe that if Perks finds form again, then Vitality will find more consistency again.
Very much the key to success. I thought we had some Vitality assets, but maybe I am mistaken. Well, we can look at their huddle and think about what they might be saying. Is there something to be said for, the integration of Upset was so amazingly fantastic, and then everything was working out well. I don't want to say complacency, but also the teams around them are leveling up.
I think Upset has been playing really, really well. I think in terms of the presence he has in team fights and converting, lane leads into something that is significant, I think he has done everything that you can ask for in the AD carry role. I think this has been a very big step up. I think in regards to what you can do from the AD carry position, some of the inconsistencies and the issues from the previous split, when it came to the later parts of the game, they are still relevant. I know that Upset is doing a lot of work behind the scenes too in order to improve the team. I think that having that stability in the bot lane will give them a lot more freedom and room to work on some of the other topics that were a pain point in the previous split.
It might be ideal, the fact that they go into a week where they don't have games. Now they can take that information and look at, okay, how has this new configuration been working? What do you think they need to shore up the most in terms of getting further than they have, which, remember, they didn't end up making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like it's just that internal conversation, though, isn't it? It's not like you're looking at players and like, you need to play this champion 10 times. Maybe Perks is the only one, as you called out earlier, but for a lot of the others, I think you just need to have a fundamental understanding of, this is the way we draft. This is the way that we want to play. We can play different styles. Here's how we play when we want to play top side. Here's how we want to play when we want to take bot side. Here's when we have more prio on mid and jungle synergy together. And I think outlining these things is the potential that we could all see in the Vitality roster. But I also think having the eye test, we're still a way to actually see that full potential just yet.
I think the key thing about Vitality and the biggest strength is just how mechanically insane
they are.
Upset, Photon, Bo, these players can fight out of situations that I can't even begin to imagine. And I can just start to think that in scrims, they have 10-minute games where they're just annihilating opponents after opponents because people are not playing with that same discipline. And there you find the issue of not being able to push yourself into the deeper parts of the game, where I feel like Vitality need a lot more practice in situations where they're not that far ahead, in situations where the game becomes a lot more contentious and you need to play through the side lane, you need to manage the waves, because this is where some of Vitality's pain points begin to show a little bit more.
Yeah, getting eroded because you just don't get there in the scrim. So that's what you have to find on stage. They found it yesterday versus Team Heretics because they were pretty far behind and they came back. Also, the Golden Hornets are still there and are super, super loud. This is an awesome fan group. I've seen them across a couple of esports and they're always the loudest in the room. Probably not too hard here since there's not that many people and they're like 30. But in any case, let's talk a little bit about Koi as well. And similar question, Koi, who have a lot to uphold, are the summer champions from last year, hit really high highs there. Shigenda now in that top lane, but overall not hitting the same either.
Yeah, and it's not like they're not trying to play the same style that they was renowned for. It was Trimpy on the range supports that they really made their mark for. Remember back in the day, or not even back in the day, last summer, when he brought out the Soraka with the Kalista, that was something they made work. This time around yesterday, when they were playing the Ashe and Varus, where you cannot allow yourself to make mistake in the early game because those are the most crucial moments of the specific bot lane to get a lead. They got caught quite often, and while it was insanely good hooks as well that caught Trimpy and good movement from Shio, it's just the fact that that was it. Malrang was late to the play every single time. It was enemy jungler there to support his bot lane. And you can't have that happen when you play this kind of style.
It's like on my end, I sympathize with Malrang because he's been, you know, at the back end of a lot of criticism in terms of how he, of course, plays in a very inefficient manner. But I think that in the context of some of his laners, I think that they also fall to very basic ganks that are very predictable and are also, you know, things that should be able to be prevented considering wards are more frequent and so forth. And then that's the question of Malrang's decision making. Is he ganking as often as a kind of like a shadow of safety in order to just make sure that his laners go through a lane phase? Because I feel like the deaths that I see from the bottom side, standard 4-minute ganks when the Vi finishes a full clear into death, when you have 2 wards in your inventory, things happening like that, this just can't happen at all in the early game.
Yeah, and I think when I said what I said, it was also to the specific game yesterday, because I agree, the bot lane of Koi has just been 2v2 killed, where it wasn't even jungle influence that came down to it. So for sure, that is lacking. I think for the element of Malrang, he haven't actually changed his playstyle all too much. It's just the fact that it's more the laners that's falling apart with the Malrang playstyle that is still the psychopath jungle pathing.
So a lot to look out for to see how these teams will look in the next stage and see if they can close out their regular season with a win. Koi versus Vitality. Oh,
and of course, the winner of this secures 4th place in the LEC regular season, or regular split. The Spring regular split, in fact, to be more precise. Doing that might not seem like a big deal. However, with G2 locked in 3rd, if you win this game, you don't play a best of 3 versus G2. You can still meet them in the playoffs, of course, but a win in this game means they will not be in your group. Koi and Vitality up next. And into the draft we go. The Golden Hornets are here. I know very minimal French. I did speak French in high school for a little bit. I was pretty fluent, and then it's been, 11 years since then. The one song I remember is by Yell.
Okay.
And for any French people, they probably know that Yell songs are not fit for broadcast. It starts with Je veux te voir, and I'm not going to say any more of the words.
Okay.
But a few people out there will understand what I'm talking about. Malphite Band by Koi. They are a great set of fans. I will
It's excellent. I come from a football background, so I love this. This is,
I like that, often we just have the chants that are, let's go, Vitality, let's go. And that's okay in moderation. But this is the sort of chanting
I can never get bored of.
That really, resonates with your soul. Sometimes a little on the loud side, but we'll forgive them for that. Youthful enthusiasm.
You can't be mad at passion. Can't really be mad at passion.
Unless it's the fruit. Sometimes they're too bitter, my dude,
I don't eat passion fruit, so
okay,
I wouldn't know that. But,
should we get back to the draft?
I mean, we can let the crowd.
Yeah.
I think the Golden Hornets would.
It's fine, keep going. I mean, it's just bands, guys. It's just bands. The Gragas take it out, the Varus as well, Annie, Rakan, alongside that Malphite, and there's the Caitlyn.
All right.
Remove, finally.
So, Xayah first pick is what's on my mind immediately when it's up. Often you see it, and it will go that way. We'll see whether or not Vitality are willing to pick up the Vi when they're facing off against Xayah, oftentimes you'll see that kind of just go to the wayside. Something like Sejuani would come out.
Yeah.
Wukong as well, something Bo played this weekend and looked pretty damn good on it, if I do say so myself. So we could see that come out as an option, followed up potentially by something like the Zeri, because it's up, it's available, and it's very, very strong. And I actually kind of favor this a little bit for Koi, because we heard on the desk they're saying how a lot of the time competitors have been finding themselves in situations where they're just kind of dying 2v2. Maybe with a Xayah versus Zeri lane, you have a little more wiggle room. In the 2v2, you shouldn't often find yourself AD carry matchup, you know, dying in the 2v2, but of course we'll need to see the supports.
I totally agree with you there, Jamada. Zeri, one of those champions that really comes online later in the game. Laning phase is workable, but not exceptional. I think we'll both agree. It looks like Vitality might just be looking towards the top lane, though. Photon gets his Jace early doors here. Could, of course, go mid. I've seen a few mid Jaces, but Photon the only player on Vitality to play it this spring.
Certainly expect Perks could always have that flex down into the mid lane if needs be for the draft. I wonder if Bo's going to go towards an AP champion and kind of keep that flex alive as well. It doesn't have to, but we'll see. Here's the expected Vi. Like we said, when you pick up Xayah in the first pick and Vi is up and available, oftentimes the red side team won't pick that one up. Hover for a while, moved over to Norlis. I expect that will still be picked up here. So a lot of engage potential to come in for Koi, I suspect. And I mean, for me, I'm a very big fan of Agency, if you haven't guessed already about how I spoke about Team Heretics as well. I mean, generally, they needed that, but I think for Koi, they do go towards that Vi, hovering a bunch of fun stuff. Larson, his own champion pool. I'm sure he plays in solo queue and fun things like that. That should be the case. Now it's about what Team Vitality really want to do. Oh, actually.
Zin's out instead, okay. I mean, Malrang very experienced on the Zen. Haven't seen him bring it out so far this split, but something we have seen from him in the past. Vitality now have to think about whether or not they want to go jungle or support here. As you said, an AP jungler would give them some flexibility, but locking in support to make sure that Zeri is safe down towards the bottom side also gives you a little bit more at this point of the draft, even if you're sacrificing perhaps a slight bit in terms of the next phase, because Koi could look to ban out some of those APs.
Yeah, I wonder what Koi are cooking with the Xin pick ahead of the Vi. Perhaps they were scared because they blinded Nautilus that going Vi plus Nautilus would be a little bit too much dive into what should be a very expected Braum response. So we'll measure exactly how much work Mara can get done on the Xin. It's very much in his wheelhouse. We know that. Xin loves the early appearances in lanes. Now for Team Vitality, moving away. DSC, I expect another control mage against Larson. Maybe someone like Victor. Something very, very simple. Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised. There's Koi, just going at the jungle pool of Bo, remove away the Elise, and I expect one more to follow suit. It really just depends on what they don't want Vitality on. I mean, Vi isn't necessarily good into what Koi is showing, but they do need a little bit of turnaround potential. And there's one of the few options still up and available. I guess there's Sejuani. I guess Koi would more likely remove that one away out of the two.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to think if Vitality would decide to go towards something AP focused. I mean, Elise is the main AP jungler we have at the moment, but Lilia has cropped up a few times. Can still be played. LeBlanc found a way in the mid lane. With Vitality removing two mid laners of their own, we will fall a little bit further down that cascade of champions.
I feel like this is a bit of a no-brainer Sejuani though. I think you've got Braum, you've got Jace in a solo lane. You're always going to have those solo lanes play around. Double stun passive between the concussive blows and permafrost, so really, really simple team comp right now for Team Vitality. So for Koi, what do you respond with?
I mean, the other thing is you don't really want to give too many good ultimates over to Vitality, because Silas last pick alongside the Sejuani, the Jace as well, gives you a full melee top side. Doesn't give you the best weight. Well, I guess the Jace gives you enough weight clear alongside the Zeri that you don't have to worry too much about it. Cassante locked in for Koi. Now they're looking towards that mid lane. Will Larson go back to the Corki that we saw yesterday? Lissandra as well, a possibility, but that was not what you want here. Instead, Orianna. So the ball delivery system of the Nautilus and of the Xin is online.
I like this though for Koi. It's pretty standard, I would expect, front to back. They're just playing around comp. Waiting for Xayah to come online. And now for Team Vitality, Ace. Oh, all right.
Perks is very clean the last couple of times we've seen it.
I like this too, because a majority of the Koi composition is quite short to medium ranged. So right inside of ASOL's operational ranges, that champion. I played it once. I think you were actually there with me.
I was.
That champion is absurd. And as I'm sure the LEC viewer base already know, having seen Perks play it, it's pretty nutty when it gets online. So we'll see how much Koi can potentially punish it, because it does have a weak early laning phase, but Orianna, not necessarily the best setup until the shockwave is there. So it's going to be about how they can maybe catch out Perks if he oversteps once or twice. whether or not Larson can find him with Shockwave once level 6 comes in.
You can see the Koi contingent here as well. The Golden Hornets making themselves very well known, as Hornets are like to do.
Oh,
Very
yeah, they
scary
really do.
creatures if you have them buzzing around you. But they can't swim. They cannot swim, and therefore Koi may be in the advantage.
That's so smart.
Aquatic escapades.
All they have to do is sit in the pond.
Yep.
They'll never get stung.
How are you going to get here? Just scale. Just scale, if you're Koi. Big game for both these teams. Might not seem like much, but getting 4th place means you avoid G2 in the group stage.
Avoiding G2 in any best of is a win. There's no other way to put it.
Gives you an easier route towards the best of 5s. Of course, Vitality have been struggling over the last few days, so have Koi. Let's see who wins today! And Vitality have Let's Go towards the top lane. Oh, did he see the jungle?
No, he
path?
didn't. No, he didn't.
Ping's coming out. Vitality on the chase. Shigenda backs away. Photo maybe showed a little earlier than the rest of Vitality there, but in the end, Shigenda was pathing down anyway, so he's able to escape. Koi not even using this time to make a foray into the enemy jungle, just maintaining their safe lines. Trimby stepping forward to see if there was anyone poking their head out of the jungle, but no one shows their face as of yet. Oh, wait, let me do this.
Oh.
Runes.
Oh, runes.
Now you can look at them all.
Yeah.
Just even if we don't talk about them, often people want to know, you know, if I'm playing Nautilus, they'll be like, oh, well, is he running Font of Life? And it's like, oh, yes, he is. Excellent.
Yeah. That's cool.
Great, you know?
Though, if you're Gorborg at the moment, you're not running Font, you're running Shield Bash.
And I really want to talk about that, but no one has done it yet, so we can't talk about it. And I think it might be more of a solo queue build, because you run Aftershock and you Emax, and you run Shield Bash, and you do a lot of damage. You go Evan Shroud as well.
Don't forget Cheap Shot.
I've had a lot of games where I've done more damage than my jungler or my top laner. I still lose said games, but DPS-wise, I'm right up there.
That's what matters, right? It's, I mean, there's a reason why some players stay on stage so long after the game's finished, just because they're checking their damage to make sure that they are up to scratch.
You don't see supports doing that. Unless they're playing like Soraka and it's like, how much healing did I do? Did I negate an entire enemy champion?
I like doing that. When you're on those like utility champs and you've got like a Moonstone, just like, how much did I heal my team?
Always feels good. Let's talk a little bit about how these lanes are likely to play out. You can see already Orianna with a push in the mid lane. Perks. You can actually, just quickly, because we have added this in and I want to give a lot of credit to our stats team. If you look just under Perks' name, just above where his level is, you see that 5, that's how many stacks he has. On Aurelion Sol, your stacks enhance all of your abilities. Usually, the aim is around 10 stacks a minute, like 200 stacks by 20 minutes is a pretty good benchmark to be at. Let's see, Waves in a pretty neutral state apart from mid, which is pushing a little bit in towards Perks.
I do suspect a lot of these lanes may remain passive for a while. I hold my breath though, because Malrang's in the game.
Yeah.
And
don't hold it too long.
Okay.
I don't want you fainting. Okay. He is actually holding his breath. Malrang is in the game. He's looking for something, Jamada. He's working his way up towards this top side. He hasn't cleared out his Razor Beaks or his Krugs. With a ward going down, knows perhaps the bow is around here. Ward countered here by Bo. Could look for the gank as he gets onto Malrang. Shigenda and Photon trading up towards the top side. Malrang low gets the knock up onto Bo, but there is the permafrost, and Malrang might have to flash to get out of this one. He turns it around. Malrang with the auto! But the Winter's Wrath from Bo is enough to secure first blood.
Really well played by Bo. Level advantage as well. Just flashes backwards. The thin part of the flail does all of the extra damage. Really well played. Malrang almost turned it around. Lethal tempo stacked up. Zin's out. Very, very powerful in the early skirmishes. And now actually considering a dive on Shigenda. Has Ghost, of course, but I feel like a little bit risky when you've got to deal with that W. So much reduced damage at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Shigenda would also know it's happening as well because he had that ward in the bush just beneath his lane. Trimby spots this ward, uses the W auto cancel to clear it out immediately. It's a little Nautilus tech. You don't play it, or if you don't know about it, if you auto W auto, you can get 3 autos out quickly enough to kill a ward. And Trimby showing the support tech is there. But that first blood does mean Bo's been able to go back and get himself double Ruby Crystal and the boots. That boar is going to be a bit of a nuisance for the next while as Marang down towards his Krugs. Bo working his way around towards mid here. Larson, low mobility champion, is the Orianna. Does have the flash, would have to invest it, but there's no escape. He flashes after the 4th auto, and that's just immediate death.
A little bit greedy there from Larson, but at the end of the day, I feel like he was so out of position, he would probably die. It just
that's why don't flash.
It just looks the worst version of the death, right? And Bo happily walks away with his 2nd kill of the game, gives Perkz a little bit of breathing room, and he'll take a reset. And Asol not getting punished in the early stages feels really damn good, and a lot of that is coming off the back of Bo's plays. Finding Marang in the 1v1 and now ganking in the mid lane. And he's actually wrapped back around for a retry here. Kaiser's also walking around, but it seems like they're a bit apprehensive. They'll finally show Bo, which is going to push Larson back.
And that's the issue now for Larson. It's the reason I was like, just don't flash in that situation is you know you're going to die. If you flash, you have like a 10% chance of escaping as Fodon trades with Shigenda in the top lane. Not much mana on Fodon, but he does have the range with those autos. Shigenda able to step to the side. But yeah, now that Orianna's a sitting duck. She has the shockwave, sure, she can disengage a little bit, but are you going to be able to disengage Aurelion Sol chasing you down alongside a Sejuani? It feels so much more difficult to do, and you have 4 more minutes, 5 more minutes-ish, before you have that ability to escape back up.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's really important to note as well how big the cast range is for Aurelion Sol. Yep. You can be almost on the upside of the lane, bring down that CC, and it just sets up Sejuani so well. So Malrang's going to have to definitely do due diligence, be around that lane. Also, I like this from comp from Trimby. Just moving up towards the top side, trying to provide a bit of safety, but Vitalia here to punish.
Trimby, concussive blows, permafrost already procced, concussive blows will follow up. The CC is deadly. An upset on the receiving end of that kill.
Yep, really, really well punished by Vitalia again. Just moving up, and you understand why Trimby's there and what he's looking for, but unfortunately, Vitalia members, more members to the punch, and now Vitalia, they'll pick up this first dragon. Photon, even just in the mid lane, to give a shock blast over to Larson and just chunk him out. A touch. Mental warfare. 1 over. Now Vitalia will get this neutral objective, and there's not really anything on the map for Koi to play for either. That's the irritating thing here from their perspective. They kind of just have to sit back and scale. No plays on the map.
And Hornets have learned how to swim, it seems, as they've been able to pick up this early lead.
That would be terrifying.
Man, just out there scuba diving as Hornet just zooming towards you. It would be a pretty difficult thing to deal with. And this is something we have seen a bit from Koi over the last few weeks, especially ever since their playoffs run where they had it, like they really seem to level up as a team. Often in the early game, a few people will just get caught. Trimby especially has struggled. I think he's died to first blood like almost half of the games for Koi here in Spring, and sometimes it's just a little bit of miscommunication about how far someone can push up. You see Malrang in the top side. He thought perhaps he could get the gank, but then Bo was there. He gets caught out. Larson steps too far up as well and is caught out in the mid lane. Then Trimby's trying to cover, and he is collapsed on. And you can give credit to Vitality as well, because they are the ones doing the collapsing. They're the ones finding their marks. But sometimes it feels like Koi just not quite respecting exactly where their opposition can be.
Absolutely, Medic. Right on the money. And Vitality will always be happy to punish that. They are the kind of team that will do that. Even if they have found a couple of struggles here and there on the Rift. Feels like that's one thing that typically remains consistent about them.
Yeah.
They will never let themselves outright get stepped on.
They'll always go down fighting. I think it's been a Perkz sort of motto across his career. I still remember he was playing, it was a G2 Fnatic game all those years ago. I have to bring it up, right? But he had a quote which was, let's make him sweat for it. And they were like 3 inhibitors down, and the whole idea was like, even if we lose, we're going to fight him tooth and nail.
Yep.
Just exemplifies that mentality. Another stun going down here onto Trimby. No flash, remember, on the Nautilus. The feathers come back, but no root finds its mark.
Oh no.
And Upset gets 2. 1 more auto would be enough for the concussive, but Upset doesn't think he has the kill threat. Even with that stun. Comp's flash now burnt, does still have the ghost. But the Vitality bot lane well and truly online. 2 kills to the good. And Vitality 4-0 up with almost a 2,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah, Trimby is looking for the dredge line, but I'm not really sure they necessarily win the 2v2 anyway if they hit it. Punished. Simple as that. And now Upset gets an extra kill on the board. Very close to also getting that concussive blow stack. as he's looking for Kaiser, because Kaiser is taking, admittedly, a bit of a greedy path into the lane, but as soon as that misses and it connects to the wall, you're flying. You're going in. No flash from the earlier exchange up towards the mid lane. Now in the picture-in-picture, Shigenda.
Photon, Shigenda goes back in, looks for the knockback, the all-out underneath the tower, the hook! Whoa! What was that? Jembi takes the kill! Shigenda outplays Photon in the top lane, burns his flash as well, doesn't burn a summoner to do it. And Shigenda will be able to push in this way. Photon will lose at least 6 minions, well, only 6 minions to the tower.
Extra lockdown, that's what Jimby was there for, just in case Photon could walk it out of that. Not really well played by Shigenda as now. Bo, gonna try.
Shigenda wanted 2 plates because he's got the demolish. He's gonna pop the ghost to try and get away, but the permafrost once again gets the CC. Bo uses the glacial prison and buries Shigenda in an icy tomb in that top lane. Bo now 3-0, already on his way to the Radiant Virtue, probably sitting on the most gold in the game. We can check that because we have this handy little button I can press.
No.
Second most to upset.
Yep.
Upset, you know, has been able to get 2 plates in the bottom lane, so kind of makes sense.
That's true. Bo's having a great game, though. Bo is having a very, very good game, and Upset is also set up.
Good one.
For, I was proud of myself, that one. To have a pretty good game here as well, 2-0 right now. And I feel like for Koi, being able to lock him down consistently, they've only really got Trimby's ultimate, and once that does connect, they're going to have to follow up, and they're going to have to blow him up with Shockwave, with Xayah Feathers, with something. Otherwise, he's going to take over the game. And even then, you still have to worry about the Starfire Breathing Dragon in the mid lane.
That is his official title.
Oh, is that what it is?
The Starfire Breathing Dragon.
Well, it is now.
It is now. It's a bit of a difficulty. Perks at almost 100 stacks, just gets over to 105. It will become a lot easier for him to stack up as the game goes on. That singularity, the E, whenever a minion's executed in it, you get a stack, and when you execute champions, you get more. Which is always a little bonus for him. Larson, flash back up. But Kaiser just wants to push the wave. Comes in, Relic shields the cannon, and walks back away. And this is all a setup to make sure they can gain control of this bot side jungle, because there's a Mountain Drake up in 15 seconds. They can also threaten a dive down towards the bottom lane. Comp No Flash does have that Featherstorm for a little bit of security, but they see Perks on his way. The Starfire Breathing Dragon coming in. The stars descend, and Vitality decide they don't want to fight any further. They got the TP out, and that's really all they were looking for.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward because Perks can get so far ahead, and the wave is being cleared out so quickly by Comp. Pull the feathers back on the wave. They had to pull the trigger when they did. But I wonder, with those ultimates blown, I mean, Vitality have so much priority. I feel like they could still play for the Dragon if they wanted, but they actually want this tower right now with the Herald. Bo's going to drop that and just give Upset even more gold than he already has.
Yeah, Comp popped the ultimate as well, as that Aurelion solo was used. Oh, what's it gonna do, guys? The same thing it does every darn time.
Stop being a grouchy
so
old man.
Quickshot is all like really happy with these cheers for the Rift Herald. I think if it gets the tower, cool.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, a bit disappointing, really. This being has only existed to charge towers.
Boo him.
Your boos mean nothing to me. I've heard what makes you cheer. That was harsh.
That was really harsh.
You did a great job. It's great. It's been great fun. 2,000 gold to lead for Vitality. They get the Drake as well. They can look for the full 5 plates down towards this bottom side, and I shouldn't underestimate Shirley. She's just doing her job.
Exactly.
Bo trying to trade here with Mao, and Comp putting some damage down as well. Perks is on his way. You have to feel that Koi need to give up this bot lane turret. They will do just that, and Vitality will continue to extend their gold lead. For anyone, oh yeah, there we go. Oh, hey! The hook connects as well. Hello. And a bit of an away moment for Bo. Locked up, Crescent Guard coming out as well, but Vitality on the front foot. The engage was onto Bo, but all the damage onto Koi. Kaiser, rooted under the tower, can just retreat. And Vitality find another kill. You can see a bit of desperation there from Koi. They were looking for something, but they couldn't find much. And the reason that they are so desperate is because they want that 4th spot behind G2. Photon and Shigenda trading in the top lane. Photon going back in, the knockback onto Shigenda. He's got the Q3, but he can't escape. Photon, the solo kill in the top lane, and Vitality 7-1 up. Koi taking a quick trip to Brazil, it seems.
Oh.
As they continue to fall further behind. 4,000 gold the lead here, Jamada. And truly a dominant performance so far from the Hornets.
Felt like those 7 goals went in 14 minutes, didn't it?
Yep. I mean, a lot of them did. It was very rapid.
Did, to be fair, yeah. But Photon finds himself that solo kill. Shigenda just a little bit hesitant to press his buttons. I feel like in that moment, when you're that far up and you commit forward with the W, you probably have to just commit for the all-in. Because at that point, as we saw, it played out exactly how it did. Photon's going to run you down. Kind of unfortunate, a bit of a misstep, but that's how things go in League of Legends. And now, with that kill, Vitality felt like they had a bit of a window, but they're going to be pushed out a bit here by Koi. Maybe a reposition on the bottom side. And a fight, or Bo over the wall as well.
Yeah, Bo, Glacial Prison is about to come out. Hexgate's over. No, he can't.
Okay, he's fine.
He's all good. Yeah,
he's using the blue
first. Yeah, there he uses the Q to get away. Koi disengage from the Rift Herald, and Vitality will start it up once again. Perkz was pushing mid lane all this while, so Koi might look for something there. Jimby could flash hook. Perkz flashes away.
Worth though. Support flash and mid flash. You can always take that. Perhaps Koi can find some respite in a pick onto the mid lane. Yeah, again, but it feels like at this point, Perkz level 11, Leandri's in tow. He's almost always going to have first move with the wave clear, but also he's going to just have first move because he can fly. He's a dragon. Now Malrang.
Malrang got the Gromp.
Yeah.
Most important part, Permafrost from Bo. Just lock up Malrang for a second. Crescent Guard use, that's the ultimate just to disengage. Perkz was on his way across as well, and Koi retreating under their tier 2s. TPUs by Photon towards the bottom lane to answer the push coming out from Shigenda. For both these teams, of course, a very important game. If they win this, they manage to get 4th place, whoever wins, because Koi would have the head-to-head over Vitality, so they would be put above them, even though the win-loss is the same, and Vitality would get to 6 and 3, but they can't match G2 and Astralis on win-loss either. So BDS lock first, Astralis second, G2 lock third. Winner of this gets 4th. If Vitality win, SK would actually get 5th, Fnatic would get 6th, and Koi would go all the way down to 7th place. If Koi win, Vitality would only be pushed down to 5th place, SK would be 6th, and Fnatic would be 7th. Man. So, big game for Koi, because if you fall to the bottom, either BDS or Astralis are playing you.
Yeah, I really wonder, what the mentality is around the top half of the table, because
you want to avoid G2. I can give you that one.
It's one of those things, because obviously BDS and Astralis are undoubtedly been our best regular season. I mean, they have the best record.
Yeah, best of one teams.
But it's one of those things where okay, they're the best of one teams, but do we want to deal with G2 in a best of or Vitality? I mean,
also, neither of them made it to the best of 5s last split, right? They have both improved since then, as we can tell by the fact they're at the top of the table, but in best of series, I think Astralis and BDS still very much unproven. Yeah. Whereas Vitality are likely to be strong.
That's it, yeah.
You know G2 are going to be strong. And usually Koi actually managed to level up and grow in the best ofs as well. So we'll see. Oh, here we go. Okay, this one you can cheer for. Hitting minions. Slap them. Slap them. Slap them. Photon here to help. Oh! And the tower went down. Perfection. Okay, it's just Herald Camp for the rest of the game. Another charge in. Rest in peace, Shirley. We knew you well.
Herald, 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 Herald.
You can tell it's got a bit one-sided when we start cheering for a neutral objective.
Yeah, I mean, the issue here for Koi is that they realistically only got one form of hard engage, and they've got practically a full scaling comp that really comes online at 2 items. Now, they're getting there, but they're definitely not there already, like Vitality are.
Yes.
So, realistically, we are kind of just waiting for Vitality to do what they're doing right now. I think the next course of action is, of course, set up on the top side, play around the Baron vision, and see whether or not you can bait Koi into a team fight and just don't really get caught out by a massive shockwave. That's it. The X factor here for Koi is Larson and potentially finding a huge shockwave to turn things around. Other than that, things looking pretty doomed at the moment. Yeah, I hate to write teams off, and I won't do it just yet because we've seen a couple of pretty insane comebacks this weekend already. But Vitality in a super strong position right now.
Yeah, 2 items already, as you say, on Perkz. 2 items already on Upset as well. He's got the Runans alongside that Immortal Shield. But often Runans seen as like possibly good on Zeri, sometimes can be a little bit of a bait item, I think. But here you have a lot of people engaging onto you. You know those extra shots are going to hit someone at least. Whereas often Zeri is kind of focusing down one person, then moving on to the next person here because of the sort of all-in charge that comes out from Koi. I think it does work for upset. And you do want a Zeal item on Zeri as well, and you don't really, like, Phantom Dancer doesn't really give you much.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of this recently. So transitioning back over to the Runans away from the Navori. We saw that for a little while. But it seems like Zeri players are more preferring things like BT second or Runans into BT, into IE, something like that. Anything like that works.
Alright, look for something. Goes in with the wind becomes lightning. There's a lightning crash. Glacial Prism, but the Crescent Guard able to keep him alive. Obviously negates any damage that is cast from outside of it. But again, the tower does fall, and Vitality doing it by rote. They'll move up towards the top side. You can see Photon, because he has the pressure, can push in, and no one can really answer him. He pushes in the wave in the top. The rest of Vitality push in mid, and it's a short shift for them to join up with Photon. 2 towers for 1. Yes, a bounty over to Koi, but net gold advantage once again going over to Vitality as they extend their lead to 6k.
6,000 ahead. And Vitality, like we said, wanted to take control of the top side. They get the inner towers, and now they can just do this. Deny vision away from Koi. I mean, Koi have nothing. This is darkness for them. So once, I mean, the Baron's on the map, actually. I've lost track of time a bit. 30 seconds in. They can do whatever they want.
That's the difficulty, right? Like, because if Koi really want to, if Vitality really want to, all they do is they push into your blue side jungle like they just did, and they do that for 2 to 3 minutes. And if you do that for 2 to 3 minutes, what you know is, well, Koi can never get behind us. So how did they place any wards around the Baron? They can't have done that. We know it's Fog of War. We can start it up without any threat of Koi being able to jump in and steal it. The only difficulty is Hex Gates. That's the only issue with that plan, but it shouldn't foil the entire plan. Because you just ward the Hex Gate, and it's like, okay, cool.
I mean,
now we see
you actually see them go on the map.
I meant like the entrance by the blue buff, right? Because then you can see. But yes, you also see them zoom over you, flying, give them a wave as they transported magically above you.
Hello.
Do you know you can pick up a Rift-held Eye with a Hex Gate if you want? Glacial Prison. Just white. Their Singularity used as well by Perks. Shigenda coming in from the side as well. And perhaps Koi found a pick. Kaiser pops the stopwatch. Trimby almost goes pop himself. Shigenda trying to get in with the Entofu strikes. Marawang diving forward as well. And now Bo a little bit isolated from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Photon is pushing a wave down towards the bottom side. And this will be the third tier 2 over to Vitality.
Vitality, doesn't matter if they're almost getting caught out in the mid lane. They're still taking structures elsewhere. And Koi simply right now cannot answer. Hex, Soul, 90 seconds time. You imagine that will be their focus. As a couple of members take some resets, stock up on wards. Bo's gone full support. I love this, Radiant Virtue Redemption. And it also makes sense because Koi, when they dive, they're gonna kind of stack up on top of each other. The burst isn't gonna be immediate per se for a while. So that Redemption, it just kind of creates a battleground for you to stand on. And I think when you've got things like Ace Soul, you've got things like Zeri who love to kite back. That's excellent. You know where to go to next. Things are going to get really, really difficult. But I think quickly, whilst we're a minute away, a couple of items are starting to come in for Koi. They've got 2 items now on Larson. That's huge. Second item is all completed for Shigenda, so he's not going to get one shot by upset.
Perks
wants an angle.
Perks has the ultimate. The skies descend and Comstocked up. Bo looking for him as well. Trimby maybe first target for them. 2 already down. Shigenda trying to distract Kaiser and Photon off towards the backside. But Vitality already find 2 in the fight, and they're looking for more. Shigenda chased out the Singularity. The Rylai slow. Perks with another 10-1, and it's felt even more dominant than that from Vitality. Baron perhaps first here with a Soul afterwards to boot.
It just feels so oppressive. The fact that Koi just have no answers, it feels a lot more like the previous game where we had the massive gold deficit between G2 and Mad. But Koi, Vitality, it feels even more one-sided than that. Vitality, well, they take the Baron. They'll move over to the Soul. I appreciate what you're looking for here, Koi, but I don't think you're going to get it in time.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to happen.
Maybe you get behind them. So you go towards the bush near the blue. Nope, you're just going to try and slow them down as they come in. Perks flanking. Trimby eats a Singularity. The Rylai slow as well. The stopwatch means that Bo has time to engage. Trimby the first target for Vitality. He'll fall. Bo down low, but the Radiant Virtue just heals him entirely. It's a double for Perks. Comp pops the feathers. Bo hits him in the head. And Photon and Perks are on the chase. The falling star will find its mark, and Vitality in the most one-sided game we have seen in a while. 14 kills to 1, don't even care about the soul. They're looking for at least an in-hit.
1 kill and 1 tower is what Vitality have allowed Koi to take this game. And Vitality with the Baron, they'll get 1 in him, they'll go back through the Hex gates. Bo's gonna get hooked up.
Trimby, you sure you want to do that? Bo looking for the permafrost. Shigenda's going to dash in. Can't take those Hex gates again. Slowed with the Pathfinder, but the Singularity, the Rylai's, and the Winter's Bite is enough to keep Shigenda at bay. There's the Hex Soul as well. And yeah, it's all done but the singing, and I'm pretty sure I can hear some singing in the crowd at the moment. So I feel it may be over pretty sharpish here, Jamada. Of course, after this, we have that tiebreaker game between Heretics and Mad Lions. And after that, we have the draw show for the group stage. We can kind of sense what Koi are trying to do, but it's smacks of desperation from them.
Too little, too late. At the end of the day, so far behind. Still 5 versus 4. Shigenda coming back out from base. Radiant Virtue Heal to save Bo. Don't think he really needed it, but it locks down comp. That's what it's really looking for. And Larson does actually outlast the concussive blows, but he can't outrun a falling star. Bo very happy.
Yeah, and Vitality should be very happy as well. Get themselves 4th spot in the LEC regular season. A little bit of a fall from their first that they made in winter. Of course, the change to bringing an upset and a few games, I'd say, in the middle of the split, you know, kind of last week and a little bit of this week, have been a struggle for them, but there has been domination from start to finish, and now with the Baron buff remaining for 36 seconds, you can see that buff, by the way, top right of your screen, or middle right of your screen, next to Vitality's logo. It shows us how long remains on that. Saw a couple of people commenting on Reddit about the overlay and wanting to see that, so I'm just highlighting it for them.
I like the in-hip times.
Yeah, Trimby going in, Bo, 5 levels ahead. Josh going out onto upset, will get the knockup, but no one can chase it down. God. There's 1, the falling star coming in as well. There's 2, there's 3. Marang, the shockwave, not going to do anything at all. Marang falls. Larson and Shigenda, I'm not even sure the fountain can save you. They will get back to its embrace, but the Singularity just stacks for days for Perks. Channeling that Q, and in the end, Koi can only stand and watch as in an absolute demolition in a domination. Vitality claim 4th spot in the regular season.
Really well executed. And that was an execution of Koi that game. Absolutely brutal, but I think Vitality from the jump, yeah, just didn't really give Koi an in anywhere. It felt like as soon as Malrang didn't have access to any of the lanes and got solo killed by Bo, that was it. He was pretty much shut out of the game. When Trimby tried to come back towards the mid lane, open the map back out, try and deny some of the pressure going on towards Larson, immediately shut down by the Vitality members from the bottom side. So Vitality, they're locking 4th. You can hear how much it means to the Golden Hornets as well, as players will exchange fist bumps. And yeah, quite a little bit of searching to do towards groups, but at the very least we can say in confidence that groups seems to be where they do come online.
We definitely can. With Vitality winning this, they get 4th, SK 5th, Fnatic 6th, and Koi 7th. So Koi will face either BDS or Astralis. Vitality will face either SK or Fnatic in the group stage. A player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, Bo, Perks, and Upset. Everyone, yeah, it was just such a solid performance all around. It's hard to give it to one individual player. I think you can say off the back of Bo's early tracking of Malrang, that's really what unlocked the map for Vitality. But after that point, everyone was in the right place at the right time to bring this victory home for the Golden Hornets.
Well-rounded, I think, is the best way to put it. Like you say, I think it's quite difficult to call player of the game. I guess Bo, because he started it all. Perks finished it all. Yeah. Tough call. But hopefully we can maintain this level of play for Vitality moving into groups.
Yeah, right? And of course, best of 3 is a different beast. Koi, we saw them elevate their game from winter to winter group stage, or regular season, sorry, to the group stage into the playoffs. I'm sure they'll be expecting to do that again this next weekend. No, weekend after. We have a break week. I think it's April 8th. I believe we are back for everything. I can see Frankie getting ready for an interview with Perks. He's looking at me with a slightly tired face. It is 10:30 p.m. I'm sure he's ready to get home to bed. Let's hand it over to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much. Perks, You must have been really keen to do this interview because that was an absolutely fire game from Vitality.
Yeah, I'm really happy that not just that we won, that we actually won in a very dominating fashion. Like, actually, I have to say, it was a bit in my head, like, I actually haven't beaten Koi once since I came back to Europe. So, like, in 1 year, I'm pretty sure I haven't beaten them once last year, yeah.
So a little bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, so this is like my first win in a long time against Koi. Against Larsen especially, right? So I'm happy I got to win, yeah, that's it.
Is he your favorite mid laner to beat?
I mean, I like to beat everyone, but just because I haven't actually beaten him in a long time, it feels nice to beat him now, Last time I beat him was like at Worlds, when I knocked him out of groups.
You brought back some hard memories for him today.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the Aurelion Soul. We've seen you play it to great effect, but we haven't got to see you play it as much as perhaps we'd like to. How satisfied were you with that pick today?
I think Aurelion Soul is a pick where you kind of need to see the team comps and like you need to see your lane matchup. Like I did blind pick it against G2 and my lane was like really hard because the matchup is like completely unplayable. Like if I get hit by one Cassio Q, I'm basically like 1 HP and almost dead. So now I got to have last pick and then he like blind picked like Orianna, which is like completely useless, I think. So I had like a really free soul game and my team was playing also great. So my champ just looked really OP. I think there is definitely some cases where he's really strong and some cases where he just doesn't do anything for your team because he's just farming mid under turret. But yeah, I'm happy to play him. I put a lot of effort into practicing him, so yeah.
The death score are wondering how you feel about the patch right now, so I thought I'd ask you directly. Do you feel like it's been a good patch for you?
Yeah, I think the patch is really, really good actually because it's actually really versatile. I know a lot of people complain about like some same champs, but in every meta there ever was in the whole world, like there was always like some champions that just have to be banned. But honestly, you can play like a lot of stuff mid lane, a lot of versatile stuff. I think you can play a lot of stuff like top. Maybe jungle is like a little bit more like, how do you say, less versatile. But there is a new patch coming from playoffs, which I think will shake things up as well. And I think on the new patch, we'll see even more things being played. So I like the patch. I have to say, I did lose a little bit of my head because I've been picking so many random champs that I kind of forgot to actually know what I want to play. So for the last 2 days, like for yesterday and today, I was really sure what I wanted to play, and I felt really comfortable playing it. So I think sometimes the versatility can like go like too far, and then you can like get a bit lost in your mind of like what you actually want to play. But I think now I have a pretty good idea for playoffs coming, what I want to play.
Playoffs 13.6, looking at the patch notes, there's definitely a few champions that stand out. One in particular, though, LeBlanc. Are you bringing her back for groups?
I might or might not be practicing her already. But yeah, I definitely like this champion, so whenever it's meta, I will probably be picking it. I think there is a lot of really good LeBlanc players in Europe, in mid lane. So it's going to be definitely like a fun patch for mid lane, I think, yeah.
I feel like you've set the standard on her. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Vitality
fans, can we get a Perks chant, please? You've been chanting upset. Where's your Perks chant? Honestly, right. We will let Perks go celebrate with the fans, but we need to head to an all-important break because when we come back, it's going to be Mad Lions versus Team Heretics, who is going to be taking the 8th spot and the final place in the group stage.
I'm going behind. Okay. Look here. I'm Yusuf. No one. I can go Q.
No, he is ghost.
No, okay, come.
Okay.
Come here. Kill something.
Go Nash, I think, no? Go Nash. Go Baron.
Countered here by Bo. Could look for the gank as he gets onto Mawang. Shigendo and Photon trading up towards the top side. Mawang low gets the knock up onto Bo, but there is the permafrost, and Mawang might have to flash to get out of this one. He turns it around. Mawang with the auto! But the winter's wrath from Bo is enough.
to the LEC studio for the final game of the regular season. It's been a very long week, a very long regular season, but we're saving the best for last. Hopefully it'll be a good game. And it's Team Heretics versus Mad Lions for the final spot in the Spring Split group stage. The winner goes through and the loser is eliminated. Of course, the stakes are very, very high. They had their faith in their own hands, respectively, at different times in the day. Excel, they bowed out early at the top. Heretics was able to win, but Mad Lions was not able to win versus G2 and thus find themselves in this matchup. And I gotta say, the music was epic, and of course the stakes are important, but I can't help but just be disappointed that we see these two teams in this situation, and the most of all, I think, for our finalists of Winter.
I think Mad Lions is such a fall from grace, especially with how the Winter Split played out, being in the second place position. I think it just goes to speak of how intense the format is.
Yeah.
You can't be caught lacking or slipping at any point, and all of a sudden you find yourself coming into a weekend where you're playing do-or-die matches. And that tone is just so different when you walk into those games, especially when it's best of ones, because your growth has to correlate with the other teams too. And if the other teams are growing faster than you, then all of a sudden you fall so far behind.
So I guess the question is, has Team Heretics grown enough that they can overtake a Mad Lions in decline? Speaking of Team Heretics, who won earlier today, and we got the pleasure of having Mersa on the desk, and he really surprised me in a fantastical way, where he was talking about, I don't want to come here and then win this game and then not win the next one. I want to get into that next stage, into the group stage.
Yeah, and I think you could see a lot of confidence coming out from them today. I think it was something that was lacking heavily in yesterday's games. And I think they also realized, listen, why are we here if we're not going to show off and really just give it us all? Why even be scared of anything? And they went for kind of likewise conversation as they had yesterday, but they were actually willing to pull the trigger this time around, and it showed. Everyone was on the same screen and everyone was on the play.
I like the fact that Mercer said that they were trying to commit to one identity and one role for each player on the team. It's very similar, you know, when you have, when you're a solo queue player and you want to improve, everyone says just play one champion so you can learn the intricacies of the game. And I think when you play similar compositions from game to game, then the same patterns begin to be there, and you can more easily work on them. And I hope that Team Heretics have planned something now in their time to follow that pattern too, where Mercer's playing the engaged supports and Ruby is playing something that, of course, can commit together with Jankos.
Yeah, and the question is, of course, for both teams, they have just seen their team play earlier, and we called out the solo laners from Heretics before. Ruby had a phenomenal game on Ahri, but it's probably maybe not going to get it. And the question is, can you reliably build on that is my question, because it's not always been there. And in a tiebreaker,
it's going to be rough. And I also think that one thing is, are you even going to get it? Because I don't necessarily suspect that Ahri ban, but it's like, you know that it's most likely coming then in that instance, and you can prep something for it. Also, if Jankos decides to go for that Vi, Ahri, Lissandra, boom, mid lane taken care of. But I also think Ruby on something where he actually has an impact in these team fights, specifically in the earlier stages as well, is so impactful. I think even in his game yesterday on LeBlanc, he looked way better than when he was on a Control Mage, even though Control Mage was what we saw from the majority of them. When he was on something that could follow up and heavy engage from his teammates, he looked just so superior to his Control Mage days.
He did. I asked you about win conditions, and I see that someone put in our notes, no Zeri for Jack. Why is that?
So I think when you win for the Zeri, it's not necessarily that it's a bad pickup for Jack specifically. It's the fact that it's a champion where you have to pay the scaling element. We saw it when G2 picked it yesterday as well, where they couldn't go for the early playmaking. They had to play a reliable composition that set Zeri up for success. I don't think that's the way that Team Heretics gets success. I think Team Heretics needs to get success where they play full-sended, so the Sire, the Draven, the Kaiser, whatever it is, as long as they can follow up.
And let's talk about the Mad Lions now, who also find themselves in this position and are probably wondering how they even got here. Let's talk draft maybe first. We've been talking about Hillsong's picks all weekend. Yesterday, it worked out swimmingly with the Pyke. Earlier today, it was the Heimerdinger, which did not work out swimmingly. Yamato.
I think the main thing for me always when Hilly, I think he's a player that does so well when he has agency. I think in terms of communicating his game ideas, I think he does it best when he can actually do it with his champion. He was playing Heimerdinger and he was just left kind of running around and trying to figure out what the enemy does next. I think that he needs to be the one holding the gun. He needs to be the one pointing at the enemy and take charge of what comes next, because that's where he's best. Maybe it's something that is less efficient, but it just doesn't matter as long as Hilly can pull the trigger.
So not put the turrets down, not let them pull the trigger, but actually do it himself.
He must be the gun himself. He is the bullet.
Become the gun. So from both sides, obviously, there's a lot to work on, but obviously clear points that they can work on. The question of which of them will have enough in the tank, first from the pressure standpoint, 2 from the draft standpoint, and 3 from the clutch factor. What does your gut tell you?
Mad Lions should have the clutch factor, but in terms of recent momentum, you know, I would actually say Team Heretics has it. Last week, Mad Lions lost to Team Heretics specifically when they started bringing out the Ahri, when they started playing aggressive. So I would say in the matchup specifically, and from what I've seen recently, my gut gotta say Heretics.
Another very important detail is the fact that Team Heretics have, of course, a head-to-head against Mad Lions, so it leads them into a position where they could choose sides, and the whole community is riveting about the fact that blue side is so OP, and I think that kind of can set you up to first pick the champions that are essential for the compositions, but at the same time, that might put Mad Lions in a position where they can maybe find some lane counters. Maybe they invite the Vi Ahri and lock in the Lissandra. Maybe that's the approach. Red side does leave you with less room to target ban.
True, and they have shown that they are very willing to pick in pick the Lissandra rather as well. This is the draft from earlier that we weren't too happy with overall. But Mad Lions, they always on their camps seem still happy when something is going wrong. But I feel like sometimes that is that meme of the mask. You know, the one that's like...
Smile through the pain. Your
that
smile is crying under.
And for all that, I think we all love the coaching staff and Mac, and they're always, you know, it's very clear what their project is, but some things you can't just let slip through the cracks.
No, I think in this particular example, we were calling for the Olaf coming in on 5. I think in terms of G2 specifically, you know, they are a very different team. But I think when you look at Mad Lions themselves, and we just isolate that, finding yourself putting Hilly on Heimerdinger on 5 when you're playing a do-or-die match into Ashe is insanity. I just want to hammer home the point. Make sure that Hilly has agency. Everyone's banning Annie and Rakan. Just try to go deeper and... in the end, ban the champions that are the counters to that with the Braum Renata and just pick an engage support 4-5.
Sounds so simple.
Yeah, I mean, it almost is. I think we said with Mad Lions as well, don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
They overcomplicated it. And I think that's why it's so baffling as well. Because we know Mag, we know Pad, we know Mad Lions, and they fumble. That's why it's so bumful.
Hope they don't fumble the bag here. If you're a Mad Lion fan or if you're a Heretics fan, I hope you are cheering even though it's late. Tiebreaker, last spotting groups up for grabs. Doing picks and bans at the desk because that's how we roll. I love it when we can set it up and then we can dunk it home and see if they've listened to you. They of course can't because that would be impossible. Those headsets are really good, but the thing is, they shouldn't have to. They should know these things, Yamano.
100%. Luckily, Team Red is on blue side. I'm hoping they can find ways to deny the Annie Raka. Maybe that's going to be the go-to bans. I'm expecting from red side, Draven ban. The big question is going to be Xayah. Xayah secures you the Vi. It's a really, really big one. That's, you know, are we going to see a denial of the Vi Ahri combination?
I don't think that you need to look for it from Heretics. I actually think it's on Mad Lions to ban that Xayah. It's a very contested pick in between them here as well. Annie is also a champion that you might need to be worried about. But honestly, with Mercer and Hylissang against each other here, do we even think like Annie will still have the value? Do we feel like they just want to fully send it on the engaged champions? And will it just be let open?
The funny thing about the Annie is just kind of an in-between, right? It's like a ranged champ that can full send it.
Right.
And we've seen it banned so often, so it's so easy to forget. But I feel like the games that Hilly has been successful on is Rakan and Annie. Sadly, Rakan has been banned, I think, 9 out of 9 games against Hilly, or just first picked against him. So I doubt he's going to get that one. Ooh, it's going to get spicy. Rakan Annie trade.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Let's see what happens to Xayah. That's a big one as well. Because at least if you first pick Xayah here, you get to trade Annie and Rakan, then you're very happy on Team Heretics side. So Mad Lions need to tread carefully here.
Also from the side of junglers, we already have Viant, Seju, Gragas out of the way, so there's like Maokai, Wukong, we've seen Elyoya and Lee Sin as well. There's a lot of specific champions being thinned out here. Annie will still be banned out, so Rakan, Xayah on the table. Which one do you value the most? I have to feel like it needs to be the Xayah, just due to the fact that if you go Rakan, there's always Nautilus. You need the self-peel and the setup for an AD carry here.
You get the juiciest of juiciest Rakans in the hands of Hilly, but it also follows up with a very easy Nautilus counter pick for, of course, Mercer. So they're going to pick that 2-3, probably with the jungle, maybe a Wukong, and they're going to play it out from that point.
Is it one of those cases where Hilly is still happy with that? Because he's told us yesterday, right? He said, I don't mind sometimes if I get countered, maybe even hard countered. I know what I can do.
It really comes down to a player, because when you play the Rakan into Nautilus matchup, if he sees you on vision and you just see each other eye to eye, Nautilus will win that one. But if you have the flanks, which, you know, Hylissang specifically has been renowned for on a champion like this, that's where you can start making the difference. Now with Maokai coming through, still seeing the potential of a Wukong for Jankos here. We have seen good synergy between him and Mercer when they've been teaming up with some Engage. So Nautilus Wukong wouldn't be the worst decision to come out with here.
I'm thinking Nautilus and Wukong, and then on 3, kind of a crazy thing, but I would love to see Kazi on Ezreal. It's kind of a curveball altogether, because that's not a champion that we've seen a lot. But when I think of my fondest memory of Kazi is at Ezreal, where he silently scales and has that layer of safety for him. And I think together with Maokai, there's good synergy, but it's kind of a crazy thing to just mention right in the pick and ban. Maybe just keep it simple with a little Varus.
Is it crazy or is it genius?
Maybe.
It's Kazi.
It's Kazi.
The thing is, there is still a Sivir as well here, so if you want to feel like a bit safer into it, you can go Sivir into the Nautilus. That's a decent matchup as well. Problem is that you can time it up with the... Yes, that's very true. But you can time it up with the Xayah Feathers as well to try and bait out the spell shield here and there. So it's going to be curious to see if that's what they're looking for. Scaling aspect has not been something we've been huge fans of, but it would be way more simple, and it is a Seri coming through from Kazi.
It's Ezreal with a wig.
It's Ezreal with a wig, yeah, that's true,
actually,
I guess.
yeah, if you remove that just looks like his haircut.
Just spam pressing Q, I guess, is the same champion. It's modern Ezreal.
Modern.
I'm curious now what's going to happen with the mid pool because I doubt that Ari is going to be in. There we go. So maybe an Azir, maybe on 4 to give Chasey a last pick with in the shape of like a Jax could be the angle. I think also you can consider maybe removing Sylas because you have Maokai and Rakan, so he has very strong ultimates. But I'm not so sure where Ruby's going to go from here. I think we might just see an Azir on 4 here for Niski.
Would definitely be a safer option, but would slow down the game plan of Mad Lions quite significantly as well. So we know they haven't really been too comfortable when it's not trigger-happy compositions they've had to play. I think for the composition they're currently going for, it would be a good choice. A lot of pressure would fall to Elyoya and Hylissang as well, finding those engages, and if they would look for early skirmishes as well. But also just on the Team Heretics comp as well, this is a composition where level 6, we want to fight and we need to do it ASAP.
Yeah, the Gwen ban kind of signals that they are looking to potentially just 4th pick a top laner. I don't see a world where you would ever blind pick Gwen, so maybe we're just going to have Chasey on K'Sante.
Yeah.
That is a champion that both of these players have played, and I think Chasey has had some very good moments on K'Sante, and it's definitely a champion that can block a lot of the things that Nautilus wants to achieve in a team fight. There's the Jax out.
Super value also if you pick it away from Abby specifically, so you're probably right.
We're going to have probably just a Sion Azir lock in here, where Team Heretics is going to play a front-to-back composition. And then the question will be, what will Niski have in store for us on 5? The last time we saw a Sylas into Azir, maybe he's going to play the Akali. I'm trying to think of all the Niski classics. Twisted Fate is something, but quite so difficult to play into the Azir, of course.
Last time they played, he played Cassio. Ari, they lost.
Okay, so we do get to Talia here as well. So you see that quite often into Rakan to slow that game plan down a bit. Can make Sylas a bit more neutralizing in that regard. But once again, if it's a flanking Rakan and he has flash, you never really get to actually stop him. There is a few Renekton hovers here. I think for the sake of Team Heretics composition, they need engage. So no Renekton, but we're looking at Sion and Malphite. Weak side that one, and then you have a reliable front laner for your backline to carry with.
All right, Renekton instead.
Joke's on you, Goldberg.
Not a big fan there, considering Evi's performances. I think Sion would have just made their draft very NA.
I agree.
And I think this is one of those moments where you make your draft very NA. You're very happy too. Surprised they chose Talia instead of Azir, but we have a very big front-to-back situation here. We're going to have standoffs at the Dragons. Whichever team gets ahead is going to have a very good time.
So from everything I've picked up, the only big points of contention, it seems, was rather maybe have seen Cardi on something else and maybe Ebby on something else. How much is that going to disrupt their plans?
Yeah, I think from Mad Lions, they're looking at a way more scaling type game plan here, where if you don't fall too far behind, like you can rely on yourself being 2k gold behind when you reach into that 20-25 minute. That's perfectly fine with what you have. Good range, good engaged options.
I feel like that's
from
dangerous.
afar as well. That's the thing,
How
right?
do you time
because
that?
on Team Heretics, their game plan should be, we hit level 6, all right, get this AC out of the map, or Talia out of the map. We have Nautilus, we have Jankos on the Wukong, skirmish, and get a lead.
I'm going to call it right here. We're going to have a Hylissang masterclass. I think his Rakan should never go through. I think he's going to absolutely dominate. Maybe I'm a bit biased because he's my homeboy, but...
Maybe.
Yeah. But you get to be biased, that's fine.
We'll see, indeed. Is that the legend himself, Johannes? Probably there, of course there, to support the Mad Lions through thick and through thin. And now they are in the thick of it. They need to win this tiebreaker, or they will have gone from the finals to knocked out in the regular season. It would be so embarrassing. They do not want to make that happen, but on the other side is Team Heretics waiting to show that they have more in the tank. Tiebreaker right now. Like right now.
And on to we go. On to... I was hyping myself up so much for this moment.
Don't lose momentum, it's
messed
okay.
up the first line.
It's all right.
Okay, we'll reset.
Yep.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Woo! For the final time of the spring regular season. We have had 45 best of ones.
Oh, yeah.
That have led to this moment. The 46th. And the winner of this makes it through to the group stage. Mad Lions, as Shock said, would go from finals to knocked out in the regular season for the second time. They did it in the past, remember, when they won and then placed 7th.
Oh, yeah.
With the Rika coming in. The question is, will we see the Mad Lions that lost earlier today? Will we see the Heretics that won earlier today? Or will we see what we have seen from these teams more consistently throughout this split, which is missteps, misplays, and very scrappy games? Last time they met, sorry?
No, I was going to say that's what we're here for.
That is what we're here for.
Last time they met.
Last time they met, it was Heretics who took the win. A lot of it off the back of Jack Spectra on Heisa. Had a very strong performance. We'll see if Heretics are able to replicate that here. And as the desk said, looks like Mad Lions are looking for a bit of scaling here, Jamado. Would you agree with the desk's read on the draft and how things are going to look throughout the course of this game?
I think especially for Mad, right? Azir, Zeri. You're not playing the game, well, you are playing the game, but you're not looking to get proactive for a little while unless the opportunity really does present itself. And I think for Team Heretics, you definitely can play some of the later game team fights. I do feel like they've edged themselves a little bit closer to the mid game, however, with picks like Renekton and picks like Talia. So I would like to see, you know, more proactivity. Again, that was what we wanted from them earlier. That's what we got. And they've got the kind of draft where they can still achieve those same goals whilst, at the very least, trying to match Mad Lions at 2 items and try to roll them over in the front to backs and break that formation.
And as much as the Renekton might seem a little bit out of left field, Ebby did bring it to the fore 2 times in the winter split, and across his career, 24 games, 80% win rate on it, or 79.2%, but we can round up for good measure. Into Chasey's Cassante, Ebby will be looking to get control of the lane early on. Of course, Cassante scales very well as the game does progress. And for the moment, nothing really happening on the Rift. It is a bit odd, I will say, to see 2 of the best junglers in the league fighting for the final spot.
I never thought about it like
the group stage. But yeah, I mean, Elyoya, although hasn't always been on top form this split,
has consistently been put up in the contention for the best player in the league, or the best jungler at least. Jankos, I think this split has really cemented his status as the best European jungler we've actually ever seen, the GOAT. And now, once again, has to try and find a way to wrangle his team towards one more victory. One more 50 gold from the Nexus falling. And Yoyo looking for something in the mid lane, but Ward will spot him out. Jankos was spotted on a Ward down in the Tribush as well, I do believe. Ebby and Chasey fighting over the Scuttle Crab. Blabber has infected the LEC.
Who's going to get it?
Pathfinder from Chasey does get the stun as well. The Untofu Strike's going to get him back as well, but Ebby gets the Rage Bar up over half. Can be quite ferocious in that sort of situation. And Yoyo came across, doesn't have the smite, but should have enough damage with one more Q to secure the Scuttle Crab. Maybe you're looking for a little bit more, though. You can see Jankos on his way up. The base comes out from Chasey, and Jankos unable to find anything there.
Kikuchad Chasey securing the Skull Crab. Oh, yeah. Getting a double crab on the back of that. Feels quite nice. Jankos is going to walk into Elyoya. He's actually going to stick back onto him. Has the red buff, so the chase down is possible, but that sapling slow might just about be enough.
Flash forward. Knock back with the Nature's Grass. Jankos just looking to force Elyoya out of his jungle. Now Jankos' camps were a little bit later on the spawn. Crushing blow, not enough. And Elyoya flashes away and will escape on 16 HP.
Staff, not an axe. Won't cut down the tree, but very much a good force back. And now Jankos can take away the second spawn Krugs, so that's going to feel quite good. Actually smited the small one. I think that might have been a bit of a misclick, but he's still going to get the camp anyway.
He gets. I mean, it's 11 o'clock at night, man. Like,
yeah.
When I make mistakes casting at this sort of hour, I just think about how much more pressure's on the players, and like, you're not often playing at this time of night unless you are the last game of the LEC, and we have another Kit Kat moment as Jankos looks for the top lane. Chasey with the Untofu Strikes will just knock Jankos back.
Get a grass stack.
Yeah. Take those. Wave pushing in towards Ebby as well, so he should be fine as Chasey continues to put down a bit of pressure. Elyoya, knowing that his opposing junglers on the top side of the map, will start up the Drake. Mercer and Jack Spectra pushed in a little bit, means that Kazi and Hylissang have first move. And it's pretty easy for Mad Lions to secure this, assuming Heretics don't over-invest into fighting around that first neutral objective.
Yep, a little bit telegraphed, but makes sense. And for Team Heretics, they can't really contest, so yeah. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Mid lane prior as well for Niski. So he's got first move over. Ruby doesn't have level 6 either, so no Weaver's Wall shenanigans. So this is going to be the dragon picked up. Really clean. And it's just a punish on the fact that Jankos went towards that top side, couldn't achieve anything.
Yeah. Net a Krug camp for Jankos. Ebby with the Dominus, trying to put the damage down onto Chasey here. We'll get him underneath the tower with this Predator as well, that W stun. Locking him up, and Ruby does have the Weaver's Wall, which means Chasey might have to be a little cautious. Can Blast Cone, Weaver's Wall in, the rock surfing as well. That passive from Talia means her ability to move through the jungle. She's accelerated, she surfs along whenever she's near one of those walls. Chasey stayed around, and there's the Weaver's Wall, but Chasey has the all out here, knocked back away from the tower.
Yeah.
And Chasey's fine with that. The ultimate invested, no real gain for Heretics.
Slightly awkward placement. The idea there really, I think, from Ruby is that he wants to try and get him trapped in between the walls and the tower, which is why he gets him there, but Chasey able to just about get over that line. So the play fizzles out, but still, you can see the idea from Team Heretics, and it was a good one. Chasey stayed for that wave, very well could have been punished. He's not going to be this time. He just wants to get this wave crash, but Evie's going to stop his recall and just ensure that it stays frozen for now.
Ruby with a good seismic shove there onto Niski, but you can see Hylissang just here joining up with his mid laner and his jungler, making sure that they can get control of this top side of the map. With Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds, this base reset to mid around the level 5, level 6 is something that has become commonplace for supports. Hylissang will try and get some wards in, steal away the Scryer's Bloom as well, just makes it a little bit easier for you to secure it if you want. And also, you can take a bit of time, as we saw, to help your mid laner push out the wave. Niski gets the base, has already used his TP, as has Ruby, so in the end, all's fair in love and war, as both the mid laners will return to a neutral wave state. Kazi forced away from his tower down towards the bottom side because Hylissang spent that time on the top side of the map, and it's this rippling effect of everything that can happen, and Jack Spectra can just take a tower plate and then back away. Even if Hylissang was able to like long-range engage with Kazi dashing over the wall, Jack Spectra has the cleanse, has the flash, has the Featherstorm, and that's exactly what happens. The lightning crash coming out. The root going down. Kazi looking for the bounces here on that burst fire, but underneath the tower, Jack Spectra should be fine. Hylissang not yet 6. How far away is he? Still about half a level You can see by the pink bar next to his champion portrait. And Jack Spectra now the one forced away from the tower. The plate will be forfeited forward. In the end, it's an even trade once again. The Rift Herald secured by Jankos. And Mercer and Ruby spending some time down towards the bottom side to try and keep El Yoyo at bay. But as a tree, he's very at home in the jungle, so he's happy just to walk his way around, find another bush to wait in, and steal away that red.
Every action has a reaction. And so far, feels like it's been tit for tat. Punch for punch, jab for jab. Bottom side, a couple of waves missed by Kazi, but then Jack Spectra gets punished. I think if that W landed, it would have been quite nice. Now, this is a face check, but I think Hilly should be fine. And if everyone here from Mad wants to escape, they should be able to. Bit of a collapse coming. Jankos is on the way. And Yoya, just as a precaution, just going to drop the ultimate.
I think that's wise.
Yeah, just to get out in time.
I mean, the thing is, when you next using that ultimate, right? If observers, you could just hover over El Yoyo first, we can see how long the cooldown is on that. 100 seconds, right? So even if you were thinking, oh, we want to use it around the next Drake, well, the next Drake's in 2 minutes, and that's 120 seconds away.
But I'll counter you this. If Team Heretics do look for a Herald play before then, and Yoyo is in the area, not having that ultimate down is actually pretty big deal. It's kind of, a lot of times, like Ornn ultimate, right? You kind of just throw it out, see what kind of threat it can give you. And oftentimes, just the threat of it being cast is enough to send the team back.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case wholeheartedly in terms of a dive. For now, they're just going to drop the Herald, just see what they can sniff out.
And for any of you that haven't experienced a tiebreaker before, this is what they feel like. Often, Jack Spectra's going to have the flash, the hook going down, depth charge being used as well onto Hylissang. He's rooted up, he can dash back, still has the flash.
Oh no.
Weaver's wall from Ruby. El Yoyo looking for something. Hylissang with the quickness, dodging to the side, gets the charm on two, but already he's fallen underneath the tower though. Ruby gonna pay for his dive with his life. Jankos with the Cyclone on the clone there. Nisqy coming in. Has the flash, going for it. Just shuffles Mercer back. Didn't want to go all in for the flash, but still 2 kills to the good. Mad Lions win out the fight. Ebby, looking to proxy a wave here. Knows that all of Mad Lions are on the bottom side. Jankos could look for a little bit more, but Nisqy obviously held his flash earlier on. In the end, it is 2 tower plates in the bot side for Mad Lions, 3 tower plates for Heretics across the course of the first 10 minutes, and Mad Lions 1 kill to the good.
Yeah, 1 kill to the good, slow-paced game. I think that's what Mad need after earlier as well. Just need to ensure that they're not getting run over, and I think just for the sake of the composition as well. Zeri, Azir, you guys have seen these 2 champions before. You know how they work. And Mad, they're not listening to me. They want this play on Ruby. He didn't have to use his flash on the earlier play.
Yeah, he's going to flash the wall here, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. Flashes gets away from the Nature's Grasp.
Hello.
Root going down onto Mercer, knocked back with the Bramble Smash, and Mercer should be fine. And yeah, something I was saying before Hylissang decided to rudely interrupt me with the gameplay.
How dare he?
Was this tends to be how these early games feel in a tiebreaker. Like, people are a bit apprehensive, they don't want to really engage too hard, they don't want to be the player that throws the game, and often you need someone like Hylissang to take the imperative as Jankos looks for the steal, can't quite get it.
Oh, wow.
Walks away, flashes after. The hook goes down onto Hylissang, but Chasey is here. Ebby on his way as well. Jankos down to half HP. Ruby trying to trade in. Mercer already dead, of course, as Jack Spectra looks to join the fray, but can't really find a way to enter the battle. And Mad Lions get a dragon and another kill.
Yeah, Mad considering moving forward there, but I think a lot of discipline shown just to not overchase into the choke. We actually saw earlier in Team Heretics game where how quickly it can go badly if you do end up overchasing and things like that. They get their second dragon cleanly. It's a Hex Tech Soul. Strongest early mid-game Soul in the game, I would argue. So really good look for Mad Lions. And now also, you have to remember, right, it's them with the later, you know, scaling team composition. I put that in air quotes. Execution always important, but in terms of the flat value, front to back, Mad Lions definitely should be winning out. And now, looking towards the next dragon, which is their 3rd, they should be comfortable. Honestly, Team Heretics should realistically be the one that are trying to pick up those early dragons because they're the ones with the better skirmishing. But Mad now, with that ease of knowing that they won't get pressured for a soul, it's going to feel quite good, and they can realistically just take their time even more now.
Yeah, and especially since a lot of their gold is sitting on Kazi as well. 2-0-1 on this Zeri. Has had a disappointing spring overall. I think you could say that about a lot of the players on these teams, but we have seen him carry once or twice, and now he is in prime position to do so once again. Zeri a terror, especially when you have the possibility of engage and disengage from the Rakan. You have the Nature's Grasp as well, that ultimate from the Maokai. You've got so much zone control, and that's when Zeri thrives, when she can reset and then start walking forward into a fight, or dashing forward, or gliding forward, or whatever she does. It becomes very difficult to lock her down, but that's going to be Mercer's job, alongside Ebby. Renekton often picked for that point and click. It's a very powerful tool when you can get on towards that backline. Kazi not running cleanse either means that he could be in for a world of hurt if he ever does miss position. Don't think it's a bad choice not to run cleanse here. I think often you do want cleanse on AD carries, but here the Ghost gives you so much more utility in a team fight, and you have enough disengage on your team that even if you do get caught by something, your team should be able to keep you safe until that CC has worn off.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And I think just in the 1v9 mindset, potentially.
Yeah.
Who needs cleanse? Just don't get hit by the CC. Forehead. Yeah,
I will say,
yeah.
if I was Kazi's coach and he told me that was his mentality,
yeah,
I would say maybe reevaluate. You know, he's battling for 8th.
Yeah.
He obviously can have his good days, but sometimes his positioning can be found a tiny bit lacking. For the moment, though, in a good position so far this game. 2 minutes, as we've talked about on the next Dragon. Mad Lion setting up down towards this bottom side. He only leads for Heretics in top lane and in the jungle, but you can see Aliora's already finished his Demonic Embrace, so that Maokai doing enough damage as is, and both the junglers realize that perhaps the other side of the map is the best place to acquire a red buff right now. Aliora will take away Heretics, and Jankos will take away the one that used to belong to the Mad Lions. Is all out underneath the tower. Ebby, Dominus Flash away. The Pathfinder coming out as well. Chasey looking for a little bit more knockback, a little bit more CC, and that's exactly what a Cassante can do.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, yeah, go.
No, I agree. It's just like there's stuff happening all over the map. And I keep waxing poetic in the middle of it. Jack Spectra has to pop the cleanse here. Hylissang looking for a little bit more. Mercer low, Lightning Crash coming out, and Kazi on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Ruby's been caught out by Nisqy, who flashes forward. Ruby will die in the 1v1. Nisqy gets another, or gets his first, in fact. Jankos looking for something on the top side, because the bot side is collapsing. Chasey still has the flash, and Jankos can't get close enough for a Cyclone to be effective.
Yeah, really well played by Mad. And, you know, I was hoping potentially for Team Heretics that after they got the Herald, they could maybe pick off Chasey and drop the Herald, get a little bit more back from the play, because they've been committed to these sides of the map for so long. But for Mad, they get everything. They don't lose anything at all. Chasey doesn't even have to use his flash in the gank attempt. So Team Heretics, they've got the Herald now, so maybe now that they've got the first items coming in across the board, they can try and find a point of pressure, try and contest this next Dragon. The gold difference isn't so large that it's necessarily oppressive. Everyone is on one completed full item right now, which means in reality they should be at even footing at the moment.
The only benefit really for Heretics out of that last sequence of events was Nisqy has no ult flash, Aliora has no ultimate, Kazi doesn't have Ghost, doesn't have the ult as well, so if you can look for something in the next 20 seconds, maybe you can set up around the third Dragon of the game. We do just have a pause. I see Jankos plugging his, or checking his keyboard, maybe plugging it back in. So I've got a different cable. I can just check that one. So looks to me, and we're not usually meant to say this before we're told.
Right.
I believe it's an issue with Jankos' keyboard.
Maybe.
It's a risky one saying that.
Yeah. Careful, man.
But I do see him plugging in a different keyboard. So we hopefully get back into the game in a moment. It's peak LEC. You know, we love ties.
Yep.
We love our pauses here as well.
It wouldn't, you know, for a debut weekend, I guess, on the caster desk.
True.
It wouldn't really be one without experiencing a pause.
Yeah. If we had the Telestrator, we could play like noughts and crosses or something. That's I've been through so many pauses that now I just immediately go off track. This game obviously very important for both these teams. It's that, you know, the tiebreaker for 8th place, and we all know that. But also noughts and crosses, although it seems like a solved game, often isn't.
Elaborate.
Well, because usually people are bad, so they don't play optimally, right?
Right. Yeah.
I was a bit sad that I wasn't here for the rock paper scissors discussion last year, because I think I'm the only one in the casting team that's actually read studies on it, because it was part of our psych segment in med school. There's a study by Zhang et al. Which talks about upgrading on a loss and sticking on a win. And it's a very commonly used tactic in rock paper scissors. So if you lose, you upgrade to beat the thing that just beat you. And if you win, you tend to stick on the same thing. Anyway, Pathfinder out from Chasey. He dodges away from the hook. The Dragon up in 8 seconds. Rift Herald still available for Jankos. He's got that one sitting in his inventory, but not really any useful place to use it because Mad Lions have set up around the mid lane. They're going to push in. Heretics will start up the Dragon. Still no ultimate for Nisqy. The Weaver's Wall coming out as well. Mercer looking for that Hex Flash. Hylissang looking for the flank. The Weaver's Wall goes down. The hook goes wide. Jankos might look for something. 6 seconds on the Emperor's Divide. The smite was early, but Ebby secures it. Hylissang Hex skating his way across. Ebby pops the Dominus and dashes out. And Heretics, it looks like they got away with murder here. They're able to get away. And Yoya looking for the chase though with the Nature's Grasp. And Yoya locked up first. Ruby takes him. The slide, the glide in. Jankos trying to put the Cyclone down as well as Hillesang dashes back. Ruby winning the damage over the wall with the threaded volley as well. With Chase's already got one. Ebby trades back. Jankos low. So far 4 for 2 in favor of Mad Lions. Ebby tries to TP out. He will escape. Niski no way to stop that. As Ebby manages to teleport to the mid lane. The Dragon secured, but at what cost for Heretics?
Stop the snowball, but they lose so many. And in that fight, I mean, Elyoya almost looks a little bit grief when he goes in that far ahead of his team. But the rest able to catch up. So much mobility between all of these Mad members means they close the gap. But not only that, once they've closed the gap, you'll notice Kazi goes untouched, Niski goes untouched, and they're just unleashing hellfire over the wall. Team Heretics on the retreat just can't really match that range, unfortunately, as they try to stand their ground. The Unraveled Earth does technically stop Hillesang from going in immediately, but he just says, okay, I'll use my face. That's fine. Charms up multiple members. Munson drops off, gets a knuckle pin, and like we said, Niski untouched, Kazi slides in, double kill. And even though Ebby gets out of his life, it feels like a silver lining.
Yeah. Grey clouds on the horizon for Heretics. They did make the group stage in winter, only won 1 game in their 2 best-of-3s, but now it's looking like Mad might deny them the opportunity to one-up that. Currently 3,000 gold ahead, and look at how much of that must be sitting on the AD carry. Kazi 5-0-3, 9,000 gold. Only Jack Spectre anywhere near that, and even that's like 2.5k behind.
He has 2.5k more than everyone else in the game. That's crazy.
I mean, if you want your AD carry to carry, you got to give him a little bit of a gold infusion, and right now he's got an IV drip of dollars just going coursing through his veins, it seems.
Is that what we decided gold is in League of Legends? Dollars?
I don't know what Boris takes. Maybe he's got a good exchange rate or something. You come 1 week, you're like, oh, this only cost 6 francs last week, and he says, hey, it's a deprecated currency. We don't use it anymore. Got any euros?
Probably have a pretty good exchange rate with sterling right now.
Yeah.
Our currency sucks.
Yeah, it does. Rifthold now used for Heretics. We're looking to try and find any sort of gold, no matter the currency. But for the moment, Mad Lions well and truly in the driver's seat. Heretics did the one good thing that they could do in that last fight. Apart from winning it, obviously, they delayed the soul. They got 1 Hex take, Drake. And Baron will be up in about 40 seconds, but it's probably going to be a little while before we see anyone take that. Although Niski with the Leandries and the Demonic on Elyoya will mean that Mad Lions can burn through it. Jankos looking for something. Elyoya once again acting as a bouncer. Niski realizes and chips away at Ebby and Jankos across the wall. The Rift Herald stopped, and the fight may be about to begin. Chasey's pushing in the bot lane, does have the TP. Rift Herald going in for the chase here. Quickness available for Hillesang. Rift Herald charges forward, doesn't kill the tower.
The crowd still cheers though.
The crowd does still cheer. I appreciate it now because it's it's 11:30 at night. We need the energy boost. And I'm glad to have you all still with us, of course. And all of you are watching at home as Chasey get towards the mid lane here. Now Jack Spectra has the Feather Storm, will use it. Chasey flashed forward, Pathfinder's away, all outs as well, and Jankos dragged all the way into the waiting arms of Kazi. Nature's Grass coming out as well, and Kazi underneath the tower has no fear. Dominating now on the Zeri. Truly a performance that you needed from this player. Needed to step up.
Another pause.
Have another pause coming out.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, we want the players to be in the best shape they can right now. And if they need to pause for something, although it can feel a little underwhelming, it can deflate the situation.
It can. It can.
It's important that our players are as comfortable as possible.
Absolutely. That comes first here.
So you ready any papers on rock, paper, scissors? Do you know men predominantly go for rock first, whereas women predominantly go for scissors?
Is there like a...
It's a psychology thing. Rock is like the hardest.
Are we just cavemen?
I mean, yeah. Yep. You seen Twitch chat?
I love Twitch chat.
Yeah. One man says Ooga, the other man says Booga. You know, that's like that's how Twitch chat works.
Yeah, that's
I bet they're not copy pasting something right now.
Oh,
in Twitch chat, yeah. It's actually just me and all of my bot accounts. I'll
Oh.
prove it. I'll prove it by
Oh, you'll
writing
prove
this
it
right
right
now.
now? Oh.
On all of my bot accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah. How have you enjoyed your week at the LEC, Jamada?
Mate, it's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed it. I've been blessed with excellent games. The crowd's been fantastic.
Of course they have. Thank you very much.
So I appreciate that. It's been a lovely experience. And you, yourself, the entire team is always so welcoming whenever I'm here. So it just makes life easy.
It does. You make life very easy to cast with as well. It's been a pleasure. I hope to have you back, obviously, sometime soon. I hope to be back into this game sometime soon as well.
Me too. I don't know how deep my pause repertoire is, because admittedly, over in the LPL, we experience pauses, but a lot of the time they're actually resolved really quickly. Unless it's like a bug investigation. That's the only time.
Well, now that you've said that, Jamada,
no.
League officials are investigating a potential bug in the game. We will get you more information as soon as we can.
I promise you that wasn't planned.
I know. Just fun to throw you under the bus a little bit there, Jamada. I saw it coming along. So there you go.
Yeah.
But I think pause discussions can be quite tough.
Yeah.
Because you have to choose whether we could talk about the game, and we have kind of talked, but also if we just sat here or stood here and we said, you know, Mad Lions are in a good position. Heretics, not in such a good position, but they did delay the soul.
Yeah.
I mean, I could actually, what I will do, as I was saying to you, if you were Heretics in this position, how, I don't want to use the word comfy, but how confident are you in your ability to get back into this game? Just looking at the draft. So they have Renekton, Wukong, Talia, Xayah, Nautilus into Cassante, Maokai, Azir, Zeri, Rakan.
All right. We're kind of getting to the point where we're after hours. So do you want Jamada's answer or do you want Adrian's answer?
I want Adrian's answer.
Adrian's answer is, I feel like Team Heretics are in a bloody big hole. And I'm not sure whether or not they're climbing out. Jamada's answer is, they've got a lot of engaged tools, right? And I always feel like, especially a team like Mad Lions, they'll overstep occasionally. They've been very disciplined so far this game, but I feel like that is always a characteristic that you can apply to almost any iteration of Mad Lions, even when they were champions, right? In 2021. So I feel like there is always that opportunity for them to overstep, and realistically, Team Heretics, they've got Nautilus, they've got Wukong. It's not impossible for it to happen as we get back into game. And an immediate Baron start, 20 minutes.
Ebby has no TP. Ebby has no TP, they have no vision on it. Mad Lions, it's the moment. Is this Jankos is still dead actually from that previous play in the mid lane, so it's just gone. We said they could do it relatively quickly with the Leandri's Demonic, and they do exactly that. Baron secured for the Mad Lions. Elioya didn't even have Smite, but nor did Heretics, I guess, because Jankos has only just respawned. 3 minutes on that Baron for Mad now. They've already taken all the tier 1s, apart from the mid lane. What more can they do with it? They could just look for the next Drake as well. 36 seconds on that. And with a 4,000 gold lead, Mad Lions looking to make it back to the group stage. Remember, wins this game will end up in 8th, with Koi sitting in 7th place, SK and Fnatic in 5th and 6th, and then obviously at the top of our table, BDS and Astralis. A little bit of a surprise to everyone, but BDS and Astralis will pick from this team and from Koi to face in the group stage first. Now they're pushing through mid. Hextech Drake has spawned, but Mad Lions want to use this Baron buff to its full effect, Jamada.
Yeah, absolutely they do. Got the Demolish Rock there from Chasey as well. Knock that one down. Real nice and easy, and the issue is when they're all stacked up like 5, it's a bit difficult for Team Heretics to not necessarily go in. That part's easy. Not getting one shot, potentially, by Azir, by Zeri with the 2 items. Hilly, I mean, starts talking about the oversteps, dash, but mobility.
Yeah, and a tower there as well to boot. Just that little bit of added safety. Hilly, obviously on Rakan, like, you just can't give this guy this champ. He is so good at it. Weaves his way in and out of fights so perfectly, and he's shown us that here. Set Kazi up incredibly well, set Niski up incredibly well to finish out this game, to carry from here. Elioya looks like he's going for a support item second. I'm trying to think if it's like Shirelia's Mandate.
Yeah,
Mandate?
This is what I think we saw the other day.
We did. Second item Mandate, yep. That does make sense. Obviously, it just gives you a little bit more damage as a team, and you apply it in so many different ways. Mandate applied on immobilizing effects and slow effects.
Every single skill of Maokai applies Mandate. It's pretty strong. Now, this collapse is not going to amount to much because Kazi's playing Zeri.
Yep.
And he's just going to skate away. But there is a fair amount of wave clear, I guess. Mad Lions, I think the issue is they have to be stacked up as 5 to really pressure. No, shouldn't really be engaged there. They have to stack up as 5 to really pressure. It's a bit hard to split the Baron here, because if you split the pressure, then Team Heretics actually do unironically have enough wave clear. you stack as 5, then I feel like there's still more pressure.
The hook.
You go.
Only onto Hylissang. Knockback, seismic shot. Hylissang's dead. Kazi dashing forward. They can't get the damage down, however, with a wave coming in. Even though Heretics were able to kill off Hylissang, they're going to lose their inhibitor tower for it. Ruby's trying to put some damage down with those threaded volleys. Jack Spectre trying to do the same.
That's
Deep
a deep
TP.
TP.
It's only Ebby. But the Renekton stun on the Kazi could be enough. He's got a stopwatch, but no cleanse, remember, on that Zeri. The inhibitor down low. Chasey dashing away with Pathfinder. Jankos and Ebby now on the flank. Nature's Grass coming out as well. They try and dive onto the back line. Niski stunned up. Ebby will take it. There's the shutdown. Kazi next. Stopwatch, stop time. But his life is stopped immediately afterwards. And perhaps Heretics have found the fight they were looking for. They're on the chase. Elyoya trying to get away. The Weaver's Wall will lock him into place. No escape through the jungle. You have to feel. Seismic shove just short, but Elyoya is met with a wall. The blast cone there. The knockback. Elyoya escapes it all.
Oh, the Monarch Embrace.
It's gonna get Monarch from Elyoya is enough. He finds something on the back end of it, escapes with his life. The inhibitor down, Heretics, a small breath of life back into them, but the CPR can't stop yet.
It's a small mercy. It's a small mercy that they get the kill. Or rather, don't lose more. But Mad Lions still get the inhibitor, and that's the big thing. And they're still going to be able to push out onto multiple lanes after the reset. And they're still one dragon away from Soul. So Team Heretics, a bit of breathing room, like you say. Need to breathe. CPR. Maybe that fight was just that. Give them a little bit of extra oomph, but they still are a fair amount far behind. Elyoya has gone Moonstone. I'm sorry to distract from all the narrative stuff. I
Talk about it. I know you love it.
It's great. Yeah, I mean, you've got a dot. You damage champions, you're going to heal everybody. You get healing and shielding power, so your passive also heals you more. Generally, it's just a great item when you're deathballing to keep everyone else alive. So thought it would be the mandate, but it's not quite going to be that. And you can see even there, just like randomly healed Niski for an extra 200 HP because he dealt damage somewhere.
Just for anyone wondering about the specifics of the interaction, Moonstone applies healing to your lowest health nearby teammate when you hit someone with an ability, or apply it to your teammate itself. Chasey locked up underneath the tower. The Nature's Gust coming out as well. And Elyoya locked up with the Cyclone. He's going to try and get away. Lightning crash out from Kazi. Jankos with the Cyclone once again. Kazi hooked. Ebby needs to get in there, needs to get the stun, needs to get the root. Hylissang trying to get away. Niski kills off Mercer. Niski will fall there with the Ruthless Predator, but Kazi can open up. Ruby so low. The feathers pull back. Heretics! How the hell have you managed that?
They come back from the depths, and it's because Mad Lions overstepped. They're a bit too confident. One or too many times. Chasey gets caught out. It's Ruby that knocks him back in. And then the fight that ensues is mayhem, but it's in favor of Team Heretics. Ultimate to kind of just force the multiple members of Team Heretics away from this tower, but Chasey just overcommits. I'm not sure if there's a miscommunication on what the call is, but Elyoya gets one shot. He's not really tanky. He's got some damage and some support items in there. Hilly goes in, looking for Ruby, can't find the knock-up. The pushback is great to stop Ebby from actually gap closing, but after that, it doesn't matter, it's the root. As soon as that comes through from the Featherstorm from Jack Spectre, that's about it. And Kazi can't make a miracle out of what would have been that turnaround. You can see there on the player camera, Jankos almost relieved, very relieved that that play turned out the way it did, because now all of a sudden we're back at almost, I mean, we might as well be at even footing again in terms of the gold department.
The only big thing still for Mad Lions, obviously still almost got that soul. One more Drake would secure it for them. 20 seconds on that. The inhibitor down for another minute, 45 seconds as well in that bottom lane. Heretics now have to do the dance, the deadly dance, between the Baron, between the Dragon, and between their bottom lane. No TP for Ebby. About 30 seconds or so on that. Niski looking for Mercer. Can just dash away, but now we hold our breath once again. Seismic shove on Elyoya, but the Moonstone will be able to heal it. Back up. You can see as well Hylissang with that Gleaming Quilt, giving a bit of extra HP back to Elyoya. The passive, that sap magic, means that Elyoya is still pretty darn difficult to deal with. Ebby can now go bot if he wants. He can TP back in, but at the moment they'll send Ruby out mid lane. Prio gained for Mad Lions, and the Baron in their eyes, the win in their sights. It will be Baron for Drake exchange here, Jamada.
Yeah, there's a lot on the map for Team Heretics to worry about. The Soul obviously could have gone over if Mad rotated over to it, but the minions, the super minions in the base, mean that they just have to yield the Baron. So Mad, they don't have a lot of time on the supers. In fact, I think only one more super is going to spawn in the bottom lane if my mathematics is correct. And then after that, it'll be back to regular minions and that inhibitor is going to be alive. So they really do need to make something of this Baron. Otherwise, it feels like it's a bit for naught. And again, the map's just going to reset. You've got all 5 members here from Mad. Jack Spectra's going to show up. And now this time, no hard commit. Same play again.
They all group up behind the clone. Ebby, no, doesn't have that rage built up either. Minions pushing in, double cannon here for Mad Lions. Ebby will go back to heal. Any flank wards, they tried to use it before. There's one behind them, a control ward up the lane there. Ebby can TP to that. And they can still look to catch out Kazi because there's still no Mikhails, there's still no QSS, there's still no way for Kazi to escape a stun if he's locked down.
I actually think the ward in the passage is slightly better. It's being cleared out actually by Hylissang. Really well played. Because if he TP's on the control ward, it's going to be vision. Yep. So it will be telegraphed from Mad, but they'll have the opportunity to respond to it. Maybe the other ward they wouldn't have been able to, but Hilly cleans that out. And now Baron on 2 waves. There's actually another super with a cannon, so that's going to be a point of pressure. Chasey in the mid lane, call out potentially.
Knocked back with the seismic shove. Chasey can use the all-out to try and get away from this one. And Tofu strikes back. Dominus from Ebby, trying to trade onto Chasey. Chasey flashes. Ebby could look for the chase. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Baron buff minions from Hylissang. He does this so often, just distracting the team. Jack Spectre just trying to deal with him. Those minions will not be able to take the inhibitor. In fact, they will now because Jack Spectre has to join the rest of his team. TP up towards the top lane by Chasey. He's got back to full HP. Inhibitor tower down to half. Baron buff remains for a minute and a half itself. Hylissang on the Nexus towers is mad. They're just trying to pull Heretics all over the map, and Hylissang continues to be the nuisance that he's always been, the thorn in the side of any team that doubts his ability to distract and dissuade and deter you from doing anything. Mad Lions open up, but that's only the clone. Jankos forced down to half HP, and now this inhibitor tower in the top lane is going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to for sure, but I mean, is Hilly on Pike or what? This Bliss pushing is insane, and now that pressure is going to get them that second inhibitor, and now they can also go back towards the mid lane, group up as 5, and that's where it feels like they are the strongest. Almost certainly they can use the Nature's Grasp as well to force Team Heretics off if they so want. You can see Oyo, he's angling for it. He's trying to get the widest possible spread. And he's going to do just that.
Jankos can block, can use the clone as well. They do just that, but the root's still going to land onto 2. Inhibitor tower down to half HP. Mercy lands the root, but Chasey's able to dodge away from it with the Pathfinder. Ebby down to half HP. No TP wards for him. Pops the Dominus. Might just have to back and regain some HP, but the Cyclone in. Chasey locked up with the Depth Charge as well. Jankos trying to get on the backline. The Feathers fly. They're all diving into the backline, but they just can't get Kazi down. Here's Spectra. Jack Spectra flashes forward because, of course, he damn does. 3 members already down. Chasey's sure to follow. And once again, Heretics will not be denied.
They will not be sent into the night quietly. And Jack Spectra makes damn sure that flash forward. He takes out so many members, so much AoE, the Feathers. It's absolutely absurd, and Mad couldn't answer. Chasey's ultimate onto Ebby, separate Ebby from the entirety of Mad. And Medic, there's 25 seconds. They're gonna get the inhibitor in answer at the very least from this. Mad Lions need to pull it together at these critical moments, because it's not the first time this game already that they've thrown away a lead, which you would imagine they were looking to just close out on the spot.
Mad Lions have been in the driver's seat the entirety of this game, but let's have another look as Heretics hold the line.
Look at this, Jankos, 4 man. And it's, you know, even the initial engage, it looks good, but it does get followed up immediately. This route, though,
done.
And then Jack Spectra not being focused, and they're all funneled in this one line here for Jack Spectra to just get all of the damage he wants off. It's absurd, and again, Chasey too, unfortunately, by owing Ebby, kind of saves his life, but also separates himself from potentially being able to stop Jack Spectra from doing what he just did.
It's the difficulty for Mad Lions, and it's the reason as well. At this point, I would have liked to see, there it is, Kazi with a QSS.
Yeah.
Now realizing that he cannot rely entirely on his team to peel. Importantly, Heretics did not get the mid inhib. 2.5 minutes on top, 2 minutes on bot inhibs for their respawns. But 30 seconds on the Hexol. A great mid to early late game Soul. Can still do a lot of damage later on in the game, of course. Souls just generally give you a huge power bump, but Heretics have delayed. They've got 4 items on their AD carry. They've almost got 3 on Ruby as well. 3-3-10 on that Talia. Give him credit where it's due. His Unraveled Earth, his Seismic Shoves have been hitting their marks. Will Jankos look for the steal? Will Heretics look for the fight? Super Minions in the top lane. About 45 seconds before they get in. Mercer is all on his own. Some Jankos was looking for the flank here. Pathfinder coming out from Chasey. He blocks the shot. You can see where Hilly and Kazi are, though. They're just pushing in the mid lane.
That's why they went in. They wanted to try and catch them off, maybe 3 versus 4 because they know Kazi and Hylissang were splitting in the mid lane. They're still doing it now. Team Heretic, they're being pulled apart a little bit. Their supers in the top side as well, so this tower's going to go down. Mad should start this, get the dragon as well. It's more about how Kazi and Hilly maybe respond. I feel like they're going to be fine because the mobility of champions is nuts. And yeah, Team Heretics, it's up to a flip now.
Oh,
he's
not
pushed
back.
out.
Dashes back in though with the Cyclone. He's looking for something. Can get into the pit, but it's not low enough, is it? Oh, it was secured by Niski. It must have been within 70 HP or so. Jankos still trading in here. He takes 2. Is that enough for Heretics? Is that enough to hold on? Because Mad Lions are collapsing. TB coming in from Ruby as well. Mercer dealing with Hylissang down towards the bottom side. Kazi is opening up on Evie. Evie will fall. Jankos charmed up. Ruby coming in with the Weaver's Wall, trying to put the damage down from the side of Kazi. It's just going to isolate him. Oh, up from Mercer goes wide. Ruby, no flash, no life, no escape. Kazi dashing forward. Kazi dashing back. Escaping once again. Jankos low. Jack Spectra 2, no Feather Storm for him. The TP coming in as well from Chasey, it looks. Kazi going forward. And in the end, Kazi will not be stopped. He gets the shutdowns. He solidifies Mad Lion's spot in the group stage.
Jack Spectra might have had his moment, but Kazi had his, and his is going to get Mad Lions across the finish line. It was sketchy. It looked good at the start. A little bit shaky, but Mad will get the result they need, and they will make it into top 8. They squeak by Team Heretics. Not going to make it, and Mad will be your final team in groups.
On a knife edge, the entire game it felt, and on the brink of defeat, Mad Lions finally able to wrest the win out of Heretics' hands. But Heretics put up a darn good fight to get there. Just in the end, too many things to deal with, too many supers, too many barons, and too many places to be, it feels, for Heretics. Jankos so close to securing the Drake as well. It can't have been, like, I saw it at 1,270, and then I saw it at nothing.
Yep.
And that's just an impossible situation to be in. All credit to Mad, they deserve the win. Very sketchy in the middle, very messy, but they lock it in, and now they have 2 weeks to prepare for the group stage. For Heretics, a disappointing end to what I think a lot of people would have looked at as a disappointing split. Some shining stars, some standout players. Jankos, you know, you can't talk about Heretics without talking about him, and even in this game, he almost brought it back. The 4-man Cyclone in the mid lane, the steal almost happening, but it just wasn't quite enough for Team Heretics.
Not quite enough. Not quite enough. A very valiant effort. And you can see frustration on the faces.
Dejection and disappointment for Team Heretics, obviously. And what a struggle it has to be in that sort of situation, because you played 3 weeks and now you're done, and you're not even done. Like in last split, you were done for 4 weeks.
Yep.
We have 4 more weeks of LEC.
Yep.
We have a week break. We then have a month of MSI. Then we have like 3 weeks break, or 2 weeks, something like that. And then we have the start of LEC Summer. You are out for like 2 months now. Your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Niski, Kazi, and Hylissang are your options.
That last game was something. It was. It started out like it was going to be very one-sided, but you know, it's going to feel like nothing talk. But you know, Team Heretics did give them the fight.
Yeah,
you know, they didn't make it easy for them.
No, not at all. Not at all. We do have the draw show coming up in just a few moments' time, but before that, we're going to hand it over to Shox, who's side stage with Niski.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I am, because Frankie's getting ready for the draw show. So I stepped in, and I'm happy I did, because what a game, Niski.
Yeah.
First up, Relief. Let it all out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like this morning, I was like, okay, we're gonna make playoffs easy. And then after the G2 game, I was like, okay, maybe not. And then this game, I knew that if we just played our game, we would win, because on paper we should be the better team, I believe. But then in game it felt very easy. Then we made stupid mistakes, and then they were like coming back, and then I was like, oh shit, like is this really happening? But at the end, Kazi did his thing, and yeah, he carried the game.
We're gonna take a look at some of the moments where it almost slipped out of your fingers. What did it come down to, and kind of, I don't know, the mechanic or the team fight or the decision making that wasn't up to par? It's over there. I don't know if you can see it.
I mean, I think we just kind of went too deep. Usually with Azir and Zeri, you kind of just want to hit front and peel for us, but I think my little Rakan was going in or dying before the fight even happened. I'm not sure. And I think also they were also finding good openings, to be fair, to kill us. So yeah, I think they found good openings that we gave them, but they should not even get them in the first place. So
No, absolutely not. Is there anything you want to say about Heretics? They scraped by and they made it here, and then they almost turned this around. So I think that they had some good words, but yeah, it wasn't enough for them again here.
I mean, I feel like they had their games where they were playing like Vi Ari and just going through mid and kind of winning the game. And I think also Ruby had a lot of, I believe he plays a lot of Azir, which was kind of their comfort picks, I guess. So I knew that as long as I have something flipped into Azir, or if he just plays Ari and Vi, or if we remove one of those, we should be fine. And that's what happened. But in the end, I feel like as a team, I don't feel like they're going up and up. I feel like they're just... Oh, thanks.
Yes.
No, I feel like they've just been struggling and they don't go like... They don't get better, basically, I feel like.
I wish the camera could show it, but the players are all getting briefed for the draw show, and it's kind of cool behind the curtains, but nah, their production doesn't want to show us. It's there, I promise. But now, Niski, why were you in this position in the first place? You were in the finals, you grew so much in the best ofs.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
I mean, I don't know. I think the split...
If you don't know.
I mean, I know. I think our mid-jungle support synergy was not the best from week one. Also, I believe that some of our drafts were very hard to play. I'm not blaming coaching staff because we all do them together. And I think also just the way we played the game was just way too fast. Instead of playing control, like farm for your spikes and stuff, we usually wanted to fight and kill people, which is the Mad Lion style in the first place. But I feel like now we have 2 weeks to come back and show how strong we can be, because I believe we can be very strong. It's just we've been very messy, and also our practice has been better. So I'm confused of why we're playing like this on stage. So we'll see. But I believe in best of threes and best of fives, we will be way, way better, yeah.
Yeah, I like that you called out the draft, and obviously it's always a whole team thing. Is it a part of kind of the system of how the season goes, that it goes so fast, you have more games than you used to, so it's harder to adjust? If you get off on the wrong foot, basically, you're kind of done for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good teams had their draft structures where they knew what to pick when, and I feel like for us it was like we had other ideas, so we had some dumb drafts, which didn't make it easy for us. It is. And then also I think we threw a lot of games. I believe it was into, I don't remember, I was playing Casio, I was like 3-0 or something, and we threw those games. I believe it was into Heretics actually. And yeah, I feel like our mid game has not been clean at all, but I believe that hopefully coming into best of threes, we will be better.
Yeah. Seems like there's a lot of work to do, but you do have some time. There's no LEC.
It's fine, we have time.
You have a little bit of time. The draw show is going to happen soon. Any aspirations as into what group you want to be in, who you want to play, who you want to avoid at all costs?
I mean, last time there was a draw show. I believe we were the ones picking, and I think today it's what BDS and Astralis.
BDS and Astralis, yes.
And I think that they could pick us, I guess, if they want. So I dare for them to pick us.
Adam was talking about Fnatic.
Actually, I saw that, yeah.
You saw that?
Adam, you should pick Fnatic, yeah. Don't pick us. You guys are too good.
Let's see. Anything else in terms of groups that you have aspirations for?
I mean, for me, I just want to play the top teams. I mean, I want to play Vitality, to be fair, because during the regular season, they always have my number. They always beat me.
Yeah.
So I want to beat them really badly in playoffs. And last time they didn't make it that far, so I couldn't beat them. So I hope this time they do. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Final quick question. All these people are talking about MSI.
Oh, yeah.
Is it your goal to prove that you're worthy of going?
I mean, yes. I hope that for Europe, like if you go to MSI, then of course we need to show that we're good enough and that we don't just go there and get like demolished. So for sure, that's also one of the reasons. But for now, I think we'll just focus on ourselves and kind of do what we do the best, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's find out who your opponents are going to be in the group stage. Let's head over to the draw.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Spring Split Group Draw Show. As you're already aware, Excel and Team Heretics have been eliminated from the Spring Split, and the remaining 8 teams that have advanced to the group stage will now be drawn into their respective groups. Group A and Group B will be made up of one team from each pool as decided by seeding during the regular season. The draw will be done by placing 4 pairs of envelopes on this podium, with each pair containing a Group A and Group B tag. The higher seeded team within each group will draw first, and both teams will reveal their selection at the same time. So here we have League official Malu joining me on the stage to place the respective pool envelopes ready to be drawn by the teams. And yes, Malu's done this before. I haven't. So she's taught me everything I know about how you do this. Pool 4 teams consist of Koi and Mad Lions. Pool 3 teams consist of SK Gaming and Fnatic. Pool 2 teams consist of G2 Esports and Vitality. And Pool 1 teams consist of Team BDS and Astralis. So, we now welcome onto the stage your representatives from Pool 4, Koi's Larson and Mads Eliona. Now, Larson, I need you to pick from here. Which of these 2 envelopes would you like to take, as you're the highest seed from within Pool 4? Sure. Okay, so this is going to go to you. I'm going to hold this. Do not open it yet! Are you going to behave yourself? What? He's behaving himself, it's fine. Okay, right, now you can open your envelopes at the same time. All right, okay, you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Open the envelopes. All right then, so if you would like to head to Group A, Elioya, and Larson to Group B. Next up, we have the teams in Pool 3. That's SK Gaming's Marcoon and Fnatic's Reckless. And there will be no opening the envelopes until I tell you, but Marcoon, you're the high seed, so if you'd like to take the envelope of your choice, that means Reckless, this is your envelope. Oh. All right, okay, to the camera, please open your envelopes. You're just really eager to know which group you're in. All right then. Here we go. Okay, Fnatic will be in Group A, and Marcoon SK will be in Group B. So if you'd like to head to your sides, please. We're keeping it simple over here. Now we have the teams in Pool 2, G2 Esports Caps and Vitality's Upset. I knew the applause would be high for that one. Now, G2 as the highest seed within Pool 2, please select your choice from the 3rd pair of envelopes. We're powering through. Go on then. Do not open it just yet.
When can I choose?
Your dad's watching. This one here. Okay. Right, open them and reveal them to the camera, please. All right then, we're keeping this really simple. If you would like to join Group A, please Upset and capture in Group B. And finally, we have the teams in Pool 1. Team BDS and Astralis. We've got Nuke and Leader. Welcome, gentlemen. Now, BDS are the highest seed from Pool 1. So if you'd like to come a bit closer, don't be scared of your fate. Come and meet it. If you'd like to choose which envelope you'd like to take, as you're a top seed, you get choice. Brilliant. And Leader, if you take this. Okay. Now you may open the envelopes. We'll work on the timing. It's fine. Okay, then, brilliant. Astralis will be in Group A, and you are going to be in Group B for BDS. This marks the end of our thrilling draw. We now have our group. So to summarize, in Group A, we have Astralis, Team Vitality, Fnatic, and Mad Lions. And in Group B, we have BDS, we have G2, SK, and Koi. Astralis and Team BDS are the top seeds in the group, so that means these players have 5 minutes to choose their opponents in the first game of their respective groups. So in a moment, they are going to head backstage to discuss this all-important decision with their teams. We'll soon find out their opponents, but in the meantime, the draw show continues with Shox and Yamato Cannon in the post-game lobby. So guys, over to you.
Thank you very much. Here we are then. Right now, we're by ourselves, but we're gonna have, I think, Leader and Nuke join us.
Top 2?
Because they need to pick, obviously, from the lowest ranked teams in their group, who they want to play. Do you think you know who? So from Team BDS, we've got SK and Koi. On the other side, we've got, whoops, Fnatic and Mad Lions. I'm getting just used to the groups because they were just drawn. Oh, they disappeared.
They were there?
They're back.
Okay, they're there.
They're back.
Okay, I see them there. Yeah, I think on Group A, I'm imagining Astralis is going to choose probably Fnatic, even though Mad Lions underperformed. And Group B is a little bit trickier because SK Gaming definitely dropped the ball later in the split, but Koi is the team that brought it back in the previous season. I feel like Group B definitely has the harder choice.
Overall, we were talking about which group is the more stacked, and you immediately said, for me, Group A. Why is that?
I feel like Group A, I have faith in Mad Lions' ability to bounce back, and then I feel like this group becomes a lot more contentious. I also believe that Vitality have more potential than they've shown so far, and I'm putting a lot of stock value in the idea that the teams have 2 weeks to prepare.
Yeah.
And when you're preparing 2 weeks for a specific opponent, things tend to play out just a little bit different.
There are teams who I think specifically we have found lacking a lot, and we've talked a lot about the fact that when the season is going, the best of ones come so rapidly. There is barely any time to kind of workshop all your problems. Which teams do you think will go through the biggest growth curve with the 2 weeks off or the 1.5 week off going into groups?
Honestly, I go eyes on Vitality. I feel like the next patch...
Oh no, he said it. Eyes on.
Eyes on. Oh no.
Oh no, what have you done, Yamada?
Started with the VidConnect scam. There was a rug pull. No, but the Vitality, I just have faith in Perks finding himself in the mid lane position with the changes that are coming to mid. I think that I just imagine him being on LeBlanc, and I think that's going to work out well for them. I think that when he figures out what he wants to play, I think that they will have teeth everywhere, and I think that they will be very, very dangerous. Mad Lions as well, even though they kind of stumbled in, I kind of imagine that with the caliber of players that they are going to put these 2 weeks to good use.
I mean, I hope so, but the drafts, we heard it from Niski as well, and we've heard it from analysts and generally throughout the split have just been lacking. What if the read is wrong coming into groups?
That is the beauty of a new patch, is that now everyone's facing the same thing again.
Yeah.
You kind of have to revitalize what you do, but in the end, you know, considering it's going to be on 13.6, it's not something that we've seen any games on globally. It is going to change a lot of core items in terms of what people play bottom side, and it's an opportunity for anyone to reinvent themselves.
Oh, sorry. I just saw the guests. They're already there, but I have to wait until the timer hits 0.
Okay, there's a
TV
timer?
magic, yeah, on the thing apparently.
Oh,
There it
so,
is.
so we have 2 minutes of talking.
2 more minutes. So, Fnatic.
Fnatic. Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, today they played champions. I call them shutdown champions. You know, they played like Jace, Thresh, LeBlanc, make one mistake and regret it for the rest of the game.
Over.
And that definitely elevated the risk that they played. I think in the previous games, they had the Azir on lock, the Talia on lock. I'm curious to see how it's going to pan out on the new patch. Jinx is getting buffed. That's a big plus for Reckless, but a big plus for everybody else too.
That's true.
So I'm curious how that's going to develop. Hopefully they'll be healthy, playing back on stage. Best of threes is a new experience.
Yes, everybody will hopefully be in the best shape because a lot of teams have been plagued by that and none of them want to use it as an excuse, but obviously it's going to be impacting your practice. So we're hoping that the level overall, I think, of the league also shows. Talk to me about Koi a little bit, because today they got absolutely destroyed by Vitality and generally have not left the best mark, but we know that they can pick it back up in the best ofs.
Yeah, the main thing for me when I think of Koi is just can their bot lane bounce back? I feel like everything starts and ends there. I think if they're going to perform well, it's going to be through the bottom side. Can Larsen find, you know, his unique 2 picks he can be comfortable on, and can Malrang elevate the performance through early crazy ganks? The issue there is that you can define how Koi liked to play in the past in a couple of words, and I think in the context of preparation, it can be a double-edged sword. Maybe Koi will be able to hone in on a couple of champions and find that stability and discipline that they're known for, but also the opposition knows exactly what they're facing when it comes to playing a Koi.
Give me one name of a team that you think that is underrated right now that is going to make an impressive run, be it, well, at minimum to the playoffs, but maybe even deeper to the finals.
So the crazy thing is, it's like, I don't even know how the community rates things, considering Astralis and Team BDS is
But
at the
does it
top
matter?
two.
It's about you.
What about me? I guess people are kind of, you know, low on Team Vitality because they had some very blunderous games, and I think still I have high hopes in them due to just the firepower they have on an individual basis.
Okay.
That's like my go-to.
Not like a BDS or an SK or an
Because they are pretty rated well, you know? They're playing so good.
That's true. They're rated very well. But I guess if you haven't been in those finals yet, then people wouldn't necessarily put you there on first glance. But we will be able to ask them because the teams have locked their choices in. So let's invite Nook and Leader on to reveal their choices of opponents. Yeah, Swagwalk.
Hello.
Whatever. Hello. Congratulations on locking first and second first up.
Thank you very much.
Great job. And yeah, let's reveal, I guess. Let's start with Astralis. Who are you playing first?
Apparently, my team chose Fnatic.
Why do you say apparently my team chose? Do you not agree?
I mean, I didn't have any say. It looks like they already decided on it, and I trust in them that they know something that I haven't thought about. So we're going to play against Fnatic.
Okay.
Nice.
We choose SK.
SK?
Yeah, I mean, nothing much. It was between Koi and SK, and we just think... I don't know, actually, just my team also kinda just spammed SK in the group chat. So I was like, yeah, okay, let's go for SK. I don't mind playing either Koi or SK, so we just went SK.
What do you think, Yamato, of those choices?
I kind of
They couldn't care
understand.
less.
The Fnatic choice, I think, was an easier one to make. I think SK Koi, both teams are kind of underperforming, but Koi definitely ramped it up in the previous best-of-3 system. I think on a new patch, they can definitely revamp themselves. SK, I feel like it's almost... I'm happy that you chose SK because you guys, you have so many... the players that are coming back, I feel like it's a bit of a grudge match. So I'm happy that you guys chose just for maybe the harder path, but in the end, Koi has experience. I think avoiding that is a positive thing.
I agree.
Awesome. So with that, we also have our other matchups that we'll see on the 8th of April. Again, I know you've heard it a lot, but I feel like people are going to say, we didn't tell you there's a break week. So in terms of there being a break week, you are already at the top of your performance because you're 1 and 2. So how are you going to approach the break week, and what can we expect from Astralis when we see you again?
I think personally, the new patch is going to benefit us more than other teams. There's going to be more variability in both mid and top lane because there's so many other picks that are getting buffed and both nerfed. For example, Azir is out of the meta, so there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be hurting from it. It got really big nerfs, I would say. Besides that, I think we are a team that would be better in best of 3s and best of 5s because I think it's hard for teams to draft into us, draft against us. And if we do a good amount of damage in the first game, then it's going to turn them into panic mode, I would say.
Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, like I had the pleasure of facing this man in the best of 5 and went to 5 games when we did the Fnatic Miracle Run, and we were playing against the Yasuo and the Dianas, and we're doing bans that we would never do against other teams, and that opens up the things that are really good on the patch, and I feel like Astralis can definitely play it both ways.
Okay, looking forward to that then. Then Nuke, you're going up versus SK. SK started really well this season, but then they really tapered off. How much of that went into you think, the picking of SK, and how much do you think BDS still has room to grow?
Well, yeah, it's true that recently SK started to fall off a bit. I mean, I still think they're a good team, right? They had good basic together. They can still make a good BO3, but I think, I mean, I agree with what Lido said about the change of the patch. I mean, for example, recently I played a lot of Azir, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but fortunately I can play other things. So yeah, I mean, the comeback of LeBlanc, I think it will be a pretty strong champ with the buff and with the mix of the meta jungler. A lot of people is playing Lee Sin recently, and I think this duo is really annoying to play against if it's master it well. So yeah. And yeah, I think we will also be a good team in BO3. We have Adam with his strange champion pool that can just give us 2 free ban, for example, and we can just adapt well into the meta. It just depends on how well we practice, how well we prepare for it, and draft wise, everything basically. So yeah, I think we'll have a good shot for the BO3 and BO5. I hope so.
I'm in agreement with this man because I like what BDS have brought to the table because I feel like the mistakes that you guys did in the games that you happened to lose, I think are very solvable.
Yeah.
You guys were in very good conditions, very far ahead, and I think teaching people how to lane and how to just play their champion to get advantages is usually a lot harder than to close out the game with a natural or two. You also, in the end, there was one game you guys stole away from Astralis because they were super far ahead. You lost against the Hextech Drake, so it's funny how everything played out because everything could have been switched around in a different world. You guys lost that deep late game with the Hextech Drake. I don't know. I'm bringing this up just to
yeah. I mean, that was probably our most annoying loss, I think, out of the 3. That is a game we couldn't learn much about it. The other 2, I think there was clear points we could have take from and learn, but that one was just annoying to lose.
No, for sure.
It could have gone different, but they still would have been maybe top 2, which I think it's just super, super impressive, I gotta say, for both of you. So maybe the question, why do you think it is that specifically in Spring, first Astralis has been so much stronger than especially the competition?
I mean, they did a mid lane change, if I remember correctly. So they have a new player coming in, and I think that guy plays a little bit different champions
I
compared
heard
to
he
other
only
people.
plays like very one-dimensional.
True, yeah, it's only melees, but apparently he could grow a little bit and could pull out some range champions here and there. So good for him. It's like harder for people to draft against him now. So I think
write that down, scriptwriter.
we're bringing in more chaos, I would say, in draft meetings for enemy teams. It's harder for them to draft, so they will probably just overthink something like Vitality did and just draft completely dog shit, and then just the 4-5 is like they cannot play the game, you know, and then they make the game harder for themselves. Just like G2 did as well. They did like full dive-in comp with full AD and Caitlyn alone in the back line trying to defend against another dive-in comp. So like people are just they're suffering in draft against us, I think, and hopefully we can keep that up. That will bring us bigger advantages because we have practiced much less compared to other people.
Oh.
Because
what a flex!
I mean, in a way that
we have not practiced.
I mean, it's like new mid laner coming in.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Who is this guy?
I don't know. I think he's been around for a bit, but yeah.
Kind of reject, come back.
Something like that. I think he was overseas as well. But it's fine. He's back now, so that's good. So yeah, I think just the chaos that we bring from draft meetings and us being proactive, I think that is throwing people off against us. Yamato,
since you have drafted a lot for pro teams, I am sitting on my couch or I'm a viewer and I'm a literal Redditor, I'm a Twitterer, and then I go like, oh my God, crap draft, what are you guys doing? But tell me how that comes to be when you draft versus a team, like Leader just explained, that can hand you those curveballs, because you have scenarios prepared, right? In which like, okay, for my team to be the most optimal, these are all the options that I have.
I think the tricky thing is that you cannot replicate practice at all against a team that is an outlier in the league. It's the same, like, how do I, if I'm playing against BDS, for example, how do I make my top laner practice against someone that is Adam? It's like, oh, he's playing Gnar Jace matchup or like Gnar into Kesante every game in the weekend or in the week of scrims, and then all of a sudden you come to the weekend and that's so less relevant. I think the key thing often when you play against teams that find themselves to be unique, you kind of have to stand your ground and draft champions that work together in isolation, irregardless of what you're facing up against. I found myself doing that. I remember G2 2019. They were the team that you kind of sat there and you could do 1 million scenarios and you're sitting there till 4 a.m. preparing a draft, and then in the end you pick so garbage champs to try to solve everything that you end up just losing no matter what, and you're just playing discomfort. And I think in the end you just need to focus on what you can play in the end and adjust your bans accordingly, because I think you just, when you face these two, you need to make sure that 1, 2, 3, if you have to, that you can change those bans. Because if you have locked bans, you might be in trouble.
Do you feel the same as Leader, as that you and your team, because of the Adam factor, but also kind of some other factors in your team, that you have that advantage over other teams?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just Adam champion pool.
Just Adam, or could you guys spice it up?
We can spice it up for sure. I mean, like personally, I played a lot of mages recently, but like I can play a lot of stuff. Like I think the adaptability is like one of my strengths, so that's why I like both threes. Except like BO1 is like I really don't like BO1 because it's like really like you have that kind of useless pressure. Like I don't know how to explain it, but BO3 is just everything is relieved and you just play your game and it's just so much cooler. So yeah, Adam just recently with his ban, and before BO3 we'll prepare much more thing, be more prepared, be more like versatile, so we can just make some hard time for enemy to draft against us.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm super excited to see. I feel like BDS already surprised so many people in winter, but then it kind of had a ceiling, I think, naturally, because of the growth you had to go through as a group. But I mean, I'm super carefully excited for you guys now. Do you have the same feeling? Because when I talked to Adam, he said, it feels like everything is flowing. You know, we've got the support from the fans in-game, the picks and bans, of course, Striker and the team who are doing phenomenal work. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I mean, right now it feels like, I mean, like Adam said, it's just, you just play and you win, right? I mean, to be honest, like this week we had a pretty bad week of practice. And we went 3-0, right? So imagine if we just like practice well and did really good for like the week. Maybe we could have like, I don't know, go 3-0, but even more better. I mean, better. So yeah, yeah. I mean, Striker and the coaching staff is adding a great value to this team. Like they put a mindset that is rare. They just push the player to do better, and sometimes get annoyed, but in the good way. So you can just feel bad about it and improve.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like it, and yeah, just the team environment is going well, and we will keep improving and hope to do better.
For sure. I can sense everyone's getting a little tired, so we're going to sign off. Just going to tell you that the match of the week of this bracket is Koi versus G2. Who could have predicted it, eh? Whatever. But it's great, though. It's going to be great. But they're all matches of the week for me. Okay. Anyways, so the worst April Fool's Day prank ever. The LEC is going to be taking a break next week, so the LEC group stage will start on the 8th of April. Maybe we'll have some tricks in store. Who knows? I forgot the PGL selfie, so quickly, let's do it, and then we can sign off. You guys still have energy to stand up? Okay. Nice. Thank you so much, and good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
You ready to win, Abby? Or lose? Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready for win.
For win, okay.
Yep. Good to know, good to know.
Yeah, that's good.
Marwang low gets the knock up onto Bo, but there is the permafrost, and Marwang might have to flash to get out of this one. He turns it around. Marwang with the auto! But the winter's wrath from Bo is enough.
To do so much work. 113 caught by the death sentence, but Razork will be the next target. Oscar is taken. Astralis.
Oh, that's a hook again.
Decimating Fnatic. Young-hoon with the rocket grab.
The fight. Hylissang no caught up. Cease and desist for the chase. Hylissang tries to flash away, and Yoyo trading back in. But they're outnumbered, they're outgunned, they're outmanned right now. And Yoyo diving up to Mickey. Mickey flashes away, and already it's 2 kills over to G2. The arrow just... Oh, it's the tail! A little bit of a haircut needed for the Ari.
Inside the pit, on Chocolate X, I'll steal it! Patrick's running for his life, he's taken down the piercing arrow. He cleanses away. Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advients drop low, 200, 100, tick, tick, feathers, fly!
Oh, it's from every angle. There's nothing for him to do.
Flash forward from Kobe, Roots Reckless, the double kill for Kobe.
The charge is wide, but he is the owner. Entirety of Mad Lions, that's 2. He's looking for more, he's looking for more. 3, he chases Chasey underneath the tower. 3, can he make it 4? Rock and stone!
But we're saving the best for last, and it's Team Heretics versus Mad Lions for the final spot in the Spring Split group stage.
Meanwhile, Ruby's been caught out by Niski, who flashes forward. Ruby will die in the 1v1. Niski gets another. And once again, Kasi hooked. Emmy needs to get in there, needs to get the stun, needs to get the root. Hylissang trying to get away. Niski kills off Mercer. Niski will fall there with the Ruthless Predator, but Kasi can open up. The feathers pull back. Heretics, how the hell have you managed that? Kasi going forward, and in the end, Kasi will not be stopped. He gets the shutdowns. He solidifies Mad Lion's spot in the group stage.
I'm walking down this, 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 walking down this. Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a zone, playing games like prednisone. Pumped up, I'm walking. down the street with my Nikes on.